This is the complete audiobook of Bahá'u'lláh and the New Era, written in 1970 by J.E. Esslemont. Chapter 1. The Glad Tidings. The promised one of all the peoples of the world hath appeared. All peoples and communities have been expecting a revelation, and he, Bahá'u'lláh, is the foremost teacher and educator of all mankind. The greatest event in history. If we study the story of the ascent of man as recorded in the pages of history, it becomes evident that the leading factor in human progress is the advent, from time to time, of men who pass beyond the accepted ideas of their day and become the discoverers and revealers of truths hitherto unknown among mankind. The inventor, the pioneer, the genius, the prophet, these are the men on whom the transformation of the world primarily depends. As Carlyle says, the plain truth, very plain, we think is, that one man that has a higher wisdom, a hitherto unknown spiritual truth in him, is stronger not than men that have it not, or than 10,000, but than all men that have it not, and stands among them with a quite ethereal, angelic power, as with a sword out of heaven's own armory, sky-tempered, which no buckler and no tower of brass will finally withstand. In the history of science, of art, of music, we see abundant illustrations of this truth, but in no domain is the supreme importance of the great man and his message more clearly evident than in that of religion. All down the ages, whenever the spiritual life of men has become degenerate and their morals corrupt, that most wonderful and mysterious of men, the prophet, makes his appearance. Alone against the world, without a single human being capable of teaching, of guiding, of fully understanding him, or of sharing his responsibility, he arises, like a seer among blind men, to proclaim his gospel of righteousness and truth. Amongst the prophets, some stand out with special preeminence. Every few centuries, a great divine revealer, a Krishna, a Zoroaster, a Moses, a Jesus, a Muhammad appears in the East, like a spiritual sun, to illumine the darkened minds of men and awaken their dormant souls. Whatever our views as to the relative greatness of these religion founders, we must admit that they have been the most potent factors in the education of mankind. With one accord, these prophets declare that the words they utter are not from themselves, but are a revelation through them, a divine message of which they are the bearers. Their recorded utterances abound, too, in hints and promises of a great world teacher, who will appear in the fullness of time to carry on their work and bring it to fruition, one who will establish a reign of peace and justice upon earth, and bring into one family all races, religions, nations, and tribes, that there may be one fold and one shepherd, and that all may know and love God from the least even unto the greatest. Surely the advent of this educator of mankind, in the latter days when he appears, must be the greatest event in human history. And the Baha'i movement is proclaiming to the world the glad tidings that this educator has in fact appeared, that his revelation has been delivered and recorded and may be studied by every earnest seeker, that the day of the Lord has already dawned and the sun of righteousness arisen. As yet only a few on the mountaintops have caught sight of the glorious orb, but already its rays are illumining heaven and earth, and ere long it will rise above the mountains and shine with full strength on the plains and valleys too, giving life and guidance to all. The sun of righteousness. What is the cause of this sudden awakening throughout the world? Baha is believed that it is due to a great outpouring of the Holy Spirit through the prophet Baha'u'llah, who was born in Persia in 1817 and passed away in the Holy Land in 1892. Baha'u'lláh taught that the prophet, or manifestation of God, is the light-bringer of the spiritual world, as the sun is the light-bringer of the natural world. Just as the material sun shines over the earth and causes the growth and development of material organisms, so also, through the divine manifestation, the sun of truth shines upon the world of heart and soul and educates the thoughts, morals, and characters of men. And just as the rays of the natural sun have an influence which penetrates into the darkest and shadiest corners of the world, giving warmth and life even to creatures that have never seen the sun itself, so also, the outpouring of the Holy Spirit through the manifestation of God influences the lives of all and inspires receptive minds even in places and among peoples where the name of the prophet is quite unknown. The advent of the manifestation is like the coming of the spring. It is a day of resurrection in which the spiritually dead are raised to new life, in which the reality of the divine religions is renewed and reestablished, in which appear new heavens and a new earth. But In the world of nature, the spring brings about not only the growth and awakening of new life, but also the destruction and removal of the old and effete. For the same sun that makes the flowers to spring and the trees to bud causes also the decay and disintegration of what is dead and useless. It loosens the ice and melts the snow of winter, and sets free the flood and the storm that cleanse and purify the earth. So is it also in the spiritual world. The spiritual sunshine causes similar commotion and change. Thus the day of resurrection is also the day of judgment, in which corruptions and imitations of the truth, and outworn ideas, and customs are discarded and destroyed, in which the ice and snow of prejudice and superstition, which accumulated during the season of winter, are melted and transformed, and energies long frozen and pent up are released to flood and renovate the world. The mission of Baha'u'lláh. Baha'u'lláh declared, plainly and repeatedly, that he was the long-expected educator and teacher of all peoples, the channel of a wondrous grace that would transcend all previous outpourings, in which all previous forms of religion would become merged, as rivers merge in the ocean. He laid a foundation which affords a firm basis for unity throughout the whole world and the inauguration of that glorious age of peace on earth, goodwill among men, of which prophets have told and poets sung. Search after truth, the oneness of mankind, unity of religions, of races, of nations, of East and West, the reconciliation of religion and science, the eradication of prejudices and superstitions, the equality of men and women, the establishment of justice and righteousness, the setting up of a supreme international tribunal, the unification of languages, the compulsory diffusion of knowledge. These, and many other teachings like these, were revealed by the pen of Baha'u'lláh during the latter half of the 19th century in innumerable books and epistles, several of which were addressed to the kings and rulers of the world. His message, unique in its comprehensiveness and scope, is wonderfully in accord with the signs and needs of the times. Never were the new problems confronting men so gigantic and complex as now. Never were the proposed solutions so numerous and conflicting. Never was the need of a great world teacher so urgent or so widely felt. Never, perhaps, was the expectancy of such a teacher so confident or so general. Fulfillment of prophecies. Abdu'l-Baha writes, when Christ appeared 20 centuries ago, although the Jews were eagerly awaiting his coming and prayed every day with tears, saying, "O God, hasten the revelation of the Messiah," yet when the Son of Truth dawned, they denied him and rose against him with the greatest enmity, and eventually crucified the divine Spirit, the Word of God, and named him Beelzebub, the evil one, as is recorded in the Gospel. The reason for this was that they said, the revelation of Christ, according to the clear text of the Torah, will be attested by certain signs, and so long as these signs have not appeared, whoso lay claim to be a Messiah is an impostor. Among these signs is this, that the Messiah should come for an unknown place. Yet we all know this man's house in Nazareth, and can any good thing come out of Nazareth? The second sign is that he shall rule with a rod of iron, that is, he must act with the sword. But this Messiah has not even a wooden staff. Another of the conditions and signs is this, he must sit upon the throne of David and establish David's sovereignty. Now, far from being enthroned, this man has not even a mat to sit on. Another of the conditions is this, the promulgation of all the laws of the Torah, yet this man has abrogated these laws, and has even broken the Sabbath day, although it is the clear text of the Torah that whosoever layeth claim to prophethood, and revealeth miracles and breaketh the Sabbath day, must be put to death. Another of the signs is this, that in his reign justice will be so advanced that righteousness and well-doing will extend from the human, even to the animal world. The snake and the mouse will share one hold, and the eagle and the partridge one nest. The lion and the gazelle shall dwell in one pasture, and the wolf and the kid shall drink from one fountain. Yet now injustice and tyranny have waxed so great in his time that they have crucified him. Another of the conditions is this, that in the days of the Messiah the Jews will prosper and triumph over all the peoples of the world, but now they are living in the utmost abasement and servitude in the empire of the Romans. Then how can this be the Messiah promised in the Torah? In this wise did they object to that Son of Truth, although that Spirit of God was indeed the one promised in the Torah. But as they did not understand the meaning of these signs, they crucified the Word of God. Now the Baha'is hold that the recorded signs did come to pass in the manifestation of Christ, although not in the sense which the Jews understood, the description in the Torah being allegorical. For instance, among the signs is that of sovereignty. For Baha'is say that the sovereignty of Christ was a heavenly, divine, everlasting sovereignty, not a Napoleonic sovereignty that vanisheth in a short time. For well nigh 2,000 years this sovereignty of Christ hath been established, and until now it endureth, and to all eternity that holy being will be exalted upon an everlasting throne. In like manner, all the other signs have been made manifest, but the Jews did not understand. Although nearly 20 centuries have elapsed since Christ appeared with divine splendor, yet the Jews are still awaiting the coming of the Messiah and regard themselves as true and Christ as false. Had the Jews applied to Christ, he would have explained to them the true meaning of the prophecies concerning himself. Let us profit by their example. And before deciding that the prophecies concerning the manifestation of the latter-day teacher have not been fulfilled, let us turn to what Baha'u'llah himself has written regarding their interpretation. For many of the prophecies are admittedly sealed sayings, and the true educator himself is the only one who can break the seals and show the real meaning contained in the casket of words. Baha'u'llah has written much in explanation of the prophecies of old, but it is not on these that he depends for proof of his prophethood. The sun is its own proof to all that have the power of perception. When it rises, we need no ancient predictions to assure us of its shining. So with the manifestation of God when he appears, were all the former prophecies swept into oblivion, he would still be his own abundant and sufficient proof to all whose spiritual sense are open. Proofs of prophethood. Baha'u'llah asked no one to accept his statements and his tokens blindly. On the contrary, he put in the very forefront of his teachings emphatic warnings against blind acceptance of authority, and urged all to open their eyes and ears and use their own judgment, independently and fearlessly, in order to ascertain the truth. He enjoined the fullest investigation and never concealed himself, offering, as the supreme proofs of his prophethood, his words and works, and their effects in transforming the lives and characters of men. The tests he proposed are the same as those laid down by his great predecessors. Moses said, "When a prophet speaketh in the name of the Lord, if the thing follow not, nor come to pass, that is the thing which the Lord hath not spoken. But the prophet hath spoken it presumptuously. Thou shalt not be afraid of him." Christ put his test just as plainly and appealed to it in proof of his own claim. He said, "Beware of false prophets which come to you in sheep's clothing, but inwardly they are ravening wolves. Ye shall know them by their fruits. Do men gather grapes of thorns or figs of thistles? Even so every good tree bringeth forth good fruit, but a corrupt tree bringeth forth evil fruit. Wherefore by their fruits ye shall know them." Chapter 2. The Forerunner. Declaration. On reaching his 25th year, in response to divine command, he declared that God the Exalted had elected him to the station of babhood. We read that what he intended by the term bab was this, that he was the channel of grace from some great person still behind the veil of glory, who was the possessor of countless and boundless perfections, by whose will he moved, and to the bond of whose love he clung. In those days, belief in the imminent appearance of a divine messenger was especially prevalent among a sect known as the Shaykhis, and it was to a distinguished divine belonging to this sect, called Mullah Hussein, that the Bab first announced his mission. The exact date of this announcement is given in the Bayan, one of the Bab's writings, as 2 hours and 11 minutes after sunset on the eve preceding the 5th day of the month. Abdu'l-Baha was born in the course of the same night, but the exact hour of his birth has not been ascertained. After some days of anxious investigation and study, Mullah Hussein became firmly convinced that the messenger long expected by the Shi'is had indeed appeared. His eager enthusiasm over this discovery was soon shared by several of his friends. Before long, the majority of the Shaykhis accepted the Bab, becoming known as Babis, and soon the fame of the young prophet began to spread like wildfire throughout the land. Claims of the Bab. The hostility aroused by the claim of babhood was redoubled when the young reformer proceeded to declare that he was himself the Mahdi, whose coming Muhammad had foretold. The Shah_Is identified this Mahdi with the 12th Imam, who, according to their beliefs, had mysteriously disappeared from the sight of men about 1,000 years previously. They believed that he was still alive and would reappear in the same body as before, and they interpreted in a material sense the prophecies regarding his dominion, his glory, his conquests, and the signs of his advent, just as the Jews in the time of Christ interpreted similar prophecies regarding the Messiah. They expected that he would appear with earthly sovereignty in an innumerable army and declare his revelation, that he would raise dead bodies and restore them to life, and so on. As these signs did not appear, The Shi'is rejected the Bab with the same fierce scorn which the Jews displayed towards Jesus. The Babis, on the other hand, interpreted many of the prophecies figuratively. They regarded the sovereignty of the Promised One, like that of the Gallium Man of Sorrows, as a mystical sovereignty. His glory is spiritual, not earthly glory. His conquests as conquests over the cities of men's hearts, and they found abundant proof of the Bab's claim in his wonderful life and teachings. His unshakable faith, his invincible steadfastness, and his power of raising to newness of spiritual life those who were in the graves of error and ignorance. But the Bab did not stop even with the claim of Miftahud. He adopted the sacred title of Nuqtiyullah, or primal point. This was a title applied to Muhammad himself by his followers. Even the imams were secondary in importance to the point, from whom they derived their inspiration and authority. In assuming this title, the Bab claimed to rank, like Muhammad, in the series of great founders of religion, and for this reason, in the eyes of the Shi'is, he was regarded as an impostor, just as Moses and Jesus before him had been regarded as impostors. He even inaugurated a new calendar, restoring the solar year, and dating the commencement of the new era from the year of his own declaration. Persecution increases. In consequence of these declarations of the Bab, and the alarming rapidity with which people of all classes, rich and poor, learned and ignorant, were eagerly responding to his teaching, attempts at suppression became more and more ruthless and determined. Houses were pillaged and destroyed. Women were seized and carried off. In Tehran, Fars, Mazindaran, and other places great numbers of the believers were put to death. Many were beheaded, hanged, blown from the mouths of cannon, burnt or chopped to pieces. Despite all attempts at repression, however, the movement progressed. Nay, through this very oppression the assurance of the believers increased. For thereby many of the prophecies concerning the coming of the Mahdi were literally fulfilled. Thus, in a tradition recorded by Jabir, which the Shi'is regard as authentic, we read, "In him shall be the perfection of Moses, the preciousness of Jesus, and the patience of Job. His saints shall be abased in his time, and their heads shall be exchanged as presents, even as the heads of the Turk and the Dalamite are exchanged as presents. They shall be slain and burned, and shall be afraid, fearful and dismayed. The earth shall be dyed with their blood, and lamentation shall prevail amongst their women. These are my saints indeed." Martyrdom of the Bab. On the 9th of July, 1850, the Bab himself, who was then in his 31st year, fell a victim to the fanatical fury of his persecutors. With a devoted young follower named Akka Muhammad Ali, who had passionately begged to be allowed to share his martyrdom, he was led to the scaffold in the old barrack square of Tabriz. About 2 hours before noon, the two were suspended by ropes under their armpits in such a way that the head of Muhammad Ali rested against the breast of his beloved master. A regiment of Armenian soldiers was drawn up and received the order to fire. Promptly the volleys rang out, but when the smoke cleared, it was found that the Bab and his companion were still alive. The bullets had but severed the ropes by which they were suspended, so that they dropped to the ground unhurt. The Bab proceeded to a room nearby, where he was found talking to one of his friends. About noon they were again suspended. The Armenians, who considered the result of their volleys a miracle, were unwilling to fire again, so another regiment of soldiers had been brought on the scene, who fired when ordered. This time the volleys took effect. The bodies of both victims were riddled by bullets and horribly mutilated, although their faces were almost untouched. By this foul deed the barrack square of Tabriz became a second Calvary. The enemies of the Bab enjoyed a guilty thrill of triumph, thinking that this hated tree of the Bahá'í Faith was now severed at the root, and its complete eradication would be easy. But their triumph was short-lived. They did not realize that the tree of truth cannot be felled by any material acts. Had they but known, this very crime of theirs was the means of giving greater vigor to the cause. The martyrdom of the Bab fulfilled his own cherished wish and inspired his followers with increased zeal. Such was the fire of their spiritual enthusiasm that the bitter winds of persecution but fanned it to a fiercer blaze. The greater the efforts at extinction, the higher mounted the flames. Tom on Mount Carmel. After the Bab's martyrdom, his remains, with those of his devoted companion, were thrown on the edge of the moat outside the city wall. On the second night they were rescued at midnight by some of the Babis, and after being concealed for years in secret depositories in Persia, were ultimately brought, with great danger and difficulty, to the Holy Land. There, they are now interred in a tomb beautifully situated on the slope of Mount Carmel, not far from the cave of Elijah, and only a few miles from the spot where Baha'u'lláh spent his last years, and where his remains now lie. Among the thousands of pilgrims from all parts of the world who come to pay homage at the holy tomb of Baha'u'llah, none omit to offer a prayer also at the shrine of his devoted lover and forerunner, the Bab. Writings of Bab. The writings of the Bab were voluminous, and the rapidity with which, without study or premeditation, he composed elaborate commentaries, profound expositions, or eloquent prayers was regarded as one of the proofs of his divine inspiration. The purport of his various writings has been summarized as follows. Some of these the Bab's writings were commentaries on and interpretations of the verses of the Quran. Some were prayers, homilies, and hints of the true significance of certain passages. Other were exhortations, admonitions, dissertations on the different branches of the doctrine of the divine unity, encouragements to amendment of character, severance from worldly states, and dependence on the inspirations of God. But the essence and purport of his compositions were the praises and descriptions of that reality soon to appear, which was his only object and aim, his darling and his desire. For he regarded his own appearance as that of a harbinger of good tidings, and considered his own real nature merely as a means for the manifestation of the greater perfections of that one. And indeed he ceased not from celebrating him by night or day for a single instant, but used to signify to all his followers that they should expect his arising, in such wise that he declares in his writings, I am a letter out of that most might book, and a dewdrop from that limitless ocean. And when he shall appear, my true nature, my mysteries, riddles, and intimations will become evident, and the embryo of this religion shall develop through the grades of its being in ascent, attain to the station of the most comely of forms, and become adorned with the robe of blessed be God, the best of creators. And so inflamed was he with his flame that commemoration of him was the bright candle of his dark nights in the fortress of Mako, and remembrance of him was the best of companions in the straits of the prison of Chi-Erik. Thereby he obtained spiritual enlargements, with his wine was he inebriated, and at remembrance of him did he rejoice. He whom God shall make manifest. The Bab has been compared to John the Baptist, but the station of the Bab is not merely that of the herald or forerunner. In himself the Bab was a manifestation of God, the founder of an independent religion, even though that religion was limited in time to a brief period of years. The Baha'is believe that the Bab and Baha'u'llah were co-founders of their faith, the following words of Baha'u'llah testifying to this truth, that so brief a span should have separated this most mighty and wondrous revelation from mine own previous manifestation, is a secret that no man can unravel and a mystery such as no mind can fathom. Its duration had been foreordained, and no man shall ever discover its reason unless and until he be informed of the contents of my hidden book. In his references to Baha'u'llah, however, the Bab revealed an utter selflessness, declaring that, in the day of him whom God shall manifest, if one should hear a single verse from him and recite it, it is better that he should recite the Bayan, i.e., the revelation of the Bab, 1,000 times. He counted himself happy in enduring any affliction, if by so doing he could smooth the path be ever so little, for him whom God shall make manifest, who was, he declared, the sole source of his inspiration as well as the sole object of his love. Resurrection, paradise, and hell. An important part of the Bab's teaching is his explanation of the terms resurrection, day of judgment, paradise, and hell. By the resurrection is meant, he said, the appearance of a new manifestation of the Son of Truth. The raising of the dead means the spiritual awakening of those who are asleep in the graves of ignorance, heedlessness, and lust. The day of judgment is the day of the new manifestation. By acceptance or rejection of Wu's revelation, the sheep are separated from the goats, for the sheep know the voice of the Good Shepherd and follow him. Paradise is the joy of knowing and loving God, as revealed through his manifestation, thereby attaining to the utmost perfection of which one is capable, and after death, obtaining entrance to the kingdom of God and the life everlasting. Hell is simply deprivation of that knowledge of God with consequent failure to attain divine perfection and loss of the eternal favor. He definitely declared that these terms have no real meaning apart from this, and that the prevalent ideas regarding the resurrection of the material body, a material heaven and hell, and the like, are mere figments of the imagination. He taught that man has a life after death, and that in the afterlife progress towards perfection is limitless. Social and ethical teachings. In his writings, the Bab tells his followers that they must be distinguished by brotherly love and courtesy. Useful arts and crafts must be cultivated. Elementary education should be general. In the new and wondrous dispensation now commencing, women are to have fuller freedom. The poor are to be provided for out of the common treasury, But begging is strictly forbidden, as is the use of intoxicating liquors for beverage purposes. The guiding motive of the true baby must be pure love, without hope of reward or fear of punishment. Thus he says in the Bayan, "So worship God, that if the recompense of thy worship of him were to be the fire, no alteration in thy worship of him would be produced. If you worship from fear, that is unworthy of the threshold of the holiness of God. So also if your gaze is on paradise and if you worship in hope of that, for then you have made God's creation a partner with him." Passion and triumph. This last quotation reveals the spirit which animated the Bab's whole life. To know and love God, to mirror forth his attributes, and to prepare the way for his coming manifestation, these were the sole aim and object of his being. For him life had no terrors and death no sting, for love had cast out fear, and martyrdom itself was but the rapture of casting his all at the feet of his beloved. Strange, that this pure and beautiful soul, this inspired teacher of divine truth, this devoted lover of God and of his fellowmen should be so hated, and done to death by the professedly religious of his day. Surely nothing but unthinking or willful prejudice could blind men to the fact that here was indeed a prophet, a holy messenger of God. Worldly greatness and glory he had none, but how can spiritual power and dominion be proved, except by the ability to dispense with all earthly assistance, and to triumph over all earthly opposition, even the most potent and virulent? How can divine love be demonstrated to an unbelieving world, save by its capacity to endure to the uttermost the blows of calamity and darts of affliction, the hated of enemies, and the treachery of seeming friends, to rise serene above all these, and, undismayed and unembittered, still to forgive and bless? The Bab has endured and the Bab has triumphed. Thousands have testified to the sincerity of their love for him by sacrificing their lives and their all in his service. Kings might well envy his power over men's hearts and lives. Moreover, he whom the Lord shall make manifest has appeared, has confirmed the claims and accepted the devotion of his forerunner, and made him partaker of his glory. Chapter 3. Baha'u'lláh, the glory of God. O thou who art waiting, tarry no longer, for he is come. Behold his tabernacle and his glory dwelling therein. It is the ancient glory with a new manifestation. Birth and early life. On one occasion, Abdu'l-Baha, the eldest son of Baha'u'lláh, related to the writer the following particulars about his father's early days. From childhood, he was extremely kind and generous. He was a great lover of outdoor life, most of his time being spent in the garden or the fields. He had an extraordinary power of attraction which was felt by all. People always crowded around him. Ministers and people of the court would surround him, and the children also were devoted to him. When he was only 13 of 14 years old, he became renowned for his learning. He would converse on any subject and solve any problem presented to him. In large gatherings, he would discuss matters with the ulama, leading mullahs, and would explain intricate religious questions. All of them used to listen to him with the greatest interest. When Baha'u'lláh was 22 years old, his father died, and the government wished him to succeed to his father's position in the ministry, as was customary in Persia, but Baha'u'lláh did not accept the offer. Then the prime minister said, "Leave him to himself. Such a position is unworthy of him. He has some higher aim in view. I cannot understand him, but I am convinced that he is destined for some lofty career. His thoughts are not like ours. Let him alone." Imprisoned as baby. When the Bab declared his mission in 1844, Baha'u'lláh, who was then in his 27th year, boldly espoused the cause of the new faith, of which he soon became recognized as one of the most powerful and fearless exponents. He had already twice suffered imprisonment for the cause, and on one occasion had undergone the torture of the bastinado, when in August 1852, an event occurred fraught with terrible consequences for the Babis. One of the Bab's followers, a youth named Sadiq, had been so affected by the martyrdom of his beloved master, of which he was an eyewitness, that his mind became deranged, and in revenge, he waylaid the Shunderskor and fired a pistol at him. Instead of using a bullet, however, he charged his weapon with small shot, and although a few pellets struck the Shunderskor, no serious harm was done. The youth dragged the Shunderskor from his horse, but was promptly seized by the attendants of His Majesty and put to death on the spot. The whole body of Babis was unjustly held responsible for the deed, and frightful massacres ensued. 80 of them were forthwith put to death in Tehran with the most revolting tortures. Many others were seized and put into prisons, among them being Baha'u'lláh. He afterwards wrote, "By the righteousness of God, we were in no wise connected with that evil deed, and our innocence was indisputably established by the tribunals. Nevertheless, they apprehended us, and from Neavaran, which was then the residence of His Majesty, conducted youths, on foot and in chains, with bared head and bare feet, to the dungeon of Tehran. A brutal man, accompanying us on horseback, snatched off our hat, whilst we were being hurried along by a troop of executioners and officials. We were consigned for 4 months to a place foul beyond comparison. As to the dungeon in which this wronged one and others similarly wronged were confined, a dark and narrow pit were preferable. Upon our arrival, we were first conducted along a pitch-black corridor, from whence we descended 3 steep flights of stairs to the place of confinement assigned to use. The dungeon was wrapped in thick darkness, and our fellow prisoners numbered nearly 150 souls, thieves, assassins, and highwaymen. Though crowded, it had no other outlet than the passage by which we entered. No pen can depict that place, nor any tongue describe its loathsome smell. Most of these men had neither clothes nor bedding to lie on. God alone knoweth what befell us in that most foul-smelling and gloomy place. Day and night, while confined in that dungeon, we meditated upon the deeds, the condition, and the conduct of the Babis, wondering what could have led a people so high-minded, so noble, and of such intelligence, to perpetrate such an audacious and outrageous act against the person of His Majesty. This wrong one, thereupon, decided to arise, after his release from prison, and undertake, with the utmost vigor, the task of regenerating this people. On night, in a dream, these exalted words were heard on every side. Verily, we shall render thee victorious by thyself and by thy pen. Grieve thou not for that which hath befallen thee, neither be thou afraid, for thou art in safety. Ere long will God raise up the treasures of the earth men who will aid thee through thyself, and through thy name, wherewith God hath revived the hearts of such as have recognized him. Epistle to the son of the wolf, p. 20-21. Exile to Baghdad. This terrible imprisonment lasted 4 months, but Baha'u'lláh and his companions remained zealous and enthusiastic, in the greatest of happiness. Almost every day 1 or more of them was tortured or put to death, and the others reminded that their turn might come next. When the executioners came to fetch one of the friends, the one whose name was called would literally dance with joy, kiss the hands of Baha'u'lláh, embrace the rest of his fellow believers, and then hasten with glad eagerness to the place of martyrdom. It was conclusively proved that Baha'u'lláh had no share in the plot against the _A, and the Russian minister testified to the purity of his character. He was, moreover, so ill that it was thought he would die. Instead, therefore, of sentencing him to death, the _A ordered that he should be exiled to Iraq-e-Arab, in Mesopotamia, and thither a fortnight later, Baha'u'lláh set out, accompanied by his family and a number of other believers. They suffered terribly from cold and other hardships on the long winter journey and arrived in Ba_G_Dad in a state of almost utter destitution. As soon as his health permitted, Baha'u'lláh began to teach inquirers and to encourage and exhort the believers, and soon peace and happiness reigned among the Babis. 12. This, however, was short-lived. Baha'u'llah's half-brother Mirza Yahya, also known as Subayazal, arrived in Ba_D_Dad, and soon afterwards differences, secretly instigated by him, began to grow, just as similar divisions had arisen among the disciples of Christ. These differences, which later in Adrianople became open and violent, were very painful to Baha'u'lláh, whose whole aim in life was the promotion of unity among the people of the world. 2 years in the wilderness. About a year after coming to Baghdad, he departed alone into the wilderness of Sulaymaniye, taking with him nothing but a change of clothes. Regarding this period, he writes as follows. In the early days of our arrival in this land, when we discerned the signs of impending events, we decided, wilderness, and there, separated and alone, led for 2 years a life of complete solitude. From our eyes there rained tears of anguish, and in our bleeding heart there surged an ocean of agonizing pain. Many a night we had no food for sustenance, and many a day our body found no rest. By him who hath my being between his hands. Notwithstanding these showers of afflictions and unceasing calamities, our soul was wrapped in blissful joy, and our whole being evinced an ineffable gladness. For in our solitude we were unaware of the harm or benefit, the health or ailment of any soul. Alone, we communed with our spirit, oblivious of the world and all that is therein. We knew not, however, that that the mesh of divine destiny exceedeth the vastest of mortal conceptions, and the dart of his decree transcendeth the boldest of human designs. None can escape the snares he setteth, and no soul can find release except through submission to his will. By the righteousness of God, our withdrawal contemplated no return, and our separation hoped for no reunion. The one object of our retirement was to avoid becoming a subject of discord among the faithful, a source of disturbance unto our companions, the means of injury to any soul, or the cause of sorrow to any heart. Beyond these we cherished no other intention, and apart from them we had no end in view. And yet, each person schemed after his own desire, and pursued his own idle fancy, until the hour when, from the mystic source, there came the summons bidding us return whence we came. Surrendering our will to his, we submitted to his injunction. What pen can recount the things we beheld upon our return? 2 years have elapsed, during which our enemies have ceaselessly and assiduously contrived to exterminate yous, whereunto all witness. Opposition of Mullas. After his return from this retirement, his fame became greater than ever, and people flocked to Baha_Gaya_Dad from far and near to see him and hear his teachings. Jews, Christians, and Zoroastrians, as well as Mohammedans, became interested in the new message. The Mullahs Mohammedan doctors, however, took up a hostile attitude and persistently plotted to effect his overthrow. On a certain occasion, they sent one of their number to interview him and submit to him certain questions. The envoy found the answers of Baha'u'llah so convincing and his wisdom so amazing, although evidently not acquired by study, that he was obliged to confess that in knowledge and understanding Baha'u'llah was peerless. In order, however, that the mullahs who had sent him should be satisfied as to the reality of Baha'u'llah's prophethood, he asked that some miracle should be produced as proof. Baha'u'llah expressed his willingness to accept the suggestion on certain conditions, declaring that if the mullahs would agree regarding some miracle to be performed, and would sign and seal a document to the effect that on performance of this miracle, they would confess the validity of his mission and cease to oppose him, he would furnish the desired proof, or else stand convicted of imposture. Had the aim of the mullahs been to get at the truth, surely here was their opportunity, but their intention was far otherwise. Rightly or wrongly, they meant to secure a decision in their own favor. They feared the truth and fled from the daring challenge. This discomfiture, however, only spurred them on to devise fresh plots for the eradication of the oppressed sect. The consul general of Persia in Ba_Gia_Dad came to their assistance and sent repeated messages to the Shet_A to the effect that Baha'u'llah was injuring the Mohammedan religion more than ever, still exerting a malign influence on Persia, and that he ought therefore to be banished to some more distant place. It was characteristic of Baha'u'llah that, at this crisis, when at the instigation of the Mohammedan mullahs the Persian and Turkish governments were combining their efforts to eradicate the movement, he remained calm and serene, encouraging and inspiring his followers and writing imperishable words of consolation and guidance. Abdu'l-Baha relates how the hidden words were written at this time. Baha'u'llah would often go for a walk along the bank of the Tigris. He would come back looking very happy and write down those lyric gems of wise counsel which have brought help and healing to thousands of aching and troubled hearts. For years, only a few manuscript copies of the hidden words were in existence, and these had to be carefully concealed lest they should fall into the hands of the enemies that abounded. But now this little volume is probably the best known of all Baha'u'llah's works, and is read in every quarter of the globe. The Book of Ekan is another well-known work of Baha'u'llah's written about the same period, towards the end of his sojourn at Baghdad. Declaration at Ridvan near Baghdad. After much negotiation, at the request of the Persian government, an order was issued by the Turkish government summoning Baha'u'llah to Constantinople. On receipt of this news, his followers were in consternation. They besieged the house of their beloved leader to such an extent that the family encamped in the garden of Najib Pasha, outside the town, for 12 days, while the caravan was being prepared for the long journey. It was during these 12 days that Baha'u'llah announced to several of his followers the glad tidings that he was the one whose coming had been foretold by the Bab, the chosen of God, the promised one of all the prophets. The garden where this memorable declaration took place has become known to Baha is as the Garden of Ridvan, and the days Baha'u'llah spent there are commemorated in the Feast of Ridvan, which is held annually on the anniversary of those 12 days. During those days, Baha'u'llah, instead of being sad or depressed, showed the greatest joy, dignity, and power. His followers became happy and enthusiastic, and great crowds came to pay their respects to him. All the notables of Ba_Gia_Dad, even the governor himself, came to honor the departing prisoner. Constantinople and Adrianople. The journey to Constantinople lasted between 3 and 4 months. The party consisting of Baha'u'lláh with members of his family and 26 disciples. Arrived in Constantinople, they found themselves prisoners in a small house in which they were very much overcrowded. Later, they got somewhat better quarters, but after 4 months, they were again moved on, this time to Adrianople. The journey to Adrianople, although it lasted but a few days, was the most terrible they had yet undertaken. Snow fell heavily most of the time, and as they were destitute of proper clothing and food, their sufferings were extreme. For the first winter in Adrianople, Baha'u'lláh and his family, numbering 12 persons, were accommodated in a small house of 3 rooms, comfortless and vermin-infested. In the spring, they were given a more comfortable abode. They remained in Adrianople over 4.5 years. Here Baha'u'lláh resumed his teaching and gathered about him a large following. He publicly announced his mission and was enthusiastically accepted by the majority of the Babis, who were known thereafter as Baha'is. A minority, however, under the leadership of Baha'u'llah's half-brother, Mirza Yahya, become violently opposed to him and joined with their former enemies, the Shundrskorias, in plotting for his overthrow. Great troubles ensued, and at last the Turkish government banished both Babis and Baha'is from Adrianople, exiling Baha'u'lláh and his followers to Akka, in Palestine, where they arrived on August 31st, 1868, while Mirza Yahya and his party were sent to Cyprus. Letters to Kings. About this time, Baha'u'lláh wrote his famous letter to the Sultan of Turkey, many of the crowned heads of Europe, the Pope, and the Shundrskora of Persia. Later, in his Kitab Actus 16, he addressed other sovereigns, the rulers and presidents of America, the leaders of religion in general, and the generality of mankind. To all, he announced his mission and called upon them to bend their energies to the establishment of true religion, just government, and international peace. In his letter to the Shah, he powerfully pleaded the cause of the oppressed Babs and asked to be brought face to face with those who had instigated their persecution. Needless to say, this request was not complied with. Baji, the young and devoted Baha'i, who the letter of Baha'u'lláh, was seized and martyred with fearful tortures, hot bricks being pressed on his flesh. In the same letter, Baha'u'lláh gives a most moving account of his own sufferings and longings. O King, the first have seen in the way of God what no eye hath seen and no ear hath heard. Friends have disclaimed me, ways are straightened unto me, the pool of safety is dried up, the plain of ease is scorched yellow. How many calamities have descended, and how many will descend? I walk advancing toward the mighty, the bounteous, while behind me glides the serpent. My eyes rain down tears until my bed is drenched, but my sorrow is not for myself. By God, my head longeth for the spears for the love of its Lord. And I never pass by a tree, but my heart addresseth, saying, O would that thou wert cut down in my name, and my body were crucified upon thee in the way of my Lord. Yea, because I see mankind going astray in their intoxication, and they know it not, they have exalted their lusts and put aside their God, as though they took the command of God for a mockery, a sport, and a plaything, and they think that they do well, and that they are harbored in the citadel of security. The matter is not as they suppose. Tomorrow they shall see what they now deny. We are about to shift from this most remote place of banishment, Adrianople, unto the prison of Acre, and, according to what they say, it is assuredly the most desolate of the cities of the world, the most unsightly of them in appearance, the most detestable in climate, and the foulest in water. It is as though it were the metropolis of the owl. There is not heard from its regions aught save the sound of its hooting, and in it they intend to imprison the servant, and to shut in our faces the doors of leniency, and take away from us the good things of the life of the world during what remaineth of our days. By God, though weariness should weaken me, and hunger should destroy me, though my couch should be made of the hard rock, and my associates of the beasts of the desert, I will not blench, but will be patient, as the resolute and determined are patient in the strength of God, the King of pre-existence, the Creator of the nations, and under all circumstances I give thanks unto God. And we hope of his graciousness that he will render all men's faces sincere toward him, the mighty, the bounteous. Verily he answereth him who prayeth unto him, and is near unto him who calleth on him. And we ask him to make this dark calamity a buckler for the body of his saints, and to protect them thereby from sharp swords and piercing blades. Through affliction hath his light shone, and his praise been bright unceasingly. This hath been his method through past ages and bygone times. Imprisonment in Akka. At that time, Akka Acre was a prison city to which the worst criminals were sent from all parts of the Turkish Empire. On arriving there, after a miserable sea journey, Bahá'u'lláh and his followers, about 80 to 84 in number, including men, women, and children, were imprisoned in the army barracks. The place was dirty and cheerless in the extreme. There were no beds or comforts of any sort. The food supplied was wretched and inadequate, so much so that after a time the prisoners begged to be allowed to buy their food for themselves. During the first few days, the children were crying continually, and sleep was almost impossible. Malaria, dysentery, and other diseases soon broke out, and everyone in the company fell sick, with the exception of 2. 3 succumbed to their sickness, and the sufferings of the survivors were indescribable. 17. This rigorous imprisonment lasted for over 2 years, during which time none of the Baha'is were allowed outside the prison door, except 4 men, carefully guarded, who went out daily to buy food. During the imprisonment in the barracks, visitors were rigidly excluded. Several of the Baha'is of Persia came all the way on foot for the purpose of seeing their beloved leader, but were refused admittance within the city walls. They used to go to a place on the plain outside the third moat, from which they could see the windows of Baha'u'llah's quarters. He would show himself to them at one of the windows, and after gazing on him from afar, they would weep and return to their homes, fired with new zeal for sacrifice and service. Restrictions relaxed. At last the imprisonment was mitigated. A mobilization of Turkish troops occurred, and the barracks were required for soldiers. Bahá'u'lláh and his family were transferred to a house by themselves, and the rest of the party were accommodated in a caravanserai in the town. Bahá'u'lláh was confined for 7 more years in this house. In a small room near that in which he was imprisoned, 13 of his household, including both sexes, had to accommodate themselves as best they could. In the earlier part of their stay, in this house they suffered greatly from insufficiency of accommodation, inadequate food supply, and lack of the ordinary conveniences of life. After a time, however, a few additional rooms were placed at their disposal, and they were able to live in comparative comfort. From the time Bahá'u'lláh and his companions left the barracks, visitors were allowed to see them, and gradually the severe restrictions imposed by the imperial firmans were more and more left in abeyance, although now and then reimposed for a time. Prison gates opened. Unpenned. Even when the imprisonment was at its worst, the Baha'is were not dismayed, and their serene confidence was never shaken. While in the barracks at Akka, Bahá'u'lláh wrote to some friends, "Fear not. These doors shall be opened. My tent shall be pitched on Mount Carmel, and the utmost joy shall be realized." This declaration was a great source of consolation to his followers, and in due course it was literally fulfilled. The story of how the prison doors were opened had best be told in the words of Abdu'l-Baha, as translated by his grandson, Shoghi Effendi. Bahá'u'lláh loved the beauty and verdure of the country. One day, he passed the remark, "I have not gazed on verdure for 9 years. The country is the world of the soul. The city is the world of bodies." When I heard indirectly of this saying, I realized that he was longing for the country, and I was sure that whatever I could do towards the carrying out of his wish would be successful. There was in Akka at that time a man called Muhammad Pa_Shej_Safwat, who was very much opposed to us. He had a palace called Mazra'ah, about 4 miles north of the city, a lovely place, surrounded by gardens and with a stream of running water. I went and called on this Pa_Shej_ at his home. I said, Pa_Sh_A, you have left the palace empty and are living in Akka. He replied, I am an invalid and cannot leave the city. If I go there, it is lonely and I am cut off from my friends. I said, while you are not living there and the place is empty, let it to us. He was amazed at the proposal, but soon consented. I got the house at a very low rent, about £5 per annum, paid him for 5 years and made a contract. I sent laborers to repair the place and put the garden in order and had a bath built. I also had a carriage prepared for the use of the Blessed Beauty. 18. One day I determined to go and see the place for myself, notwithstanding the repeated injunctions given in successive firmans that we were on no account to pass the limits of the city walls. I walked out through the city gate. Gendarmes were on guard, but they made no objection, so I proceeded straight to the palace. The next day I again went out with some friends and officials unmolested and unopposed, although the guards and sentinels stood on both sides of the city gates. Another day I arranged a banquet, spread a table under the pine trees of Baji, and gathered round it the notables and officials of the town. In the evening we all returned to the town together. One day I went to the holy presence of the Blessed Beauty and said, "The palace at Masra is ready for you, and a carriage to drive you there." At that time there were no carriages in Akka or Haifa. He refused to go, saying, "I am a prisoner." Later I requested him again, but got the same answer. I went so far as to ask him a third time, but he still said no, and I did not dare to insist further. There was, however, in Akka a certain Mohammedan _A_K, a well-known man with considerable influence, who loved Baha'u'llah and was greatly favored by him. I called this _A_K and explained the position to him. I said, "You are daring. Go tonight to his holy presence, fall on your knees before him, take hold of his hands and do not let go until he promises to leave the city." He was an Arab. He went directly to Baha'u'llah and sat down close to his knees. He took hold of the hands of the Blessed Beauty and kissed them and asked, "Why do you not leave the city?" He said, "I am a prisoner." The _A_K replied, "God forbid. Who has the power to make you a prisoner? You have kept yourself in prison. It was your own will to be imprisoned, and now I beg you to come out and go to the palace. It is beautiful and verdant. The trees are lovely, and the oranges like balls of fire." As often as the Blessed Beauty said, "I am a prisoner, it cannot be," the _A_K took his hands and kissed them. For a whole hour he kept on pleading. At last, Baha'u'llah said, K_A_ub, very good, and the _A_K's patience and persistence were rewarded. He came to me with great joy to give the glad news of His Holiness's consent. In spite of the strict firman of Abdul-Aziz which prohibited my meeting or having any intercourse with the Blessed Perfection, I took the carriage the next day and drove with him to the palace. No one made any objection. I left him there and returned myself to the city. For 2 years he remained in that charming and lovely spot. Then it was decided to remove to another place, at Baji. It so happened that an epidemic disease had broken out at Baji, and the proprietor of the house fled away in distress, with all his family, ready to offer the house free of charge to any applicant. We took the house at a very low rent, and there the doors of majesty and true sovereignty were flung wide open. Baha'u'llah was nominally a prisoner for the drastic firmans of Sultan Abdul-Aziz were never repealed, yet in reality showed forth such nobility and dignity in his life and bearing that he was reverenced by all, and the rulers of Palestine envied his influence and power. Governors and mutasarrifs, generals and local officials, would humbly request the honor of attaining his presence, a request to which he seldom acceded. On one occasion, a governor of the city implored this favor on the ground of his being ordered by higher authorities to visit, with a certain general, the Blessed Perfection. The request being granted, the general, who was a very corpulent individual, a European, was so impressed by the majestic presence of Baha'u'llah that he remained kneeling on the ground near the door. Such was the diffidence of both visitors that it was only after repeated invitations from Baha'u'llah that they were induced to smoke the nargileh, hubble-bubble pipe, offered to them. Even then they only touched it with their lips, and then, putting it aside, folded their arms and sat in an attitude of such humility and respect as to astonish all those who were present. The loving reverence of friends, the consideration and respect that were shown by all officials and notables, the inflow of pilgrims and seekers after truth, the spirit of devotion and service that was manifest all around, the majestic and kingly countenance of the Blessed Perfection, the effectiveness of his command, the number of his zealous devotees, all bore witness to the fact that Baha'u'llah was in reality no prisoner, but a king of kings. 2 despotic sovereigns were against him, 2 powerful autocratic rulers, yet, even when confined in their own prisons, he addressed them in very austere terms, like a king addressing his subjects. Afterwards, in spite of severe ferments, he lived at Baji like a prince. Often he would say, "Verily, verily, the most wretched prison has been converted into a paradise of Eden. Surely such a thing has not been witnessed since the creation of the world." Life at Baji. Having in his earlier years of hardship shown how to glorify God in a state of poverty and ignominy, Baha'u'llah in his later years at Baji showed how to glorify God in a state of honor and affluence. The offering of hundreds of thousands of devoted followers placed at his disposal large funds which he was called upon to administer. Although his life at Baji has been described as truly regal, in the highest sense of the word, yet it must not be imagined that it was characterized by material splendor or extravagance. The blessed perfection and his family lived in very simple and modest fashion, and expenditure on selfish luxury was a thing unknown in that household. Near his home, the believers prepared a beautiful garden called Ridvan, in which he often spent many consecutive days or even weeks, sleeping at night in a little cottage in the garden. Occasionally he went further afield. He made several visits to Akka and Haifa, and on more than one occasion pitched his tent on Mount Carmel, as he had predicted when imprisoned in the barracks at Akka. The time of Baha'u'lláh was spent for the most part in prayer and meditation, in writing the sacred books, revealing tablets, and in spiritual education of the friends. In order to give him entire freedom for this great work, Abdu'l-Baha undertook the arrangement of all other affairs, even meeting the mullahs, poets, and members of the government. All of these were delighted and happy through meeting Abdu'l-Baha, and entirely satisfied with his explanation and talks. And although they had not met Baha'u'lláh himself, they became full of friendly feeling towards him through their acquaintanceship with his son, for Abdu'l-Baha's attitude caused them to understand the station of his father. The distinguished Orientalist, the late Professor Edward G. Brown of the University of Cambridge, visited Baha'u'lláh at Baji in the year 1890 and recorded his impressions as follows. My conductor paused for a moment while I removed my shoes. Then, with a quick movement of the hand, he withdrew, and as I passed, replaced the curtain, and I found myself in a large apartment, along the upper end of which ran a low divan, while on the side opposite to the door were placed 2 or 3 chairs. Though I dimly suspected whither I was going and whom I was to behold a second or two elapsed ere, with a throb of wonder and awe, I became definitely conscious that the room was not untenanted. In the corner where the divan met the wall sat a wondrous and venerable figure, crowned with a felt headdress of the kind called taj by dervishes, round the base of which was wound a small white turban. The face of him on whom I gazed I can never forget, though I cannot describe it. Those piercing eyes seemed to read one's very soul. Power and authority sat on that ample brow, while the deep lines on the forehead and face implied an age which the jet-black hair and beard flowing down in indistinguishable luxuriance almost to the waist seemed to belie. No need to ask in whose presence I stood, as I bowed myself before one who is the object of a devotion and love which kings might envy and emperors sigh for in vain. A mild, dignified voice bade me be seated, and then continued, Praise be to God that thou hast attained. Thou hast come to see a prisoner and an exile. We desire but the good of the world and the happiness of the nations. Yet they deem us a stirrer-up of strife and sedition worthy of bondage and banishment, that all nations should become one in faith, and all men as brothers, that the bonds of affection and unity between the sons of men should be strengthened, that diversity of religion should cease, and differences of race be annulled. What harm is there in this? Yet so it shall be. These fruitless strifes, these ruinous wars shall pass away, and the most great peace shall come. Do not you in Europe need this also? Is not this that which Christ foretold? Yet do we see your kings and rulers lavishing their treasures more freely on means for the destruction of the human race than on that which would conduce to the happiness of mankind. These strifes and this bloodshed and discord must cease, and all men be as one kindred and one family. Let not a man glory in this, that he loves his country. Let him rather glory in this, that he loves his kind. Such, so far as I can recall them, were the words which, besides many others, I heard from Baha. Let those who read them consider well with themselves whether such doctrines merit death and bonds, and whether the world is more likely gain or lose by their diffusion. Introduction to a Traveler's Narrative, episode of the Bab, p. XXXS. Ascension. Einfeng. Thus simply and serenely did Baha'u'lláh pass the evening of his life on earth, until, after an attack of fever, he passed away on the 29th of May, 1892, at the age of 75. Among the last tablets he revealed was his will and testament, which he wrote with his own hand and duly signed and sealed. 9 days after his death, the seals were broken by his eldest son, in the presence of members of the family and a few friends, and the contents of the short but remarkable document were made known. By this will Abdu'l-Baha was constituted, his father's representative and the expounder of his teachings, and the family and relatives of Baha'u'lláh, and all believers were instructed to turn to him and obey him. By this arrangement sectarianism and division were provided against and the unity of the cause assured. Prophethood of Baha'u'llah. It is important to have clear ideas of Baha'u'llah's prophethood. His utterances, like those of other divine manifestations, may be divided into two classes, in one of which he writes or speaks simply as a man who has been charged by God with a message to his fellows, while in the other class the words purport to be the direct utterance of God himself. He writes in the Book of Akka, "We have already in the foregoing pages assigned two stations unto each of the luminaries, arising from the daysprings of eternal holiness. One of these stations, the station of central unity, we have already explained. No distinction do we make between any of them. The other is the station of distinction, and pertaineth to the world of creation, and to be the limitations thereof. In this respect, each manifestation of God hath a distinct individuality, a definitely prescribed mission, a predestined revelation, and specially designated limitations. Each one of them is known by a different name, is characterized by a special attribute, fulfills a definite mission, and is entrusted with a particular revelation. Even as he saith, some of the apostles we have caused to excel the others. To some God hath spoken, some he hath raised and exalted, and to Jesus, Son of Mary, we gave manifest signs, and we strengthened him with the Holy Spirit." Thus, viewed from the standpoint of their oneness and sublime detachment, the attributes of Godhead, divinity, supreme singleness, and inmost essence, have been and are applicable to those essences of being, inasmuch as they all abide on the throne of divine revelation, and are established upon the seat of divine concealment. Through their appearance the revelation of God is made manifest, and by their countenance the beauty of God is revealed. Thus it is that the accents of God himself have been heard uttered by these manifestations of the divine being. Viewed in the light of their second station, the station of distinction, differentiation, temporal limitations, characteristics and standards, they manifest absolute servitude, utter destitution, and complete self-effacement. Even as he saith, "I am the servant of God, I am but a man like you." Were any of the all-embracing manifestations of God to declare, "I am God," he verily speaketh the truth, and no doubt attacheth thereto. For it hath been repeatedly demonstrated that through their revelation, their attributes and names, the revelation of God, his name and his attributes, are made manifest in the world. Thus he hath revealed, "Those shafts were God's, not thine." Quran 8:17. And also he saith, "In truth, they who plighted fealty unto thee, really plighted that fealty unto God." Quran 48:10. And were any of them to voice the utterance, "I am the messenger of God," he also speaketh the truth, the indubitable truth. Even as he saith, "Muhammad is not the father of any man among you, but he is the messenger of God." Viewed in this light, they are all but messengers of that ideal king, that unchangeable essence. And were they all to proclaim, "I am the seal of prophets," they verily utter but the truth, beyond the faintest shadow of doubt. For they are all but one person, one soul, one spirit, one being, one revelation. They are all the manifestation of the beginning and the end, the first and the last, the seen and hidden, all of which pertain to him who is the innermost spirit of spirits and eternal essence of essences. And were they to say, "We are the servants of God," this also is a manifest and indisputable fact. For they have been made manifest in the uttermost state of servitude, a servitude the like of which no man can possibly attain. Thus in moments in which these essences of being were deeply immersed beneath the oceans of ancient and everlasting holiness, or when they soared to the loftiest summits of divine mysteries, they claimed their utterance to be the voice of divinity, the call of God himself. Were the eye of discernment to be opened, it would recognize that in this very state they have considered themselves utterly effaced and non-existent in the face of him whom is the all-pervading, the incorruptible. Methinks they have regarded themselves as utter nothingness, and deemed their mention in that court an act of blasphemy. For the slightest whisperings of self within such a court is an evidence of self-assertion and independent existence. In the eyes of them that have attained unto that court, such a suggestion is itself a grievous transgression. How much more grievous would it be, were aught else to be mentioned in that presence, were man's heart, his tongue, his mind, or his soul, to be busied with anyone but the well-beloved, were his eyes to behold any countenance other than his beauty, were his ear to be inclined to any melody but his voice, and were his feet to tread any way but his way. In this day the breeze of God is wafted, and his spirit hath pervaded all things. Such is the outpouring of his grace that the pen is stilled and the tongue is speechless. By virtue of this station they have claimed for themselves the voice of divinity and the like, whilst by virtue of their station of messengership, they have declared themselves the messengers of God. In every instance they have voiced an utterance that would conform to the requirements of the occasion, and have ascribed all these declarations to themselves, declarations ranging from the divine revelation to the realm of creation, and from the domain of divinity even unto the domain of earthly existence. Thus it is, that whatsoever be their utterance, whether it pertain to the realm of divinity, lordship, prophethood, messengership, guardianship, apostleship, or servitude, all's true, beyond the shadow of a doubt. Therefore, these sayings which we have quoted in support of our argument must be attentively considered, that the divergent utterances of the manifestations of the unseen and daysprings of holiness may cease to agitate the soul and perplex the mind. When Baha'u'llah speaks as a man, the station he claims for himself is that of utter humility of annihilation in God. What distinguishes the manifestation, in his human personality, from other men is the completeness of his self-abnegation, as well as the perfection of his powers. Under all circumstances he is able to say, as did Jesus in the Garden of Gethsemane, nevertheless not my will, but thine be done. Thus in his epistle to the Baha'u'lláh says, O King, the first was but a man like others, asleep upon my couch, when lo, the breezes of the All-Glorious were wafted over me, and taught me the knowledge of all that hath been. This thing is not from me, but from one who is almighty and all-knowing. And he bade me lift up my voice between earth and heaven, and for this there befell me what hath caused the tears of every man of understanding to flow. The learning current amongst men I studied not, their schools I entered not. This is but a leaf which the winds of the will of thy Lord, the Almighty, the All-Praised, have stirred. Can it be still when the tempestuous winds are blowing? Nay, by him who is the Lord of all names and attributes, they move it as they list. The evanescent is as nothing before him who is the ever-abiding. His all-compelling summons hath reached me, and caused me to speak his praise amidst all people. I was indeed as one dead when his behest was uttered. The hand of the will of thy Lord, the compassionate, the merciful, transformed me. Can any one speak forth of his own accord that for which all men, both high and low, will protest against him? Nay, by him who taught the pen the eternal mysteries, save him whom the grace of the Almighty, the All-Powerful, hath strengthened. As Jesus washed his disciples' feet, so Baha'u'lláh used sometimes to cook food and perform other lowly offices for his followers. He was a servant of the servants, and gloried only in servitude, content to sleep on a bare floor, if need be, to live on bread and water, or even, at times, on what he called the divine nourishment, that is to say, hunger. His perfect humility was seen in his profound reverence for nature, for human nature, and especially for the saints, prophets, and martyrs. To him, all things spoke of God, from the meanest to the greatest. His human personality had been chosen by God to become the divine mouthpiece and pen. It was not of his own will that he had assumed this position of unparalleled difficulty and hardship. As Jesus said, Father, if it be possible, let this cup pass from me, so Baha'u'lláh said, had another exponent or speaker been found, we would not have made ourselves an object of censure, derision, and calumnies on the part of the people. Tablet of I_sh_rakat. But the divine call was clear and imperative, and he obeyed. God's will became his will, and God's pleasure his pleasure, and with radiant acquiescence he declared, Verily I say, whatever befalleth in the path of God is the beloved of the soul and the desire of the heart. Deadly poison in his path is pure honey, and every tribulation a draught of crystal water. At other times, as we have mentioned, Baha'u'lláh speaks from the station of deity. In these utterances, his human personality is so completely subservient that it is left out of account altogether. Through him God addresses his creatures, proclaiming his love for them, teaching them his attributes, making known his will, announcing his laws for their guidance and pleading for their love, their allegiance and service. In the writings of Baha'u'lláh, the utterance frequently changes from one of these forms to another. Sometimes it is evidently the man who is discoursing. Then, without a break, the writing continues as if God were speaking in the first person. Even when speaking as a man, however, Baha'u'lláh speaks as God's messenger, as a living example of entire devotion to God's will. His whole life is actuated by the Holy Spirit. Hence no hard and fast line can be drawn between the human and divine elements in his life or teachings. God tells him, Say, naught is seen in my temple but the temple of God, and in my beauty but his beauty, and in my being but his being, and in myself but himself, and in my movement but his movement, and in my acquiescence but his acquiescence, and in my pen but his pen, the precious, the extolled. Say, there hath not been in my soul but the truth, and in myself naught could be seen but God. His mission. Baha'u'llah's mission in the world is to bring about unity of all mankind in and through God. He says, of the tree of knowledge the all-glorious fruit is this exalted word. Of one tree are all ye the fruits, and of one bough the leaves. Let not man glory in this that he loves his country, but let him rather glory in this that he loves his kind. Previous prophets have heralded an age of peace on earth, goodwill among men, and have given their lives to hasten its advent, but each and all of them have plainly declared that this blessed consummation would be reached only after the coming of the Lord in the latter days, when the wicked would be judged and righteous rewarded. Zoroaster foretold 3,000 years of conflict before the advent of Shah Bahram, the world's savior, who would overcome Armin, the spirit of evil, and establish a reign of righteousness and peace. Moses foretold a long period of exile, persecution and oppression for the children of Israel, before the Lord of hosts would appear to gather them from all the nations, to destroy the oppressors and establish his kingdom upon earth. Christ said, "Think not that I am come to send peace on earth. I came not to send peace, but a sword." And he predicted a period of wars and rumors of wars, of tribulations and afflictions that would continue till the coming of the Son of Man in the glory of the Father. Muhammad declared that, because of their wrongdoings, Allah had put enmity and hatred among both Jews and Christians that would last until the day of resurrection, when he would appear to judge them all. Baha'u'lláh, on the other hand, announces that he is the promised one of all these prophets, the divine manifestation in whose era the reign of peace will actually be established. This statement is unprecedented and unique, yet it fits in wonderfully with the signs of the times and with the prophecies of all the great prophets. Baha'u'lláh revealed with incomparable clearness and comprehensiveness the means for bringing about peace and unity amongst mankind. It is true that, since the advent of Baha'u'lláh, there have been, until now, war and destruction on an unprecedented scale, but this is just what all the prophets have said would happen at the dawn of the great and terrible day of the Lord, and is, therefore, but a confirmation of the view that the coming of the Lord is not only at hand, but is already an accomplished fact. According to the parable of Christ, the Lord of the vineyard must miserably destroy the wicked husbandmen before he gives the vineyard to others, who will render him the fruits in their seasons. Does not this mean that at the coming of the Lord dire destruction awaits those despotic governments, avaricious and intolerant priests, mullahs, or tyrannical leaders who through the centuries have, like wicked husbandmen, misruled the earth and misappropriated its fruits? There may be terrible events and unparalleled calamities yet a while on the earth, but Baha'u'lláh assures us that ere long, these fruitless strifes, these ruinous wars shall pass away, and the most great peace shall come. War and strife have become so intolerable in their destructiveness that mankind must find deliverance from them or perish. The fullness of time has come, and with it the promised deliverer, the Baha'i spirit. From his place of confinement in distant Akka, Baha'u'lláh stirred his native land of Persia to its depths, and not only Persia, he stirred and is stirring the world. The spirit that animated him and his followers was unfailingly gentle, courteous, and patient, yet it was a force of astonishing vitality and transcendent power. It achieved the seemingly impossible. It changed human nature. Men who yielded to its influence became new creatures. They were filled with a love, a faith, and enthusiasm, compared with which earthly joys and sorrows were but as dust in the balance. They were ready to face lifelong suffering or violent death with perfect equanimity, nay, with radiant joy, in the strength of fearless dependence on God. Most wonderful of all, their hearts were so brimming over with the joy of a new life as to leave no room for thoughts of bitterness or vindictiveness against their oppressors. They entirely abandoned the use of violence and self-defense, and instead of bemoaning their fate, they considered themselves the most fortunate men in being privileged to receive this new and glorious revelation and to spend their lives or shed their blood testifying to its truth. Well might their hearts sing with joy, for they believed that God, the Supreme, the Eternal, the Beloved, had spoken to them through human lips, had called them to be his servants and friends, had come to establish his kingdom upon earth and to bring the priceless boon of peace to a war-worn, strife-stricken world. Such was the faith inspired by Baha'u'lláh. He announced his own mission, as the Bab had foretold that he would, and thanks to the devoted labors of his great forerunner, There were thousands ready to acclaim his advent, thousands who had shaken off superstitions and prejudices and were waiting with pure hearts and open minds for the manifestation of God's promised glory. Poverty and chains, sordid circumstances, and outward ignominy could not hide from them the spiritual glory of their Lord. Nay, these dark earthly surroundings only served to enhance the brilliance of his real splendor. Chapter 4, Abdu'l-Baha, the servant of Baha. When the ocean of my presence hath ebbed in the book of my revelation is ended, turn your faces towards him whom God hath purposed, who hath branched from this ancient root. Bahá'u'lláh. Writings and addresses. The writings of Abdu'l-Baha are very numerous and are mostly in the form of letter to believers and inquirers. A great many of his talks and addresses have also been recorded, and many have been published. Of the thousands of pilgrims who have visited him at Akka and Haifa, a large number have written descriptions of their impressions, and many of these records are now available in printed form. His teachings are thus very completely preserved, and they cover a very wide range of subjects. With many of the problems of both East and West he dealt more fully than his father had done, giving more detailed applications of the general principles laid down by Baha'u'lláh. A number of his writings have not yet been translated into any Western language, but enough is already available to give deep and full knowledge of the more important principles of his teaching. He spoke Persian, Arabic, and Turkish. In his Western tours, his talks and addresses were always interpreted, obviously losing much of their beauty, eloquence, and force in the process. Yet such was the power of the Spirit which accompanied his words that all who heard him were impressed. Station of Abdu'l-Baha. The unique station assigned to Abdu'l-Baha by the Blessed Perfection is indicated in the following passage written by the latter: when the ocean of my presence hath ebbed and the book of my revelation is ended, turn your faces towards him whom God hath purposed, who hath branched from this ancient root. And again, refer ye whatsoever ye understand not in the book to him who hath branched from this mighty stock. Abdu'l-Baha himself wrote the following: Baha'u'lláh hath made the center of the covenant, the interpreter of his word, a covenant so firm and mighty that from the beginning of time until the present day no religious dispensation hath produced its like. The very completeness of the servitude with which Abdu'l-Baha promulgated the faith of Baha'u'lláh in East and West resulted at times in a confusion of belief concerning his station on the part of believers. Realizing the purity of the Spirit animating his word and deed, surrounded by religious influences marking the breakdown of their traditional doctrines, a number of Baha'is felt that they honored Abdu'l-Baha by likening him to a manifestation or hailing him as the return of Christ. Nothing caused him such intense grief as this failure to perceive that his capacity to serve Baha'u'lláh proceeded from the purity of the mirror turned to the sun of truth, and not from the sun itself. Moreover, unlike previous dispensations, the faith of Baha'u'lláh had within it the potency of a universal human society. During Abdu'l-Baha's mission, covering the period 1892 to 1921, the faith evolved through successive stages of development in the direction of a true world order. Its development required continuous direction and specific instruction from Abdu'l-Baha, who alone knew the fullness of that new potent inspiration brought to earth in this age, until his own will and testament was revealed after Abdu'l-Baha's departure from the flesh, and its significance was expounded by Shoghi Effendi, the guardian of the faith. The Baha is almost inevitably attributed their beloved master's guidance a degree of spiritual authority equaling that of the manifestation. The effects of such naive enthusiasm are no longer felt within the Baha'i community, but with a sounder realization of the mystery of that incomparably devotion and servitude, the Baha'is can today all the more consciously appreciate the unique character of the mission which Abdu'l-Baha fulfilled. The faith which in 1892 seemed so weak and helpless in the physical exile and imprisonment of its exemplar and interpreter, has since, with irresistible power, raised up communities in many countries, and challenges the weakness of a decaying civilization with a body of teachings that alone reveal the future of a despairing humanity. The will and testament of Abdu'l-Baha itself set forth with complete clarity the mystery of the stations of the Bab and of Baha'u'lláh and his own mission. This is the foundation of the belief of the people of Baha. May my life be offered up for them. His Holiness, the Exalted One, the Bab, is the manifestation of the unity and knownness of God, and the forerunner of the ancient beauty, His Holiness the Abba Beauty. May my life be a sacrifice for his steadfast friends, is the supreme manifestation of God in the dayspring of his most divine essence, All others are servants unto him and do his bidding. By this statement, and by numerous others in which Abdu'l-Baha emphasized the importance of basing one's knowledge of the faith upon his general tablets, a foundation for unity of belief was established, with the result that the differences of understanding caused by reference to his tablets to individuals, in which the master answered personal questions, rapidly disappeared. Above all, the establishment of a definite administrative order, with the guardian at its head, transferred to institutions all authority previously wielded in the form of prestige and influence by individual Baha is in the various local groups. Exemplar of Baha'i life. Baha'u'lláh was preeminently the revealer of the word. His 40 years' imprisonment gave him but limited opportunities of intercourse with his fellow men. To Abdu'l-Baha, therefore, fell the important task of becoming the exponent of the revelation, the doer of the word, the great exemplar of the Baha, a life in actual contact with the world of today, in the most diverse phases of its myriad activities. He showed that it is still possible, amid the whirl and rush of modern life, amid the self-love and struggle for material prosperity that everywhere prevail, to live the life of entire devotion to God and to the service of one's fellows, which Christ and Baha'u'llah and all the prophets have demanded of men. Through trial and vicissitudes, calumnies and treachery on the one hand, and through love and praise, devotion and veneration on the other, he stood like a lighthouse founded on a rock, around which wintry tempests rage and the summer ocean plays, his poise and serenity remaining ever steadfast and unshaken. He lived the life of faith and calls on his followers to live it here and now. He raised amid a warring world the banner of unity and peace, the standard of a new era, and he assures those who rally to its support that they shall be inspired by the spirit of the new day. It is the same Holy Spirit which inspired the prophets and saints of old, but it is a new outpouring of that spirit, suited to the needs of the new time. Chapter 5. What is a Baha'i? Man must show forth fruits. A fruitless man, in the words of His Holiness the Spirit, i.e., Christ, is like a fruitless tree, and a fruitless tree is fit for fire. Baha'u'llah, Allah. Herbert Spencer once remarked that by no political alchemy is it possible to get golden conduct out of leaden instincts, and it is equally true that by no political alchemy is it possible to make a golden society out of leaden individuals. Baha'u'llah, like all previous prophets, proclaimed this truth and taught that in order to establish the kingdom of God in the world, it must first be established in the hearts of men. In examining the Baha'i teachings, therefore, we shall commence with the instructions of Baha'u'llah for individual conduct and try to form a clear picture of what it means to be a Baha'i. Living the life. When asked on one occasion, "What is a Baha'i?" Abdu'l-Baha replied, "To be a Baha'i simply means to love all the world, to love humanity and try to serve it, to work for universal peace and universal brotherhood." On another occasion, he defined a Baha'i as one endowed with all the perfections of man in activity. In one of his London talks, he said that a man may be a Baha'i even if he has never heard the name of Baha'u'llah. He added, "The man who lives the life according to the teachings of Baha'u'llah is already a Baha'i." On the other hand, a man may call himself a Baha'i for 50 years, and if he does not live the life, he is not a Baha'i. An ugly man may call himself handsome, but he deceives no one. And a black man may call himself white, yet he deceives no one, not even himself. One who does not know God's messengers, however, is like a plant growing in the shade. Although it knows not the sun, it is nevertheless absolutely dependent on it. The great prophets are spirit sons, and Baha'u'llah is the sun of this day in which we live. The suns of former days have warmed and vivified the world, and had those suns not shone, the earth would not be cold and dead. But it is the sunshine of today that alone can ripen the fruits which the suns of former days have kissed into life. Devotion to God. In order to attain to the Baha'i life in all its fullness, conscious and direct relations with Baha'u'llah are as necessary as is sunshine for the unfolding of the lily or the rose. The Baha'i worships not the human personality of Baha'u'llah, but the glory of God manifest through that personality. He reverences Christ and Muhammad and all God's former messengers to mankind, but he recognizes Baha'u'llah as the bearer of God's message for the new age in which we live, as the great world teacher who has come to carry on and consummate the work of his predecessors. Intellectual assent to a creed does not make a man a Baha'i, nor does outward rectitude of conduct. Baha'u'llah requires of his followers wholehearted and complete devotion. God alone has the right to make such a demand, but Baha'u'llah speaks as the manifestation of God and the revealer of his will. Previous manifestations have been equally clear on this point. Christ said, "If any man come after me, let him deny himself, and take up his cross daily, and follow me. For whosoever will save his life shall lose it, but whosoever will lose his life for my sake, the same shall save it." In different words, all the divine manifestations have made this same demand from their followers, and the history of religion shows clearly that as long as the demand has been frankly recognized and accepted, religion has flourished, despite all earthly opposition, despite affliction, persecution, and martyrdom of the believers. On the other hand, whenever compromise has crept in and respectability has taken the place of complete consecration, then religion has decayed. It has become fashionable, but it has lost its power to save and transform, its power to work miracles. True religion has never yet been fashionable. God grant that one day it may become so, but it is still true, as in the days of Christ, that straight is the gate, and narrow is the way, which leadeth unto life, and few there be that find it. The gateway of spiritual birth, like the gateway of natural birth, admits men only one by one, and without encumbrances. If, in the future, more people succeed in entering that way than in the past, it will not be because of any widening of the gate, but because of a greater disposition on the part of men to make the great surrender which God demands, because long and bitter experience has at last brought them to see the folly of choosing their own way instead of God's way. Search after truth. Baha'u'llah enjoins justice on all his followers and defines it as the freedom of man from superstition and imitation, so that he may discern the manifestations of God with the eyes of oneness, and consider all affairs with keen sight. Words of wisdom. It is necessary that each individual should see and realize for himself through him. Glory of God manifest in the human temple of Baha'u'llah, otherwise the Bahá'í Faith would be for him but a name without meaning. The call of the prophets to mankind has always been that men should open their eyes, not shut them, use their reason, not suppress it. It is clear seeing and free thinking, not servile credulity, that will enable them to penetrate the clouds of prejudice, to shake off the fetters of blind imitation, and attain to the realization of the truth of a new revelation. He who would be a Baha'i needs to be a fearless seeker after truth, but he should not confine his search to the material plane. His spiritual perceptive powers should be awake as well as his physical. He should use all the faculties God has given him for the acquisition of truth, believing nothing without valid and sufficient reason. If his heart is pure, and his mind free from prejudice, the earnest seeker will not fail to recognize the divine glory in whatsoever temple it may become manifest. Baha'u'llah further declares, "Man should know his own self, and know those things that lead to loftiness or to baseness, to shame or to honor, to wealth or to poverty. The source of all learning is the knowledge of God, exalted be his glory. And this cannot be attained save through the knowledge of his divine manifestation. The manifestation is the perfect man, the great exemplar for mankind, the first fruit of the tree of humanity. Until we know him, we do not know the latent possibilities within ourselves. Christ tells us to consider the lilies how they grow, and declares that Solomon in all his glory was not arrayed like one of these. The lily grows from a very unattractive-looking bulb. If we had never seen a lily in bloom, never gazed on its matchless grace of foliage and flower, how could we know the reality contained in that bulb? We might dissect it most carefully and examine it most minutely, but we should never discover the dormant beauty which the gardener knows how to awaken. So until we have seen the glory of God revealed in the manifestation, we can have no idea of the spiritual beauty latent in our own nature and in that of our fellows. By knowing and loving the manifestation of God and following his teachings, we are enabled, little by little, to realize the potential perfections within ourselves. Then, and not till then, does the meaning and purpose of life and of the universe become apparent to us. Love of God. To know the manifestation of God means also to love him. One is impossible without the other. According to Baha'u'llah, the purpose of man's creation is that he may know God and adore him. He says in one of his tablets, "The cause of the creation of all contingent beings has been love. As it is said in the well-known tradition, I was a hidden treasure and I love to be known. Therefore I created the creation in order to be known." And in the hidden words he says, "O son of being, love me that I may love thee. If thou lovest me not, my love can in no wise reach thee. Know this, O servant, O son of the wondrous vision, I have breathed within thee a breath of my own spirit, that thou mayest be my lover. Why hast thou forsaken me and sought a beloved other than me? To be God's lover. That is the sole object of life for the Baha'i. To have God as his closest companion and most intimate friend, his peerless beloved, in whose presence is fullness of joy. And to love God means to love everything and everybody, for all are of God. The real Baha'i will be the perfect lover. He will love everyone with a pure heart, fervently. He will hate no one. He will despise no one, for he will have learned to see the face of the beloved in every face, and to find his traces everywhere. His love will know no limit of sect, nation, class, or race. Bahá'u'lláh says, of old it hath been revealed, love of one's country is an element of the faith of God. The tongue of grandeur hath, in the day of his manifestation, proclaimed, it is not his to boast who loveth his country, but it is his who loveth the world. Tablet of the world. And again, blessed is he who prefers his brother before himself. Such an one is of the people of Baha. Abdu'l-Baha tells us we must be as one soul in many bodies, for the more we love each other, the nearer we shall be to God. To an American audience, he said, likewise, the divine religions of the holy manifestations of God are in reality one, though in name and nomenclature they differ. Man must be a lover of the light, no matter from what day spring it may appear. He must be a lover of the rose, no matter what soil it may be growing. He must be a seeker of the truth, no matter from what source it come. Attachment to the lantern is not loving the light. Attachment to the earth is not befitting, but enjoyment of the rose which develops from the soil is worthy. Devotion to the tree is profitless, but partaking of the fruit is beneficial. Luscious fruits, no matter upon what tree they grow or where they may be found, must be enjoyed. The word of truth, no matter which tongue utters it, must be sanctioned. Absolute verities, no matter in what book they be recorded, must be accepted. If we harbor prejudice, it will be the cause of deprivation and ignorance. The strife between religions, nations, and races arises from misunderstanding. If we investigate the religions to discover the principles underlying their foundations, we will find they agree, for the fundamental reality of them is one and not multiple. By this means, the religionists of the world will reach their point of unity and reconciliation. Again, he says, every soul of the beloved ones must love the others, and withhold not his possessions and life from them, and by all means he must endeavor to make the other joyous and happy. But these others must also be disinterested and self-sacrificing. Thus may this sunrise flood the horizons, this melody gladden and make happy all the people, this divine remedy become the panacea for every disease, this spirit of truth become the cause of life for every soul. Severance. Devotion to God implies also severance from everything that is not of God. Severance, that is, from all selfish and worldly, and ever other worldly desires. The path of God may lie through riches or poverty, health or sickness, through palace or dungeon, rose garden or torture chamber. Whichever it be, the Baha'i will learn to accept his lot with radiant acquiescence. Severance does not mean stolid indifference to one's surroundings or passive resignation to evil conditions, nor does it mean despising the good things which God has created. The true Baha'i will not be callous, nor apathetic, nor ascetic. He will find abundant interest, abundant work, and abundant joy in the path of God, but he will not deviate one hair's breadth from that path in pursuit of pleasure, nor hanker after anything that God has denied him. When a man becomes a Baha'i, God's will becomes his will, for to be at variance with God is the one thing he cannot endure. In the path of God, no errors can appall, no troubles dismay him. The light of love irradiates his darkest days, transmutes suffering into joy, and martyrdom itself into an ecstasy of bliss. Life is lifted to the heroic plane, and death becomes a glad adventure. Baha'u'llah says, he that hath in his heart even less than a mustard seed of love for anything beside me, verily he cannot enter my kingdom. Suratu el-Haykal. O son of man, if thou lovest me, turn away from thyself, and if thou seekest my pleasure, regard not thine own, that thou mayest die in me and I may eternally live in thee. O my servant, free thyself from the fetters of this world, and loose thy soul from the prison of self. Seize thy chance, for it will come to thee no more. The hidden words. Obedience. Devotion to God involves implicit obedience to his revealed commands, even when the reason for these commands is not understood. The sailor implicitly obeys his captain's orders, even when he does not know the reason for them, but his acceptance of authority is not blind. He knows full well that the captain has served a thorough probation and given ample proofs of competence as a navigator. Were it not so, he would be foolish indeed to serve under him. So the Baha, I must implicitly obey the captain of his salvation. But he will be foolish indeed if he has not first ascertained that this captain has given ample proofs of trustworthiness. Having received such proofs, however, to refuse obedience would be even greater folly. For only by intelligent and open-eyed obedience to the wise master can we reap the benefits of his wisdom and acquire this wisdom for ourselves. Be the captain never so wise, if none of the crew obey him, how shall the ship reach its port, or the sailors learn the art of navigation? Christ clearly pointed out that obedience is the path of knowledge. He said, "My doctrine is not mine, but his that sent me. If any man will do his will, he shall know of the doctrine, whether it be of God, or whether I speak of myself." St. John v. 16-17. So Baha'u'llah says, faith in God and the knowledge of him cannot be fully attained except by practicing all that he hath commanded and all that is revealed in the book from the pen of glory. Tablet of Tajalliyat. Implicit obedience is not a popular virtue in these democratic days, and indeed entire submission to the will of any mere man would be disastrous. But the unity of humanity can be attained only by complete harmony of each and all with the divine will. Unless that will be clearly revealed, and men abandon all other leaders and obey the divine messenger, then conflict and strife will go on, and men will continue to oppose each other, to devote a large part of their energy to frustrating the efforts of their brother men, instead of working harmoniously together for the glory of God and the common good. Service. Devotion to God implies a life of service to our fellow creatures. We can be of service to God in no other way. If we turn our backs on our fellow men, we are turning our backs upon God. Christ said, "Inasmuch as ye did it not to one of the least of these, ye did it not to me." So Baha'u'llah says, "O son of man, if thine eyes be turned towards mercy, forsake the things that profit thee, and cleave unto that which will profit mankind. And if thine eyes be turned towards justice, choose thou for thy neighbor that which thou choosest for thyself. Towards a paradise." Abdu'l-Baha says, in the Baha'i cause arts, sciences, and all crafts are counted as worship. The man who makes a piece of notepaper to the best of his ability, conscientiously, concentrating all his forces on perfecting it, is giving praise to God. Briefly, all effort and exertion put forth by man from the fullness of his heart is worship, if it is prompted by the highest motives and the will to do service to humanity. This is worship, to serve mankind and to minister to the needs of the people. Service is prayer. A physician ministering to the sick, gently, tenderly, free from prejudice, and believing in the solidarity of the human race, is giving praise. Teaching. The real Baha, I will not only believe in the teachings of Baha'u'llah, but find in them the guide and inspiration of his whole life and joyfully impart to others the knowledge that is the wellspring of his own being. Only thus will he receive in full measure the power and confirmation of the Spirit. All cannot be eloquent speakers or ready writers, but all can teach by living the life. Baha'u'llah says, the people of Baha must serve the Lord with wisdom, teach others by their lives, and manifest the light of God in their deeds. The effect of deed is in truth more powerful than that of words. Words of paradise. The Baha'i will, however, on no account force his ideas on those who do not wish to hear them. He will attract people to the kingdom of God, not try to drive them into it. He will be like the good shepherd who leads his flock and charms the sheep by his music, rather than like the one who, from behind, urges them on with dog and stick. Baha'u'llah says in the hidden words, O son of dust, the wise are they that speak not unless they obtain a hearing, even as the cupbearer, who proffereth not his cup till he findeth a seeker, and the lover who crieth not out from the depths of his heart, until he gazeth upon the beauty of his beloved. Wherefore sow the seeds of wisdom and knowledge in the pure soil of the heart, and keep them hidden, till the hyacinths of divine wisdom spring from the heart, and not from mire and clay. Again he says, in the tablet of Ishraqat, O people of Baha, ye are the dawning places of the love and daysprings of the favor of God. Defile not your tongues with cursing or execrating anyone, and guard your eyes from that which is not worthy. Show forth that which ye possess, i.e., truth. If it be accepted, the aim is attained. If not, to rebuke or interfere with him who rejects is vain. Leave him to himself, and advance towards God, the protector, the self-subsistent. Be not the cause of sorrow, how much less of sedition and strife. It is hoped that ye may be nurtured in the shade of the tree of divine bounty and act as God has willed for you. Ye are all leaves of one tree and drops of one sea. Courtesy and reverence. Baha'u'lláh says, O people of God, I exhort you to courtesy. Courtesy is indeed the Lord of all virtues. Blessed is he who is adorned with the mantle of uprightness and illumined with the light of courtesy. He who is endowed with courtesy or reverence is endowed with a great station. It is hoped that this wronged one, and all will attain to it, hold unto it, and observe it. This is the irrefutable command which hath flowed from the pen of the greatest name _table of the world. Again and again he repeats, let all the nations of the world consort with each other with joy and fragrance. Consort ye, O people, with thee, people of all religions with joy and fragrance. Abdu'l-Baha says in a letter to the Baha'is of America, Beware, beware, lest ye offend any heart. Beware, beware, lest ye hurt any soul. Beware, beware, lest ye deal unkindly toward any person. Beware, beware, lest ye be the cause of hopelessness to any creature. Should one become the cause of grief to any one heart, or of despondency to any one soul, it were better to hide oneself in the lowest depths of the earth than to walk upon the earth. He teaches that as the flower is hidden in the bud, so a spirit from God dwells in the heart of every man, no matter how hard and unlovely his exterior. The true Baha'i will treat every man, therefore, as the gardener tends a rare and beautiful plant. He knows that no impatient interference on his part can open the bud into a blossom. Only God's sunshine can do that. Therefore, his aim is to bring that life-giving sunshine into all darkened hearts and homes. Again, Abdu'l-Baha says among the teachings of Baha'u'lláh is one requiring man, under all conditions and circumstances, to be forgiving, to love his enemy, and to consider an ill-wisher as a well-wisher. Not that one should consider another as an enemy and then put up with him and be forbearing toward him. This is hypocrisy and not real love. Nay, rather you must see your enemies as friends, your ill-wishers as well-wishers, and treat them accordingly. Your love and kindness must be real, not merely forbearance for forbearance, if not of the heart, is hypocrisy. Such counsel appears unintelligible and self-contradictory, until we realize that while the outer carnal man may be a hater and ill-wisher, there is in everyone an inner, spiritual nature which is the real man, from whom only love and goodwill can proceed. It is to this real, inner man, in each of our neighbors, that we must direct our thought and love. When he awakens into activity, the outer man will be transformed and renewed. The sin-covering eye. On no subject are the Baha'i teaching more imperative and uncompromising than on the requirement to abstain from fault-finding. Christ spoke very strongly on the same subject, but it has now become usual to regard the Sermon on the Mount as embodying counsels of perfection which the ordinary Christian cannot be expected to live up to. Both Baha'u'lláh and Abdu'l-Baha are at great pains to make it clear that on this subject they mean all they say. We read in the hidden words, O Son of Man, breathe not the sins of others so long as thou art thyself a sinner. Shouldst thou transgress this command, accursed wouldst thou be, and to this I bear witness. O Son of Being, ascribe not to any soul that which thou wouldst not have ascribed to thee, and say not that which thou doest not. This is my command unto thee, do thou observe it. Abdu'l-Baha tells us to be silent concerning the faults of others, to pray for them, and to help them through kindness to correct their faults. To look always at the good and not at the bad. If a man has 10 good qualities and 1 bad one, to look at the 10 and forget the 1, and if a man has 10 bad qualities and 1 good one, to look at the 1 and forget the 10. Never to allow ourselves to speak one unkind word about another, even though that other be our enemy. To an American friend he writes, the worst human quality and the most great sin is backbiting, more especially when it emanates from the tongues of the believers of God. If some means were devised so that the doors of backbiting could be shut eternally, and each one of the believers of God unsealed his lips in praise of others, then the teachings of His Holiness Baha'u'llah would be spread, the hearts illumined, the spirits glorified, and the human world would attain to everlasting felicity. Humility. And while we are commanded to overlook the faults of others and see their virtues, we are commanded, on the other hand, to find out our own faults and take no account of virtues. Baha'u'llah says in the hidden words, O Son of Being, how couldst thou forge thine own faults and busy thyself with the faults of others? Whoso doeth this is accursed of me. O emigrants, the tongue I have designed for the mention of me, defile it not with detraction. If the fire of self overcome you, remember your own faults, and not the faults of my creatures, inasmuch as every one of you knoweth his own self better than he knoweth others. Abdu'l-Baha says, Let your life be an emanation of the kingdom of Christ. He came not to be ministered unto, but to minister. In the religion of Baha'u'llah, all are servants and maidservants, brothers and sisters. As soon as one feels a little better than, a little superior to, the rest, he is in a dangerous position, and unless he casts away the seed of such an evil thought, he is not a fit instrument for the service of the kingdom. Dissatisfaction with oneself is a sign of progress. The soul who is satisfied with himself is the manifestation of Satan, and the one who is not contented with himself is the manifestation of the merciful. If a person has 1,000 good qualities, he must not look at them. Nay, rather he must strive to find out his own defects and imperfections. However much a man may progress, yet he is imperfect, because there is always a point ahead of him. No sooner does he look up towards that point than he becomes dissatisfied with his own condition and aspires to attain to that. Praising one's own self is the sign of selfishness. Although we are commanded to recognize and sincerely repent of our sins, the practice of confession to priests and others is definitely forbidden. Baha'u'llah says in the Glad Tidings, The sinner, when his heart is free from all save God, must seek forgiveness from God alone. Confession before the servants, i.e., before men, is not permissible, for it is not the means or the cause of divine forgiveness. Such confession before the creatures leads to one's humiliation and abasement, and God, exalted by his glory, does not wish for the humiliation of his servants. Verily, he is compassionate and beneficent. The sinner must, between himself and God, beg for mercy from the sea of mercy and implore pardon from the heaven of forgiveness. Truthfulness and honesty. Baha'u'llah says in the Tablet of Tarasat, Verily, honesty is the door of tranquility to all in the world, and the sign of glory from the presence of the Merciful One. Whosoever attains thereto has attained to treasures of wealth and affluence. Honesty is the greatest door to the security and tranquility of mankind. The stability of every affair always depends on it, and the worlds of honor, glory, and affluence are illumined by its light. O people of Baha, honesty is the best garment for your temples and the most splendid crown for your heads. Adhere thereto by the command of the omnipotent commander. Again he says the principle of faith is to lessen words and to increase deeds. He who words exceed his acts, know verily that his non-being is better than his being, his death better than his life. Abdu'l-Baha says, Truthfulness is the foundation of all the virtues of mankind. Without truthfulness, progress and success in all of the worlds are impossible for a soul. When this holy attribute is established in man, all the other divine qualities will also become realized. Let the light of truth and honesty shine from your faces so that all may know that your word in business or pleasure is a word to trust and be sure of. Forget self and work for the whole. Self-realization. N. Baha'u'llah constantly urges men to realize and give full expression to the perfections latent within them, the true inner self as distinguished from the limited outer self, which at best is but the temple, and too often is the prison of the real man. In the hidden words he says, O son of being, with the hands of power I made thee, and with the fingers of strength I created thee, and within thee have I placed the essence of my light. Be thou content with it, and seek naught else, for my work is perfect and my command is binding. Question it not, nor have a doubt thereof. O son of spirit, I created thee rich. Why dost thou bring thyself down to poverty? Noble I made thee, wherewith dost thou abase thyself? Out of the essence of knowledge I gave thee being. Why seekest thou enlightenment from anyone beside me? Out of the clay of love I molded thee. How dost thou busy thyself with another? Turn thy sight unto thyself, that thou mayest find me standing within thee, mighty, powerful, and self-subsisting. O my servant, thou art even as a finely tempered sword concealed in the darkness of its sheath, and its value hidden from the artificer's knowledge. Wherefore come forth from the sheath of self and desire that thy worth may be made resplendent and manifest unto all the world. O my friend, thou art the day star of the heavens of my holiness. Let not the defilement of the world eclipse thy splendor. Rend asunder the veil of heedlessness, that from behind the clouds thou mayest emerge resplendent and array all things with the apparel of life. The life to which Baha'u'llah calls his followers is surely one of such nobility that in all the vast range of human possibility, there is nothing more lofty or beautiful to which man could aspire. Realization of the spiritual self in ourselves means realization of the sublime truth that we are from God and to Him shall we return. This return to God is the glorious goal of the Baha'i. But to attain this goal, the only path is that of obedience to His chosen messengers, and especially to His messenger for the time in which we live, Baha'u'lláh, the prophet of the new era. Chapter 6. Prayer. Prayer is a ladder by which everyone may ascend to heaven. Muhammad. Conversation with God. Prayer, says Abdu'l-Baha, is conversation with God. In order that God may make known His mind and will to men, He must speak to them in a language which they can understand, and this He does by the mouths of His holy prophets. While these prophets are alive in the body, they speak with men face to face and convey to them the message of God. And after their death, their message continues to reach men's minds through their recorded sayings and writings. But this is not the only way in which God can commune with and inspire those whose hearts are seeking after truth, wherever they are, and whatever their native race or tongue. By this language, the manifestation continues to hold converse with the faithful after His departure from the material world. Christ continued to converse with and inspire His disciples after His crucifixion. In fact, He influenced them more powerfully than before, and with other prophets it has been the same. Abdu'l-Baha speaks much of this spiritual language. He says, for instance, we should speak in the language of heaven, in the language of the Spirit, for there is a language of the Spirit and heart. It is as different from our language as our own language is different from that of the animals, who express themselves only by cries and sounds. It is the language of the Spirit which speaks to God. When in prayer we are freed from all outward things and turn to God, then it is as if in our hearts we hear the voice of God. Without words we speak, we communicate, we converse with God and hear the answer. All of us, when we attain to a truly spiritual condition, can hear the voice of God. Baha'u'lláh declares that the higher spiritual truths can be communicated only by means of this spiritual language. The spoken or written word is quite inadequate. In a little book called The Seven Valleys, in which he describes the journey of travelers from the earthly dwelling to the divine home, he says, in speaking of the more advanced stages of the journey, the tongue is unable to give an account of these, and utterance falls exceedingly short. The pen is useless in this court, and the ink gives no result but blackness. Heart alone can communicate. To heart the state of the knower. This is not the work of a messenger, nor can it be contained in letters. The devotional attitude. In order that we may attain the spiritual condition in which conversation with God becomes possible, Abdu'l-Baha says, we must strive to attain to that condition by being separated from all things and from the people of the world, and by turning to God alone. It will take some effort on the part of man to attain to that condition, but he must work for it, strive for it. We can attain to it by thinking and caring less for material things and more for the spiritual. The further we go from the one, the nearer we are to the other. The choice is ours. Our spiritual perception, our inward sight must be opened so that we can see the signs and traces of God's Spirit in everything. Everything can reflect to us the light of the Spirit. Baha'u'lláh has written that seeker, at the dawn of every day, should commune with God, and, with all his soul, persevere in the quest of his beloved. He should consume every wayward thought from the flame of his loving mention. In the same way, Abdu'l-Baha declares, when man allows the Spirit, through his soul, to enlighten his understanding, then does he contain all creation. But on the other hand, when man does not open his mind and heart to the blessing of the Spirit, but turns his soul towards the material side, towards the bodily part of his nature, then has he fallen from his high place and he becomes inferior to the inhabitants of the lower animal kingdom. Again, Baha'u'lláh writes, deliver your souls, O people, from the bondage of self and purify them from all attachment to anything besides me. Remembrance of me cleanseth all things from defilement, could ye but perceive it. Intone, O my servant, the verses of God that have been received by thee, that the sweetness of thy melody may kindle thine own soul, and attract the hearts of all men. Whoso reciteth, in the privacy of his chamber, the verses revealed by God, the scattering angels of the Almighty shall scatter abroad the fragrance of the words uttered by his mouth. Necessity for a mediator. According to Abdu'l-Baha, a mediator is necessary between man and the Creator, one who receives the full light of the divine splendor and radiates it over the human world, as the earth's atmosphere receives and diffuses the warmth of the sun's rays. If we wish to pray, we must have some object on which to concentrate. If we turn to God, we must direct our hearts to a certain center. If man worships God otherwise than through his manifestation, he must first form a conception of God, and that conception is created by his own mind. As the finite cannot comprehend the infinite, so God is not to be comprehended in this fashion. That which man conceives with his own mind he comprehends. That which he can comprehend is not God. That conception of God which a man forms for himself is but a phantasm, an image, an imagination, an illusion. There is no connection between such a conception and the Supreme Being. If a man wishes to know God, he must find him in the perfect mirror, Christ or Baha'u'lláh. In either of these mirrors he will see reflected the sun of divinity. As we know the physical sun by its splendor, by its light and heat, so we know God, the spiritual sun, when he shines forth from the temple of manifestation, by his attributes of perfection, by the beauty of his qualities and by the splendor of his light. Again he says, unless the Holy Spirit become intermediary, one cannot attain directly to the bounties of God. Do not overlook the obvious truth, for it is self-evident that a child cannot be instructed without a teacher, and knowledge is one of the bounties of God. The soil is not covered with grass and vegetation without the rain of the cloud. Therefore the cloud is the intermediary between the divine bounties and the soil. The light hath a center, and if one desire to seek it otherwise than from the center, one can never attain to it. Turn thine attention to the days of Christ. Some people imagine that without the messianic outpourings it was possible to attain to truth, but this very imagination became the cause of the deprivation. A man who tries to worship God without turning to his manifestation is like a man in a dungeon trying through his imagination to revel in the glories of the sunshine. Prayer indispensable and obligatory. The use of prayer is enjoined upon Baha is in no uncertain terms. Baha'u'lláh says, chant or recite the words of God every morning and evening. The one who neglects this has not been faithful to the covenant of God in his agreement, and he who turns away from it today is of those who have turned away from God. Fear God, O my people. Let not too much reading of the sacred word and actions by day or night make you proud. To chant but one verse with joy and gladness is better for you than reading all the revelations of the omnipotent God with carelessness. Chant the tablets of God in such measure that ye be not overtaken with fatigue and depression. Burden not the soul so as to cause exhaustion and languor, but rather refresh it that thus it may soar on the wings of revelation to the dawning place of proofs. This brings you nearer to God, were ye of those who understand. Abdu'l-Baha says to a correspondent, O thou spiritual friend, know thou that prayer is indispensable and obligatory, and man under no pretext whatever is excused therefrom, unless he be mentally unsound or an insurmountable obstacle prevent him. Another correspondent asked, why pray? What is the wisdom thereof? For God has established everything and executes all affairs after the best order. Therefore, what is the wisdom in beseeching and supplicating, and in stating one's wants and seeking help? Abdu'l-Baha replied, know thou, verily it is becoming in a weak one to supplicate to the strong one, and it behooveth a seeker of bounty to beseech the glorious bountiful one. When one supplicates to his Lord, turns to him and seeks bounty from his ocean, this supplication brings light to his heart, illumination to his sight, life to his soul, and exaltation to his being. During thy supplications to God and thy reciting, thy name is my healing. Consider how thine heart is cheered, thy soul delighted by the spirit of the love of God, and thy mind attracted to the kingdom of God. By these attractions one's ability and capacity increase. When the vessel is enlarged, the water increases, and when the thirst grows, the bounty of the cloud becomes agreeable to the taste of man. This is the mystery of supplication and the wisdom of stating one's wants. Baha'u'lláh has revealed 3 daily obligatory prayers. The believer is free to choose any one of these 3 prayers, but is under the obligation of reciting one of them, and in the manner Baha'u'lláh has prescribed. Congregational prayer. The prayers which Baha'u'lláh has ordained as a daily obligation for Baha'is are to be said privately. Only in the case of the prayer for the dead has Baha'u'lláh commanded congregational prayer, and the only requirement is that the believer who reads it aloud and all others present should stand. This differs from the Islamic practice of congregational prayer, in which the believers stand in rows behind an imam who leads the prayer, which is prohibited in the Bahá'í Faith. These ordinances, which are in accordance with Baha'u'llah's abolition of professional clergy, do not mean that he attached no value to meetings for worship. Regarding the value of gathering for prayer, Abdu'l-Baha spoke as follows. Man may say, I can pray to God whenever I wish, when the feelings of my heart are drawn to God, when I am in the wilderness, when I am in the city, or wherever I may be. Why should I go where others are gathered upon a special day, at a certain hour, to unite my prayers with theirs, when I may not be in a frame of mind for praying? To think in this way is useless imagination, for where many are gathered together, their force is greater. Separate soldiers fighting alone and individually have not the force of a united army. If all the soldiers in this spiritual war gather together, then their united spiritual feelings help each other, and their prayers become acceptable. Prayer, the language of love. To someone who asked whether prayer was necessary, since presumably God knows the wishes of all hearts, Abdu'l-Baha replied, "If one friend loves another, is it not natural that he should wish to say so? Though he knows that that friend is aware of his love, does he still not wish to tell him of it? It is true that God knows the wishes of all hearts, but the impulse to pray is a natural one, springing from man's love to God. Prayer need not be in words, but rather in thought and action. But if this love and this desire are lacking, it is useless to try to force them. Words without love mean nothing. If a person talks to you as an unpleasant duty, finding neither love nor enjoyment in the meeting, do you wish to converse with him?" In another talk, he said, "In the highest prayer, men pray only for the love of God, not because they fear him or hell or hope for bounty or heaven. When a man falls in love with a human being, it is impossible for him to keep from mentioning the name of his beloved. How much more difficult is it to keep from mentioning the name of God when one has come to love him? The spiritual man finds no delight in anything save in commemoration of God." Deliverance from calamities. According to the teaching of the prophets, disease and all other forms of calamity are due to disobedience to the divine commands. Even disasters due to floods, hurricanes, and earthquakes are attributed by Abdu'l-Baha indirectly to this cause. The suffering that follows error is not vindictive, however, but educative and remedial. It is God's voice proclaiming to man that he has strayed from the right path. If the suffering is terrible, it is only because the danger of wrongdoing is more terrible, for the wages of sin is death. Just as calamity is due to disobedience, so deliverance from calamity can be obtained only by obedience. There is no chance or uncertainty about the matter. Turning from God inevitably brings disaster, and turning to God as inevitably brings blessing. As the whole of humanity is one organism, however, the welfare of each individual depends not only on his own behavior, but on that of his neighbors. If one does wrong, all suffer in greater or less degree, while if one does well, all benefit. Each has to bear his neighbor's burdens to some extent, and the best of mankind are those who bear the biggest burdens. The saints have always suffered abundantly, the prophets have suffered superlatively. Baha'u'lláh says in the book of Akka, "You must undoubtedly have been informed of the tribulations, the poverty, the ills, and the degradation that have befallen every prophet of God and his companions. You must have heard how the heads of their followers were sent as presents unto different cities. This is not because the saints and prophets have merited punishment above other men. Nay, they often suffer for the sins of others and choose to suffer for the sake of others. Their concern is for the world's welfare, not for their own. The prayer of the true lover of humanity is not that he, as an individual, may escape poverty, ill health, or disaster, but that mankind may be saved from ignorance and error and the ills that inevitably flow from them. If he wishes health or wealth for himself, it is in order that he may serve the kingdom, and if physical health and wealth are denied him, he accepts his lot with radiant acquiescence, well knowing that there is a right wisdom in whatever befalls him in the path of God. Abdu'l-Baha says, "Grief and sorrow do not come to us by chance, they are sent by the divine mercy for our perfecting. When grief and sorrow come, then will a man remember his Father who is in heaven, who is able to deliver him from his humiliations. The more a man is chastened, the greater is the harvest of spiritual virtues shown forth by him." At first sight it may seem very unjust that the innocent should suffer for the guilty, but Abdu'l-Baha assures us that the injustice is only apparent and that, in the long run, perfect justice prevails. He writes, "As to the subject of babes and children, and weak ones who are afflicted by the hands of the oppressors, for those souls there is a recompense in another world, that suffering is the greatest mercy of God. Verily that mercy of the Lord is far better than all the comfort of this world, and the growth and development appertaining to this place of mortality." Prayer and natural law. Many find a difficulty in believing in the efficacy of prayer because they think that answers to prayer would involve arbitrary interference with the laws of nature. An analogy may help to remove this difficulty. If a magnet be held over some iron filings, the latter will fly upwards and cling to it, but this involves no interference with the law of gravitation. The force of gravity continues to act on the filings just as before. What has happened is that a superior force has been brought into play, another force, whose action is just as regular and calculable as that of gravity. The Baha'i view is that prayer brings into action higher forces, as yet comparatively little known, but there seems no reason to believe that these forces are more arbitrary in their action than the physical forces. The difference is that they have not yet been fully studied and experimentally investigated, and their action appears mysterious and incalculable because of our ignorance. Another difficulty which some find perplexing is that prayer seems too feeble a force to produce the great results often claimed to it. Analogy may serve to clear up this difficulty also. A small force, when applied to the sluice gate of a reservoir, may release and regulate an enormous flow of water power, or when applied to the steering gear of an ocean liner, may control the course of the huge vessel. In the Baha'i view, the power that brings about answers to prayer is the inexhaustible power of God. The part of the suppliant is only to exert the feeble force necessary to release the flow or determine the course of the divine bounty, which is ever ready to serve those who have learned how to draw upon it. Baha'i prayers. Bahá'u'lláh and Abdu'l-Baha have revealed innumerable prayers for the use of their followers at various times and for various purposes. The greatness of conception and depth of spirituality revealed in these utterances must impress every thoughtful student, but only by making their use a regular and important part of one's daily life can their significance be fully appreciated and their power for good realized. Unfortunately, considerations of space prevent our giving more than a very few short specimens of these prayers. For further examples, the reader must be referred to other works. O my Lord, make thy beauty to be my food, and thy presence my drink, and thy pleasure my hope, and praise of thee my action, and remembrance of thee, my companion, and the power of thy sovereignty, my succorer, and thy habitation my home, and my dwelling place the seat thou hast sanctified from the limitations imposed upon them, who are shut out as by a veil from thee. Thou art verily the Almighty, the All-Glorious, the most powerful. Bahá'u'lláh. I bear witness, O my God, that thou hast created me to know thee and to worship thee. I testify, at this moment, to my powerlessness and to thy might, to my poverty and to thy wealth. There is none other God but thee, the help in peril, the self-subsisting. Bahá'u'lláh. O my God, unite the hearts of thy servants and reveal to them thy great purpose. May they follow thy commandments and abide in thy law. Help them, O God, in their endeavor, and grant them strength to serve thee. O God, leave them not to themselves, but guide their steps by the light of knowledge, and cheer their hearts by thy love. Verily, thou art their helper and their Lord. Bahá'u'lláh. O thou kind Lord, thou hast created all humanity from the same stock. Thou hast decreed that all shall belong to the same household. In thy holy presence they are all thy servants, and all mankind are sheltered beneath thy tabernacle. All have gathered together at thy table of bounty. All are illumined through the light of thy providence. O God, thou art kind to all, thou hast provided for all, dost shelter all, conferrest life upon all. Thou hast endowed each and all with talents and faculties, and all are submerged in the ocean of thy mercy. O thou kind Lord, unite it all. Let the religions agree and make the nations one, so that they may see each other as one family and the whole earth as one home. May they all live together in perfect harmony. O God, raise aloft the banner of the oneness of mankind. O God, establish the most great peace. Cement thou, O God, the hearts together. O thou kind Father, O God, gladden our hearts through the fragrance of thy love. Brighten our eyes through the light of thy guidance. Delight our ears with the melody of thy word, and shelter us all in the stronghold of thy providence. Thou art the might and powerful. Thou art the forgiving, and thou art the one who overlookest the shortcomings of all mankind. Abdu'l-Baha. O thou Almighty, I am a sinner, but thou art the forgiver. I am full of shortcomings, but thou art the compassionate. I am in darkness of error, but thou art the light of pardon. Therefore, O thou benevolent God, forgive my sins, grant thy bestowals, overlook my faults, provide for me a shelter, immerse me in the fountain of thy patience, and heal me of all sickness and disease. Purify and sanctify me. Give me a portion from the outpouring of holiness, so that sorrow and sadness may vanish, joy and happiness descend, despondency and hopelessness be changed into cheerfulness and trustfulness, and courage take the place of fear. Verily thou art the forgiver, the compassionate, and thou art the generous, the beloved. Abdu'l-Baha. And, O compassionate God, thanks be to thee, for thou hast awakened and made me conscious. Thou hast given me a seeing eye and favored me with a hearing ear, hast led me to thy kingdom, and guided me to thy path. Thou hast shown me the right way, and caused me to enter the ark of deliverance. O God, keep me steadfast and make me firm and staunch. Protect me from violent tests and preserve and shelter me in the strongly fortified fortress of thy covenant and testament. Thou art the powerful. Thou art the seeing. Thou art the hearing. O thou, the compassionate God, bestow upon me a heart which, like unto glass, may be illumined with the light of thy love, and confer upon me a thought which may change this world into a rose garden through the spiritual bounty. Thou art the compassionate, the merciful. Thou art the great beneficent God. Abdu'l-Baha. Baha'i prayer is not, however, confined to the use of prescribed forms, important as those are. Baha'u'lláh teaches that one's whole life should be a prayer, that work done in the right spirit is worship, that every thought, word, and deed devoted to the glory of God and the good of one's fellows is prayer, in the truest sense of the word. Chapter 7, Health and Healing. Turning the face towards God brings healing to the body, the mind, and the soul. Abdu'l-Baha. Body and soul. According to the Baha'i teaching, the human body serves a temporary purpose in the development of the soul, and when that purpose has been served, is laid aside, just as the eggshell serves a temporary purpose in the development of the chick, and when that purpose has been served, is broken and discarded. Abdu'l-Baha says that the physical body is incapable of immortality, for it is a composite thing built up of atoms and molecules, and like all things that are composed, in time become decomposed. The body should be the servant of the soul, never its master, but it should be a willing, obedient, and efficient servant, and should be treated with the consideration which a good servant deserves. If it is not properly treated, disease and disaster result, with injurious consequences to master as well as servant. Oneness of all life. All life. The essential oneness of all the myriad forms and grades of life is one of the fundamental teachings of Baha'u'llah. Our physical health is so linked up with our mental, moral, and spiritual health, and also with the individual and social health of our fellow men, nay, even with the life of the animals and plants, that each of these is affected by the others to a far greater extent than is usually realized. There is no command of the Prophet, therefore, to whatever department of life it may primarily refer, which does not concern bodily health. Certain of the teachings, however, have a more direct bearing on physical health than others, and these we may now proceed to examine. Simple life. Abdu'l-Baha says, economy is the foundation of human prosperity. The spendthrift is always in trouble. Prodigality on the part of any person is an unpardonable sin. We must never live on others like a parasitic plant. Every person must have a profession, whether it be literary or manual, and must live a clean, manly, honest life, an example of purity to be imitated by others. It is more kingly to be satisfied with a crust of stale bread than to enjoy a sumptuous dinner of many courses, the money for which comes out of the pockets of others. The mind of a contented person is always peaceful and his heart at rest. Animal food is not forbidden, but Abdu'l-Baha says fruits and grains will be the foods of the future. The time will come when meat will no longer be eaten. Medical science is only in its infancy, yet it has shown that our natural diet is that which grows out of the ground. Alcohol and narcotics. The use of narcotics and intoxicants of any kind, except as remedies in case of illness, is strictly forbidden by Baha'u'llah. Enjoyments. The Baha'i teaching is based on moderation, not as asceticism. Enjoyment of the good and beautiful things of life, both material and spiritual, is not only encouraged but enjoined. Baha'u'llah says, deprive not yourselves of that which has been created for you. Again he says, it is incumbent upon you that exultation and glad tidings be manifest in your faces. Abdu'l-Baha says, all that has been created is for man, who is at the apex of creation, and he must be thankful for the divine bestowals. All material things are for us, so that through our gratitude we may learn to understand life as a divine benefit. If we are disgusted with life, we are ingrates, for our material and spiritual existence are the outward evidences of the divine mercy. Therefore we must be happy and spend our time in praises, appreciating all things. Asked whether the Baha'i prohibition of gambling applies to game of every description, Abdu'l-Baha replied, no, some games are innocent, and if pursued for pastime there is no harm. But there is danger that pastime may degenerate into waste of time. Waste of time is not acceptable in the cause of God, but recreation which may improve the bodily powers, as exercise, is desirable. Cleanliness. Baha'u'llah says in the Book of Acts, Be the essence of cleanliness among mankind. Under all circumstances conform yourselves to refined manners. Let no trace of uncleanliness appear on your clothes. Immerse yourselves in pure water. A water which hath been used is not allowable. Verily we have desired to see in you the manifestations of paradise on earth, so that there may be diffused from you that whereat the hearts of the favored ones shall rejoice. Mirza Abul al-Fadl points out the extreme importance of these commands, more especially in some parts of the East, where water of the foulest description is often used for household purposes, for bathing and even for drinking, and horribly insanitary conditions abound, causing a vast amount of preventable disease and misery. These conditions, often supposed to be sanctioned by the prevailing religion, can be changed, among Orientals, only by the commandment of one who is believed to have divine authority. In many parts of the Western Hemisphere, too, a wonderful transformation would result were cleanliness accepted not only as next to godliness, but as an essential part of godliness. Effective obedience to prophetic commands. The bearing on health of these commands relating to the simple life, hygiene, abstinence from alcohol and opium, etc., is too obvious to call for much comment, although their vital importance is apt to be greatly underestimated. Were they to be generally observed, most of the infectious diseases and a good many others would soon vanish from among men. The amount of illness caused by neglect of simple hygienic precautions and by indulgence in alcohol and opium is prodigious. Moreover, obedience to these commands would not only affect health, but would have an enormous effect for good on character and conduct. Alcohol and opium affect a man's conscience long before they affect his gait or cause obvious bodily disease, so that the moral spiritual gain from abstinence would be even greater than the physical. With regard to cleanliness, Abdu'l-Baha says external cleanliness, although it is but a physical thing, has great influence upon spirituality. The fact of having a pure and spotless body exercises an influence upon the spirit of man. Were the commands of the prophets concerning chastity in sexual relations generally observed, another fertile cause of disease would be eliminated. The loathsome venereal diseases, which wreck the health of so many thousands today, innocent as well as guilty, babes as well as parents, would very soon be entirely a thing of the past. Were the commands of the prophets concerning justice, mutual aid, loving one's neighbor as oneself, carried out, how could overcrowding, sweated labor, and sordid poverty on the one hand, together with self-indulgence, idleness, and sordid luxury on the other, continue to work mental, moral, and physical ruin? Simple obedience to the hygienic and moral commands of Moses, Buddha, Christ, Muhammad, or Baha'u'llah would do more in the way of preventing disease than all the doctors and all the public health regulations in the world have been able to accomplish. In fact, it seems certain that were such obedience general, good health would also become general. Instead of lives being blighted by disease of cut off in infancy, youth, or prime, as so frequently happens now, men would live to a ripe old age, like sound fruits that mature and mellow ere they drop from the bough. The prophet as physician. We live in a world, however, where from time immemorial obedience to the commands of the prophets has been the exception rather than the rule, where love of self has been a more prevalent motive than love of God, where limited and party interests have taken precedence of the interests of humanity as a whole, where material possessions and sensual pleasures have been preferred to the social and spiritual welfare of mankind. Hence have arisen fierce competition and conflict, oppression and tyranny, extremes of wealth and poverty, all those conditions which breed disease, mental and physical. As a consequence, the whole tree of humanity is sick, and every leaf on the tree shares in the general sickness. Even the purest and holiest have to suffer for the sins of others. Healing is needed, healing of humanity as a whole, of nations and of individuals. So Baha'u'lláh, like his inspired predecessors, not only shows how health is to be maintained, but also how it may be recovered when lost. He comes as the great physician, the healer of the world's sicknesses, both of body and of mind. Healing by material means in the Western world of today, there is evident a remarkable revival of belief in the efficacy of healing by mental and spiritual means. Indeed, many, in their revolt against the materialistic ideals about disease and its treatment which prevailed in the 19th century, have gone to the opposite extreme of denying that material remedies or hygienic methods have any value whatsoever. Baha'u'lláh recognizes the value of both material and spiritual remedies. He teaches that the science and art of healing must be developed, encouraged, and perfected, so that all means of healing may be used to the best advantage, each in its appropriate sphere. When members of Baha'u'llah's own family were sick, a professional physician was called in, and this practice is recommended to his followers. He says, should you be attacked by illness or disease, consult skillful physicians. This is quite in accordance with the Baha'i attitude towards science and art generally. All sciences and arts which are for the benefit of mankind, even in a material way, are to be esteemed and promoted. Through science, man becomes the master of material things. Through ignorance, he remains their slave. Baha'u'lláh writes, "Do not neglect medical treatment when it is necessary, but leave it off when health has been restored. Treat disease through diet, by preference refraining from the use of drugs, and if you find what is required in a single herb, do not resort to a compound medicament. Abstain from drugs when the health is good, but administer them when necessary. Tablet to a physician." In one of his tablets, Abdu'l-Baha says, "So seeker after truth. There are two ways of healing sickness, material means and spiritual means. The first way is through the use of material remedies. The second consists in praying to God and in turning to Him. Both means should be used and practiced. Moreover, they are not incompatible, and you should accept the physical remedies as coming from the mercy and favor of God, who has revealed and made manifest medical knowledge, so that His servants may profit by this kind of treatment also. He teaches that, were our natural tastes and instincts not vitiated by foolish and unnatural modes of living, they would become reliable guides in the choice both of appropriate diet and of medicinal fruits, herbs, and other remedies, as is the case with wild animals." In an interesting talk on healing, recorded in Some Answered Questions, p. 298, he says in conclusion, "It is therefore evident that it is possible to cure by foods, aliments, and fruits. But as today the science of medicine is imperfect, this fact is not yet fully grasped. When the science of medicine reaches perfection, treatment will be given by foods, aliments, fragrant fruits, and vegetables, and by various waters, hot and cold in temperature. Even when the means of healing are material, the power that heals is really divine, for the attributes of the herb of mineral are from the divine bestowals. All depends upon God. Medicine is merely an outward form or means by which we obtain heavenly healing. Healing by non-material means." He teaches that there are also many methods of healing without material means. There is a contagion of health, as well as a contagion of disease, although the former is very slow and has a small effect, while the latter is often violent and rapid in its action. Much more powerful effects result from the patient's own mental states, and suggestion may play an important part in determining these states. Fear, anger, worry, etc. are very prejudicial to health, while hope, love, joy, etc. are correspondingly beneficial. Thus Baha'u'lláh says, "Verily the most necessary thing is contentment under all circumstances. By this one is preserved from morbid conditions and lassitude. Yield not to grief and sorrow, they cause the greatest misery. Jealousy consumeth the body, and anger doth burn the liver. Avoid these two as you would a lion." And Abdu'l-Baha says, "Joy gives us wings. In times of joy our strength is more vital, our intellect keener. But when sadness visits us, our strength leaves us." Of another form of mental healing, Abdu'l-Baha writes that it results from the entire concentration of the mind of a strong person upon a sick person, when the latter expects with all his concentrated faith that a cure will be effected from the spiritual power of the strong person, to such an extent that there will be a cordial connection between the strong person and the invalid. The strong person makes every effort to cure the sick patient, and the sick patient is then sure of receiving a cure. From the effect of these mental impressions, an excitement of the nerves is produced, and this impression and this excitement of the nerves will become the cause of the recovery of the sick person. All these methods of healing, however, are limited in their effects, and may fail to effect a cure in severe maladies. The power of the Holy Spirit. The most potent means of healing is the power of the Holy Spirit. This does not depend on contact, nor on sight, nor upon presence. Whether the disease be light or severe, whether there be a contact of bodies or not, whether a personal connection be established between the sick person and the healer or not, this healing takes place through the power of the Holy Spirit. In a talk with Miss Ethel Rosenberg in October 1904, Abdu'l-Baha said, "The healing that is by the power of the Holy Spirit needs no special concentration or contact. It is through the wish or desire and the prayer of the holy person. The one who is sick may be in the east and the healer in the west, and they may not have been acquainted with each other. But as soon as that holy person turns his heart to God and begins to pray, the sick one is healed. This is a gift belonging to the holy manifestations and those who are in the highest station." Of this nature, apparently, were the works of healing performed by Christ and his apostles, and similar works of healing have been attributed to holy men in all ages. Both Baha'u'lláh and Abdu'l-Baha were gifted with this power, and similar powers are promised to their faithful followers. Attitude of the patient. In order that the power of spiritual healing may be brought fully into operation, certain requirements are necessary on the part of the patient, of the healer, of the patient's friends, and of the community at large. On the part of the patient, the prime requisite is turning with all the heart to God, with implicit trust both in His power and in His will to do whatever is best. To an American lady in August 1912, Abdu'l-Baha said, "All of these ailments will pass away and you will receive perfect physical and spiritual health. Let your heart be confident and assured that through the bounty of Baha'u'llah, through the favor of Baha'u'llah, everything will become pleasant for you. But you must turn your face wholly towards the Abba, all-glorious kingdom, giving perfect attention, the same attention that Mary Magdalene gave to His Holiness Christ, and I assure you that you will get physical and spiritual health. You are worthy. I give you the glad tidings that you are worthy because your heart is pure. Be confident. Be happy. Be rejoiced. Be hopeful." Although in this particular case Abdu'l-Baha guaranteed the attainment of sound physical health, he does not do so in every case, even where there is strong faith on the part of the individual. To a pilgrim in Akka he said, "The prayers which were written for the purpose of healing are both for the spiritual and material healing. If healing is best for the patient, surely it will be granted. For some who are sick, healing for them shall be the cause of other ills. Thus it is that wisdom does not decree the answer to some prayers. O maidservant of God, the power of the Holy Spirit heals both material and spiritual ills." Again he writes to one who is ill, "Verily the will of God acts sometimes in a way for which mankind is unable to find out the reason. The causes and reasons shall appear. Trust in God and confide in Him, and resign thyself to the will of God. Verily thy God is affectionate, compassionate, and merciful, and will cause His mercy to descend upon thee." He teaches that spiritual health is conducive to physical health, but physical health depends upon many factors, some of which are outside the control of the individual. Even the most exemplary spiritual attitude on the part of the individual, therefore, may not ensure physical health in every case. The holiest men and women sometimes suffer illness. Nevertheless, the beneficent influence on bodily health which results from a right spiritual attitude is far more potent than is generally imagined, and is sufficient to banish ill health in a large proportion of cases. Abdu'l-Baha wrote to an English lady, "You have written about the weakness of your body. I ask from the bounties of Baha'u'llah that your spirit may become strong, that through the strength of your spirit your body also may be healed." Again he says, "God hath bestowed upon man such wonderful powers that he might ever look upward and receive, among other gifts, healing from his divine bounty. But, alas, man is not grateful for this supreme good, but sleeps the sleep of negligence, being careless of the great mercy which God has shown towards him, turning his face away from the light and going on his way in darkness." The healer. And the power of spiritual healing is doubtless common to all mankind in greater or less degree, but just as some men are endowed with exceptional talent for mathematics or music, so others appear to be endowed with exceptional aptitude for healing. These are the people who ought to make the healing art their life work. Unfortunately, so materialistic has the world become in recent centuries that the very possibility of spiritual healing has to a large extent been lost sight of. Like all other talents, the gift of healing has to be recognized, trained, and educated in order that it may attain its highest development and power. And there are probably thousands in the world today, richly dowered with natural aptitude for healing, in whom this precious gift is lying dormant and inactive. When the potentialities of mental and spiritual treatment are more fully realized, the healing art will be transformed and ennobled and its efficacy immeasurably increased. And when this new knowledge and power in the healer are combined with lively faith and hope on the part of the patient, wonderful results may be looked for. In God must be our trust. There is no God but Him, the healer, the knower, the helper. Nothing in earth or heaven is outside the grasp of God. O physician, in treating the sick, first mention the name of thy God, the possessor of the day of judgment, and then use what God hath destined for the healing of His creatures. By my life, the physician who has drunk from the wine of my love, his visit is healing, and his breath is mercy and hope. Cling to him for the welfare of the Constitution. He is confirmed by God in his treatment. This knowledge of the healing art is the most important of all the sciences, for it is the greatest means from God, the life-giver to the dust, for preserving the bodies of all people, and He has put it in the forefront of all sciences and wisdoms. For this is the day when you must arise for my victory. Thy name is my healing, O my God, and remembrance of thee is my remedy. Nearness to thee is my hope, and love for thee is my companion. Thy mercy to me is my healing and my succor in both this world and the world to come. Thou verily art thee. All bountiful, the all-knowing, the all-wise. Baa'u'lláh. Abdu'l-Baha writes, He who is filled with love of Baha and forgets all things, the Holy Spirit will be heard from his lips, and the spirit of life will fill his heart. Words will issue from his lips in strands of pearls, and all sickness and disease will be healed by the laying on of the hands. O thou pure and spiritual one, turn thou toward God with thy heart beating with his love, devoted to his praise, gazing towards his kingdom, and seeking help from his Holy Spirit in a state of ecstasy, rapture, love, yearning, joy, and fragrance. God will assist thee, through a spirit from his presence, to heal sickness and disease. Continue in healing hearts and bodies, and seek healing for sick persons by turning unto the Supreme Kingdom, and by setting the heart upon obtaining healing through the power of the greatest name, and by the spirit of the love of God. How all can help. The work of healing the sick, however, is a matter that concerns not the patient and the practitioner only, but everyone. All must help by sympathy and service, by right living and right thinking, and especially by prayer, for of all remedies prayer is the most potent. Supplication and prayer on behalf of others, says Abdu'l-Baha, will surely be effective. The friends of the patient have a special responsibility, for their influence, either for good or ill, is most direct and powerful. In how many cases of sickness the issue depends mainly on the ministrations of parents, friends, or neighbors of the helpless sufferer. Even the members of the community at large have an influence in every case of sickness. In individual cases that influence may not appear great, yet in the mass the effect is potent. Everyone is affected by the social atmosphere in which he lives, by the general prevalence of faith or materialism, of virtue or vice, of cheerfulness, of depression, and each individual has his share in determining the state of that social atmosphere. It may not be possible for everyone, in the present state of the world, to attain to perfect health, but it is possible for everyone to become a willing channel for the health-giving power of the Holy Spirit, and thus to exert a healing, helpful influence both on his own body and on all with whom he comes in contact. Few duties are impressed on Baha is more repeatedly and emphatically than that of healing the sick, and many beautiful prayers for healing have been revealed by both Baha'u'lláh and Abdu'l-Baha. The Golden Age. J. Baha'u'lláh gives the assurance that, through harmonious cooperation of patients, healers, and the community in general, and by appropriate use of the various means to health, material, mental, and spiritual, the Golden Age may be realized, when, by the power of God, all sorrow will be turned into joy, and all disease into health. Abdu'l-Baha says that when the divine message is understood, all troubles will vanish. Again, he says, when the material world and the divine world are well correlated, when the hearts become heavenly and the aspirations pure, perfect connection shall take place. Then shall this power produce a perfect manifestation. Physical and spiritual diseases will then receive absolute healing. Right use of health. In concluding this chapter, it will be well to recall Abdu'l-Baha's teaching as to the right use of physical health. In one of his tablets to the Baha'is of Washington, he says, if the health and well-being of the body be expended in the path of the kingdom, this is very acceptable and praiseworthy, and if it be expended to the benefit of the human world in general, even though it be to their material or bodily benefit and be a means of doing good, that is also acceptable. But if the health and welfare of man be spent in sensual desires, in a life on the animal plane, and in devilish pursuits, then disease were better than such health, nay, death itself were preferable to such a life. If thou art desirous of health, wish thou health for serving the kingdom. I hope that thou mayest attain perfect insight, inflexible resolution, complete health, and spiritual and physical strength, in order that thou mayest drink from the fountain of eternal life, and be assisted by the spirit of divine confirmation. Chapter 8. Religious Unity. O ye that dwell on earth, the distinguishing feature that marketh the preeminent character of this supreme revelation consisteth in that we have, on the one hand, blotted out from the pages of God's book whatsoever hath been the cause of strife, of malice and mischief amongst the children of men, and have, on the other, laid down the essential prerequisites of concord, of understanding, of complete and enduring unity. Well is it with them that keep my statutes. Sectarianism in the 19th century. Never, perhaps, did the world seem farther away from religious unity than in the 19th century. For many centuries had the great religious communities, the Zoroastrian, Mosaic, Buddhist, Christian, Mohammedan, and others, been existing side by side, but instead of blending together into a harmonious whole, they had been at constant enmity and strife, each against the others. Not only so, but each had become split up, by division after division, into an increasing number of sects which were often bitterly opposed to each other. Yet Christ had said, "By this shall all men know that ye are my disciples, if ye have love one to another." And Muhammad had said, "This your religion is the one religion. To you hath God prescribed the faith which he commanded unto Noah, and which we have revealed unto thee, and which we commanded unto Abraham and Moses and Jesus, saying, Observe this faith, and be not divided into sects therein." The founder of every one of the great religions had called his followers to love and unity, but in every case the aim of the founder was to a large extent lost sight of in a welter of intolerance and bigotry, formalism and hypocrisy, corruption and misrepresentation, schism and contention. The aggregate number of more or less hostile sects in the world was probably greater at the commencement of the Baha'i era than at any previous period in human history. It seemed as if humanity at that time were experimenting with every possible kind of religious belief, with every possible sort of ritual and ceremonial observance, with every possible variety of moral code. At the same time, an increasing number of men were devoting their energies to fearless investigation and critical examination of the laws of nature and the foundations of belief. New scientific knowledge was being rapidly acquired, and new solutions were being found for many of the problems of life. The development of inventions such as steamship and railway, postal system and press greatly aided the diffusion of ideas and the fertilizing contact of widely different types of thought and life. The so-called conflict between religion and science became a fierce battle. In the Christian world, biblical criticism combined with physical science to dispute, and to some extent to refute, the authority of the Bible, an authority that for centuries had been the generally accepted basis of belief. A rapidly increasing proportion of the population became skeptical about the teachings of the churches. A large number even of religious priests secretly or openly entertained doubts or reservations regarding the creeds adhered to by their respective denominations. This ferment and flux of opinion, with increasing recognition of the inadequacy of the old orthodoxies and dogmas, and groping and striving after fuller knowledge and understanding, were not confined to Christian countries, but were manifest, more or less, and in different forms among the people of all countries and religions. The message of Baha'u'lláh. It was when this state of conflict and confusion was at its height that Baha'u'lláh sounded his great trumpet call to humanity. That all nations should become one in faith and all men as brothers, that the bonds of affection and unity between the sons of men should be strengthened, that diversity of religion should cease, and differences of race be annulled. These strifes and this bloodshed and discord must cease, and all men be as one kindred and one family. It is a glorious message, but how are its proposals to be carried into effect? Prophets have preached, poets have sung, and saints have prayed about these things for thousands of years, but diversities of religion have not ceased, nor have strife and bloodshed and discord been annulled. What is there to show that now the miracle is to be accomplished? Are there any new factors in the situation? Is not human nature the same as it ever was, and will it not continue to be the same while the world lasts? If two people want the same thing, or two nations, will they not fight for it in the future as they have done in the past? If Moses, Buddha, Christ, and Muhammad failed to achieve world unity, will Bahá'í succeed? If all previous faiths become corrupted and rent asunder into sects, will not the Bahá'í Faith share the same fate? Let us see what answer the Bahá'í teachings give to these and similar questions. Can human nature change? Education and religion are alike based on the assumption that it is possible to change human nature. In fact, it requires but little investigation to show that the one thing we can say with certainty about any living thing is that it cannot keep from changing. Without change, there can be no life. Even the mineral cannot resist change, and the higher we go in the scale of being, the more varied, complex, and wonderful do the changes become. Moreover, in progress and development among creatures of all grades, we find two kinds of change, one slow, gradual, often almost imperceptible, and the other rapid, sudden, and dramatic. The latter occur at what are called critical stages of development. In the case of minerals, we find such critical stages at the melting and boiling points. For example, when the solid suddenly becomes a liquid or the liquid becomes a gas. In the case of plants, we see such critical stages when the seed begins to germinate or the bud bursts into leaf. In the animal world, we see the same on every hand, as when the grub suddenly changes into a butterfly, the chick emerges from its shell, or the babe is born from its mother's womb. In the higher life of the soul, we often see a similar transformation, when a man is born again, and his whole being becomes radically changes in its aims, its character, and activities. Such critical stages often affect a whole species or multitude of species simultaneously, as when vegetation of all kinds suddenly bursts into new life in springtime. Bahá'u'lláh declares that just as lesser living things have times of sudden emergence into new and fuller life, so for mankind also a critical stage, a time of rebirth, is at hand. Then modes of life, which have persisted from the dawn of history up till now, will be quickly, irrevocably altered, and humanity enter on a new phase of life, as different from the old as the butterfly is different from the caterpillar, or the bird from the egg. Mankind as a whole, in the light of new revelation, will attain to a new vision of truth, as a whole country is illumined when the sun rises, so that all men see clearly, where but an hour before everything was dark and dim. This is a new cycle of human power, says Abdu'l-Baha. All the horizons of the world are luminous, and the world will become indeed as a rose garden and a paradise. The analogies of nature are all in favor of such a view. The prophets of old have with one accord foretold the advent of such a glorious day. The signs of the times show clearly that profound and revolutionary changes in human ideas and institutions are even now in progress. What could be more futile and baseless, therefore, than the pessimistic argument that, although all things else change, human nature cannot change? First steps toward unity. As a means of promoting religious unity, Bahá'u'lláh advocates the utmost charity and tolerance, and calls on his followers to consort with the people of all religions with joy and gladness. In his last will and testament he says, "Contention and conflict hath he strictly forbidding in his book. Such is the command of the Lord, in this all highest revelation, a command which he hath exempted from all annulment, and arrayed with the adorning of his confirmation. O ye people of the world, the religion of God is for the sake of love and union, make it not the cause of enmity and conflict. The hope is cherished, that the people of Baha shall ever turn unto the hallowed word, lo, all things are of God, the all-glorious word that, like unto water, quencheth the fire of hate and rancor which doth smolder in hearts and breasts. By this one word shall the diverse sects of the world attain unto the light of real union. Verily the truth he speaketh, and to the path he leadeth, and he is the mighty, the gracious, the bounteous." Abdu'l-Baha says, "All must abandon prejudices and must even go to each other's churches and mosques. For, in all of these worshipping places, the name of God is mentioned. Since all gather to worship God, what difference is there? None of them worship Satan. The Mohammedans must go to the churches of the Christians and the synagogues of the Jews, and vice versa. The others must go to the Mohammedan mosques. They hold aloof from one another merely because of unfounded prejudices and dogmas. In America, I went to the Jewish synagogues, which are similar to the Christian churches, and I saw them worshiping God everywhere. In many of these places, I spoke about the original foundations of the divine religions, and I explained to them the proofs of the validity of the divine prophets and of the holy manifestations. I encouraged them to do away with blind imitations. All of the leaders must likewise go to each other's churches and speak of the foundation and of the fundamental principles of the divine religions. In the utmost unity and harmony, they must worship God in the worshiping places of one another, and must abandon fanaticism. Were even these first steps accomplished and a state of friendly mutual tolerance established between the various religious sects, what a wonderful change would be brought about in the world. In order that real unity may be achieved, however, something more than this is required. For the disease of sectarianism, tolerance is a valuable palliative, but it is not a radical cure. It does not remove the cause of the trouble. The problem of authority. The different religious communities have failed to unite in the past, because the adherents of each have regarded the founder of their own community as the one supreme authority, and his law as the divine law. Any prophet who proclaimed a different message was, therefore, regarded as an enemy of the truth. The different sects of each community have separated for similar reasons. The adherents of each have accepted some subordinate authority and regarded some particular version or interpretation of the founder's message as the one true faith, and all others as wrong. It is obvious that while this state of matters exists, no true unity is possible. Bahá'u'lláh, on the other hand, teaches that all the prophets were bearers of authentic messages from God, that each in his day gave the highest teachings of all are essentially in harmony and are parts of a great plan for the education and the unification of humanity. He calls on the people of all denominations to show their reverence for their prophets by devoting their lives to the accomplishment of that unity for which all the prophets labored and suffered. In his letter to Queen Victoria, he likens the world to a sick man whose malady is aggravated because he has fallen into the hands of unskilled physicians, and he tells how the remedy may be effected. That which the Lord hath ordained as the sovereign remedy and mightiest instrument for the healing of all the world is the union of all its peoples in one universal cause, one common faith. This can in no wise be achieved except through the power of a skilled and all-powerful and inspired physician. This, verily, is the truth, and all else naught but error. Progressive revelation. Ain. A great stumbling block to many, in the way of religious unity, is the difference between the revelations given by the different prophets. What is commanded by one is forbidden by another. How then can both be right? How can both be proclaiming the will of God? Surely the truth is one and cannot change. Yes, the absolute truth is one and cannot change, but the absolute truth is infinitely beyond the present range of human understanding, and our conceptions of it must constantly change. Our earlier, imperfect ideas will be by the grace of God replaced, as time goes on, by more and more adequate conceptions. Baha'u'lláh says, O people, words are revealed according to capacity so that the beginners may make progress. The milk must be given according to measure so that the babe of the world may enter into the realm of grandeur and be established in the court of unity. It is milk that strengthens the babe so that it can digest more solid food later on. To say that because one prophet is right in giving a certain teaching at a certain time, therefore another prophet must be wrong who gives a different teaching at a different time, is like saying that because milk is the best food for the newborn babe, therefore milk and nothing but milk should be the food of the grown man also, and to give any other diet would be wrong. Abdu'l-Baha says, N. Each divine revelation is divided into two parts. The first part is essential and belongs to the eternal world. It is the exposition of divine truths and essential principles. It is the expression of the love of God. This is one in all the religions, unchangeable and immutable. The second part is not eternal. It deals with practical life, transactions and business, and changes according to the evolution of man and the requirements of the time of each prophet. For example, during the Mosaic period, the hand of a person was cut off in punishment of a small theft. There was a law of an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. But as these laws were not expedient in the time of Christ, they were abrogated. Likewise, divorce had become so universal that there remained no fixed laws of marriage, therefore His Holiness Christ forbade divorce. According to the exigencies of the time, His Holiness Moses revealed 10 laws for capital punishment. It was impossible at that time to protect the community and to preserve social security without these severe measures, for the children of Israel lived in the wilderness of Ta, where there were no established courts of justice and no penitentiaries. But this code of conduct was not needed in the time of Christ. The history of the second part of religion is unimportant, because it relates to the customs of this life only, but the foundation of the religion of God is one, and His Holiness Baha'u'lláh has renewed that foundation. The religion of God is the one religion, and all the prophets have taught it, but it is a living and a growing thing, not lifeless and unchanging. In the teaching of Moses we see the bud, in that of Christ the flower, in that of Baha'u'lláh the fruit. The flower does not destroy the bud, nor does the fruit destroy the flower. It destroys not, but fulfills. The bud scales must fall in order that the flower may bloom, and the petals must fall that the fruit may grow and ripen. Were the bud scales and the petals wrong or useless then that they had to be discarded? Nay, both in their time were right and necessary. Without them there could have been no fruit. So it is with the various prophetic teachings, their externals change from age to age, but each revelation is the fulfillment of its predecessors. They are not separate or incongruous, but different stages in the life history of the one religion, which has in turn been revealed as seed, as bud, and as flower, and now enters on the stage of fruition. Infallibility of the prophets. Baha'u'lláh teaches that everyone endowed with the station of prophethood is given sufficient proofs of his mission, is entitled to claim obedience from all men, and has authority to abrogate, alter, or add to the teachings of his predecessors. In the book of Akka we read, How far from the grace of the All-Bountiful and from His loving providence and tender mercies it is to single out a soul from amongst all men for the guidance of His creatures, and, on one hand, to withhold from him the full measure of His divine testimony, and, on the other, inflict severe retribution on His people for having turned away from His chosen one. Nay, the manifold bounties of the Lord of all beings have, at all times, through the manifestations of his divine essence, encompass the earth and all that dwell therein. And yet, is not the object of every revelation to effect a transformation in the whole character of mankind, a transformation that shall manifest itself both outwardly and inwardly, that shall affect both its inner life and external conditions? For if the character of mankind be not changed, the futility of God's universal manifestations would be apparent. God is the one infallible authority, and the prophets are infallible because their message is the message of God given to the world through them. That message remains valid until it is superseded by a later message given by the same or another prophet. God is the great physician who alone can rightly diagnose the world's sickness and prescribe the appropriate remedy. The remedy prescribed in one age is no longer suitable in a later age when the condition of the patient is different. To cling to the old remedy when the physician has ordered new treatment is not to show faith in the physician, but infidelity. It may be a shock to the Jew to be told that some of the remedies for the world's sickness, which Moses ordered over 3,000 years ago, are now out of date and unsuitable. The Christian may be equally shocked when told that Muhammad had anything necessary or valuable to add to what Jesus prescribed, and so also the Muslim, when asked to admit that the Bab or Bahá'u'lláh had authority to alter the commands of Muhammad. But according to the Baha'i view, true devotion to God implies reverence to all his prophets and implicit obedience to his latest commands, as given by the prophet for our own age. Only by such devotion can true unity be attained. The supreme manifestation. Like all the other prophets, Baha'u'lláh states his own mission in the most unmistakable terms. He says, "Surely the Father hath come and hath fulfilled that which you were promised in the kingdom of God. This is the word which the Son veiled when he said to those around him that at that time they could not bear it. But when the stated time was ended and the hour arrived, the word shone forth from the horizon of the will. Beware, O concourse of the Son, i.e., Christians. Cast it not behind you, but hold thereunto. It is better for you than all that which is before you. Verily, the Spirit of truth is come to guide you into all truth. Verily, he speaketh not from himself, nay, but rather from the all-knowing and wise. He is the one whom the Son hath glorified. Abandon that which is before you, O people of the earth, and take that which is commanded you by him who is the powerful, the faithful." And in a letter to the Pope, he says, "Beware lest celebration hinder you from the celebrated and worship hinder you from the worshipped one. Behold the Lord, the mighty, the all-knowing. He hath come to minister to the life of the world, and for the uniting of whatever dwelleth therein. Come, O ye people, to the dawning place of revelation, tarry not even for an hour. Are ye learned of the gospel, and yet are unable to see the Lord of glory? This beseemeth you not, O learned concourse. Say then, if ye deny this matter, by what proof do you believe in God? Produce your proof." Just as in these letters to Christians he announces the fulfillment of the gospel promises, so he proclaims also to Mohammedan, Jews, Zoroastrians, and the people of other faiths the fulfillment of the promises of their holy books. He addresses all men as the sheep of God, who have hitherto been divided into different flocks and sheltered in different folds. His message, he says, is the voice of God, the Good Shepherd, who has come in the fullness of time to gather his scattered sheep into one flock, removing the barriers between them, that there may be one fold and one shepherd. A new situation. The position of Baha'u'lláh among the prophets is unprecedented and unique, because the condition of the world at the time of his advent was unprecedented and unique. By a long and checkered process of development in religion, science, art, and civilization, the world had become ripe for a teaching of unity. The barriers which in previous centuries had made a world unity impossible were ready to crumble when Baha'u'lláh appeared, and since his birth in 1817, and more especially since the promulgation of his teachings began, these barriers have been breaking down in most astonishing fashion. Be the explanation what it may about the fact, there can be no doubt. In the days of previous prophets, geographical barriers alone were amply sufficient to prevent world unity. Now that obstacle has been overcome. For the first time in human history, men on opposite sides of the globe are able to communicate with each other quickly and easily. Things done in Europe yesterday are known in every continent of the world today, and a speech made in America today may be read in Europe, Asia, and Africa tomorrow. Another great obstacle was the language difficulty. Thanks to the study and teaching of foreign languages, that difficulty has already been to a large extent overcome, and there is every reason to suppose that ere many years an international auxiliary language will be adopted and taught in all the schools of the world. Then this difficulty also will be completely removed. The third great obstacle was religious prejudice and intolerance. That too is disappearing. Men's minds are becoming more open. The education of the people is passing more and more out of the hands of sectarian priests, and new and more liberal ideas can no longer be prevented from penetrating into even the most exclusive and conservative circles. Baha'u'llah is thus the first of the great prophets whose message has become known within a period of comparatively few years in every quarter of the globe. Within a short time, the essential teachings of Baha'u'llah, translated from his own authentic writings, will be directly accessible to every man, woman, and child in the world who is able to read. Fullness of the Baha'i revelation. The Baha'i revelation is unprecedented and unique among the faiths of the world by reason of the fullness and completeness of its authentic records. The recorded words that can with certainty be attributed to Christ, to Moses, to Zoroaster, to Buddha, to Krishna are very few, and leave many modern questions of great practical importance unanswered. Many of the teachings commonly attributed to these religious founders are of doubtful authenticity, and some are evidently accretions of later date. The Mohammedans possess in the Quran, and in a large store of traditions, a much fuller record of the life and teachings of their prophet, but Muhammad himself, though inspired, was illiterate, as were most of his early followers. He methods employed for recording and spreading his teachings were in many respects unsatisfactory, and the authenticity of many of the traditions is very doubtful. As a result, differences of interpretation and conflicting opinions have caused divisions and dissensions in Islam, as in all previous religious communities. On the other hand, both the Bab and Baha'u'llah wrote copiously and with great eloquence and power. As both were debarred from public speaking and spent most of their lives, after the declaration of their mission, in prison, they devoted a large proportion of their time to writing, with the result that in richness of authentic scriptures the Baha'i revelation is unapproached by any of its predecessors. Clear and full expositions are given of many truths which were but dimly foreshadowed in previous revelations, and the eternal principles of truth, which all the prophets have taught, have been applied to the problems which are facing the world today, problems of the utmost complexity and difficulty, many of which had not arisen in the days of former prophets. It is evident that this full record of authentic revelation must have a powerful effect in preventing misunderstandings in the future and in clearing up those misunderstandings of the past which have kept the various sects asunder. The Baha'i Covenant. The Baha'i revelation is unprecedented and unique in still another way. Before the death of Baha, he repeatedly put in writing a covenant, appointing his eldest son Abdu'l-Baha, whom he often refers to as the branch, or the most great branch, as the authorized interpreter of the teachings, and declaring that any explanations or interpretations given by him are to be accepted as of equal validity with the words of Baha'u'llah. Himself, in his will and testament he says, "Consider that which we revealed in our most holy book. When the ocean of my presence hath ebbed and the book of my revelation is ended, turn your faces toward him whom God hath purposed, who hath branched from this ancient root. The object of this sacred verse is none other except the most mighty branch." And in the tablet of the branch, in which he explains the station of Abdu'l-Baha, he says, "Render thanks unto God, O people, for his appearance. For verily he is the most great favor unto you, the most perfect bounty upon you, and through him every moldering bone is quickened. Whoso turneth towards him hath turned towards God, and whoso turneth away from him hath turned away from my beauty, hath repudiated my proof, and transgressed against me." After the death of Baha'u'llah, Abdu'l-Baha had abundant opportunities, both in his own home and on his extensive travels, of meeting people from all parts of the world and of all shades of opinion. He heard all their questions, their difficulties and objections, and gave full explanations which were carefully recorded in writing. During a long series of years, Abdu'l-Baha continued this work of elucidating the teachings and showing their applications to the most varied problems of modern life. Differences of opinion which have arisen among believers have been referred to him and authoritatively settled, and thus the risks of future misunderstandings have been further reduced. Baha'u'llah further arranged that an international house of justice, representative of all Baha'is throughout the world, should be elected to take charge of the affairs of the cause, control and coordinate all its activities, prevent divisions and schisms, elucidate obscure matters, and preserve the teachings from corruption and misrepresentation. The fact that this supreme administrative body can not only initiate legislation on all matters not defined in the teachings, but also annul its own enactments when new conditions require different measures, enables the faith to expand and adapt itself, like a living organism, to the needs and requirements of a changing society. Moreover, Baha'u'lláh expressly forbade interpretation of the teachings by anyone but the authorized interpreter. In his will and testament, Abdu'l-Baha appointed Shoghi Effendi to be the guardian of the faith after him and to be empowered to interpret the writings. In 1,000 or more years, another manifestation will appear under the shadow of Baha'u'lláh with clear proofs of his mission. But until then, the words of Baha'u'lláh, Abdu'l-Baha and the guardian, and the decisions of the International House of Justice constitute the authorities to which all believers must turn for guidance. No Baha'i may found a school or sect based on any particular interpretation of the teachings or any supposed divine revelation. Anyone contravening these injunctions is considered a covenant breaker. Abdu'l-Baha says, "One of the enemies of the cause is he who endeavors to interpret the words of Baha'u'lláh and thereby colors the meaning according to his capacity and collects around him a following, forming a different sect, promoting his own station, and making a division in the cause." In another tablet he writes, "These people, promoters of schism, are like the froth that gathers on the surface of the sea. A wave will surge from the ocean of a covenant and through the power of the Akka kingdom will cast this foam ashore. These corrupt thoughts that emanate from personal and evil intentions will all vanish, whereas the covenant of God shall remain stable and secure. There is nothing to keep men from forsaking religion if they wish to do so." Abdu'l-Baha says, "God himself does not compel the soul to become spiritual. The exercise of the free human will is necessary. The spiritual covenant, however, clearly makes sectarianism within the Baha'i community quite impossible." No professional priesthood. 8. One other feature of the Baha'i organization must be specially mentioned, and that is the absence of a professional priesthood. Voluntary contributions toward the expenses of teachers are permitted, and many devote their whole time to work for the cause, but all Baha'is are expected to share in the work of teaching, etc., according to their opportunity and ability, and there is no special class distinguished from their fellow believers by the exclusive exercise of priestly functions and prerogatives. In former ages, priesthoods were necessary because people were illiterate and uneducated and were dependent on priests for their religious instruction, for the conduct of religious rites and ceremonies, for the administration of justice, etc. Now, however, times have changed. Education is fast becoming universal, and if the demands of Baha'u'llah are carried out, every boy and girl in the world will receive a sound education. Each individual will then be able to study the scriptures for himself, to draw the water of life for himself, direct from the fountainhead. Elaborate rites and ceremonies requiring the services of a special profession or caste have no place in the Baha'i system, and the administration of justice is entrusted to the authorities instituted for that purpose. For a child, a teacher is necessary, but the aim of the true teacher is to fit his pupil to do without a teacher, to see things with his own eyes, hear with his own ears, and understand with his own mind. Just so, in the childhood of the race, the priest is necessary, but his real work is to enable men to do without him, to see things divine with their own eyes, hear them with their own ears, and understand them with their own minds. Now the priest's work is all but accomplished, and the aim of the Baha'i teaching is to complete that work, to make men independent of all save God, so that they can turn directly to Him, that is, to His manifestation. When all turn to one center, then there can be no cross purposes or confusion, and the nearer all draw to the center, the nearer they will draw to each other. Chapter 9. True Civilization. O people of God, be not occupied with yourselves. Be intent on the betterment of the world and the training of nations. Baha'u'llah. Religion, the basis of civilization. According to the Baha'i view, the problems of human life, individual and social, are so inconceivably complex that the ordinary human intellect is incapable of itself of solving them aright. Only the Omniscient fully knows the purpose of creation and how that purpose may be achieved. Through the prophets, he shows to mankind the true goal of human life and the right path of progress, and the building up of a true civilization depends upon faithful adherence to the guidance of prophetic revelation. Baha'u'llah says, "Religion is the greatest instrument for the order of the world and the tranquility of all existent beings. The weakening of the pillars of religion has encouraged the ignorant and rendered them audacious and arrogant. Truly I say, whatever lowers the lofty station of religion will increase heedlessness in the wicked, and finally result in anarchy. Consider the civilization of the people of the Occident, how it has occasioned commotion and agitation to the people of the world. Infernal instruments have been devised, and such atrocity is displayed in the destruction of life as has not been seen by the eye of the world, nor heard by the ear of nations. It is impossible to reform these violent, overwhelming evils, except the peoples of the world become united upon a certain issue or under the shadow of one religion. O people of Baha, each one of the revealed commands is a mighty stronghold for the protection of the world. Words of paradise. The present state of Europe and of the world in general eloquently confirms the truth of these words, written so many years ago. Neglect of the prophetic commands and the prevalence of irreligion have been accompanied by disorder and destruction on the most terrible scale, and without the change of heart, an aim which is the essential characteristic of true religion, the reform of society seems an utter impossibility. Justice. In the little book of hidden words, in which Baha'u'lláh gives in brief the essence of the prophetic teachings, his first counsel refers to the individual life: possess a pure, kindly, and radiant heart. The next indicates the fundamental principle of true social life. O Son of Spirit, the best beloved of all things in my sight is justice. Turn not away therefrom, if thou desirest me, and neglect it not, that I may confide in thee. By its aid thou shalt see with thine own eyes, and not through the eyes of others, and shalt know of thine own knowledge, and not through the knowledge of thy neighbor. Ponder this in thy heart, how it behoveth thee to be. Verily justice is my gift to thee, and the sign of my loving kindness. Set it then before thine eyes. The first essential of social life is that individuals should become capable of discerning the true from the false and right from wrong, and of seeing things in their true proportions. The greatest cause of spiritual and social blindness, and the greatest foe of social progress, is selfishness. Baha'u'lláh says, O ye sons of intelligence, the thin eyelid prevents the eye from seeing the world and what is contained therein. Then think of the result when the curtain of greed covers the sight of the heart. O people, the darkness of greed and envy obscures the light of the soul, as the cloud prevents the penetration of the sun's rays. Long experience is at last convincing men of the truth of the prophetic teaching that selfish views and selfish actions inevitably bring social disaster, and that if humanity is not to perish ingloriously, each must look on the things of his neighbor as of equal importance with his own, and subordinate his own interests to those of humanity as a whole. In this way the interests of each and all will ultimately be best served. Baha'u'lláh says, O son of man, if thine eyes be turned towards mercy, forsake the things that profit thee, and cleave unto that which will profit mankind. And if thine eyes be turned towards justice, choose thou for thy neighbor that which thou choosest for thyself. Government. The teachings of Baha'u'lláh contain two different types of reference to the question of true social order. One type is exemplified in the tablets revealed to the kings, which deal with the problem of government as existing in the world during Baha'u'llah's life on earth. The other references are to the new order to be developed within the Baha'i community itself. Hence arises the sharp contrast between such passages as the one true God, exalted be his glory, hath ever regarded, and will continue to regard, the hearts of men as his own, his exclusive possession. All else, whether pertaining to land or sea, whether riches or glory, he hath bequeathed unto the kings and rulers of the earth, and it beseemeth all men in this day to take firm hold on the most great name, and to establish the unity of all mankind. There is no place to flee to, no refuge that any one can seek, except him. Jellingings from the writings of Baha'u'lláh, p. 206, 203. The apparent incompatibility of these two views is removed when we observe the distinction which Baha'u'lláh makes between the lesser peace and the most great peace. In his tablets to the kings, Baha'u'lláh called upon them to assemble and take measures for the maintenance of political peace, the reduction of armaments, and the removal of the burdens and insecurity of the poor. But his words make it perfectly clear that their failure to respond to the needs of the time would result in wars and revolutions, leading to the overthrow of the old order. Therefore, on the one hand he said, what mankind needeth in this day is obedience unto them that are in authority, and on the other, those men who, having amassed the vanities and ornaments of the earth, have turned away disdainfully from God, these have lost both this world and the world to come. Ere long will God, with the hand of power, strip them of their possessions, and divest them of the robe of his bounty. We have a fixed time for you, O peoples. If ye fail at the appointed hour to turn towards God, he verily will lay violent hold on you, and will cause grievous afflictions to assail you from every direction. The signs of impending convulsions and chaos can now be discerned. inasmuch as the prevailing order appeareth to be lamentably defective. We have pledged ourselves to secure thy triumph upon earth and to exalt our cause above all men, though no king be found who would turn his face towards thee. The great being, wishing to reveal the prerequisites of the peace and tranquility of the world and the advancement of its peoples, hath written, the time must come when the imperative necessity for the holding of a vast, an all-embracing assemblage of men will be universally realized. The rulers and kings of the earth must needs attend it, and participating in its deliberations, must consider such ways and means as will lay the foundations of the worlds. Great peace amongst men. Such a peace demandeth that the great power should resolve, for the sake of the tranquility of the peoples of the earth, to be fully reconciled among themselves. Should any kind take up arms against another, all should unitedly arise and prevent him. By such counsel, Baha'u'lláh revealed the conditions under which public responsibility must be discharged in this day of God. Appealing for international solidarity on the one hand, he no less clearly warned the rulers that continuance of strife would destroy their power. Now modern history confirms this warning in the rise of those coercive movements which in all civilized nations have attained such destructive energy, and in the development of warfare to the degree that victory is no longer attainable by any party. Now that ye have refused the most great peace, hold ye fast unto this, the lesser peace, that haply ye may in some degree better your own condition and that of your dependents. That which the Lord hath ordained as the sovereign remedy and mightiest instrument for the healing of all the world is the union of all its peoples in one universal cause, one common faith. This can in no wise be achieved except through the power of a skilled, an all-powerful and inspired physician. By the lesser peace is meant a political unity of states, while the most great peace is a unity embracing spiritual as well as political and economic factors. Soon will the present-day order be rolled up, and a new one spread out in its stead. In former ages, a government could concern itself with external matters and material affairs. But today, the function of government demands a quality of leadership, of consecration, and of spiritual knowledge impossible save to those who have turned to God. Political freedom. Although advocating as the ideal condition a representative form of government, local, national, and international, Baha'u'lláh teaches that this is possible only when men have attained a sufficiently high degree of individual and social development. Suddenly to grant full self-government to people without education, who are dominated by selfish desires and are inexperienced in the conduct of public affairs, would be disastrous. There is nothing more dangerous than freedom for those who are not fit to use it wisely. Baha'u'lláh writes in the Book of Acts, consider the pettiness of men's minds. They ask for that which injureth them, and cast away the thing that profiteth them. They are indeed of those that are far astray. We find some men desiring liberty and priding themselves therein. Such men are in the depths of ignorance. Liberty must, in the end, lead to sedition, whose flames none can quench. Thus warneth you he who is the reckoner, the all-knowing. You know ye that the embodiment of liberty and its symbol is the animal. That which beseemeth man is submission unto such restraints as will protect him from his own ignorance and guard him against the harm of the mischief maker. Liberty caused man to overstep the bounds of propriety and to infringe on the dignity of his station. It debaseth him to the level of extreme depravity and wickedness. Regard men as a flock of sheep that need a shepherd for their protection. This, verily, is the truth, the certain truth. We approve of liberty in certain circumstances and refuse to sanction it in others. We, verily, are the all-knowing. Say, true liberty consisteth in man's submission unto my commandments, little as ye know it. Were men to observe that which we have sent down unto them from the heaven of revelation, they would, of a certainty, attain unto perfect liberty. Happy is the man that hath apprehended the purpose of God in whatever he hath revealed from the heaven of his will, that pervadeth all created things. Say, the liberty that profiteth you is to be found nowhere except in complete servitude unto God, the eternal truth. Whoso hath tasted of its sweetness will refuse to barter it for all the dominion of earth and heaven. For improving the condition of backward races and nations, the divine teachings are the sovereign remedy. When both people and statesmen learn and adopt these teachings, the nations will be freed from all their bonds. Rulers and subjects. Baha'u'lláh forbids tyranny and oppression in the most emphatic terms. In hidden words he writes, O oppressors of earth, withdraw your hands from tyranny, for I have pledged myself not to forgive any man's injustice. This is my covenant which I have irrevocably decreed in the preserved tablet and sealed it with my seal of glory. Those entrusted with the framing and administration of laws and regulations must hold fast to the rope of consultation, and decide upon and execute that which is conducive to the people's security, affluence, welfare, and tranquility. For if matters be arranged otherwise, it will lead to discord and tumult. On the other hand, the people must be law-abiding and loyal to the just government. They must rely on educational methods and on the force of good example, not on violence, for bringing about a better state of affairs in the nation, Baha'u'lláh says. In every country where any of this community reside, they must behave toward the government of that country with faithfulness, truthfulness, and obedience. O people of God, adorn your temples with the mantle of trustworthiness and integrity. Then assist your Lord with the hosts of good deeds and good morals. Verily we have forbidden you sedition and strife in my books and epistles, in my writings and tablets, and by this we have desired only your loftiness and exaltation. Appointment and promotion. In making appointments, the only criterion must be fitness for the position. Before this paramount consideration, all others, such as seniority, social or financial status, family connection, or personal friendship, must give way. Baha'u'lláh says, effulgence is the knowledge by governments of the condition of the governed, and the conferring of ranks according to desert and merit. Regard to this matter is strictly enjoined upon every chief and ruler, that haply traitors may not usurp the positions of trustworthy men, nor spoilers occupy the seats of guardians. It needs but little consideration to show that when this principle becomes generally accepted and acted upon, the transformation in our social life will be astounding. When each individual is given the position for which his talents and capabilities specially fit him, he will be able to put his heart into his work and become an artist in his profession, with incalculable benefit to himself and the rest of the world. Economic problems. The Baha'i teachings insist in the strongest terms on the need for reform in the economic relations of rich and poor. Abdu'l-Baha says, the arrangements of the circumstances of the people must be such that poverty shall disappear, that everyone, as far as possible, according to his rank and position, shall share in comfort and well-being. We see among us men who are overburdened with riches on the one hand, and on the other those unfortunate ones who starve with nothing, those who possess several stately palaces, and those who have not where to lay their head. This condition of affairs is wrong and must be remedied. Now the remedy must be carefully undertaken. It cannot be done by bringing to pass absolute equality between men. Equality is a chimera. It is entirely impracticable. Even if equality could be achieved, it could not continue, and if its existence were possible, the whole order of the world would be destroyed. The law of order must always obtain in the world of humanity. Heaven has so decreed in the creation of man. Humanity, like a great army, requires a general, captains, under-officers in their degree, and soldiers, each with their appointed duties. Degrees are absolutely necessary to ensure an orderly organization. An army could not be composed of generals alone, or of captains only, or of nothing but soldiers without anyone in authority. Certainly, some being enormously rich and other lamentably poor, an organization is necessary to control and improve the state of affairs. It is important to limit riches, as it is also of importance to limit poverty. Either extreme is not good. When we see poverty allowed to reach a condition of starvation, it is a sure sign that somewhere we shall find tyranny. Men must bestir themselves in this matter, and no longer delay in altering conditions which bring the misery of grinding poverty to a very large number of people. The rich must give of their abundance. They must soften their hearts and cultivate a compassionate intelligence, taking thought for those sad ones who are suffering from lack of the very necessaries of life. There must be special laws made dealing with these extremes of rich and want. The government of the country should conform to the divine law which gives equal justice to all. Not until this is done will the law of God be obeyed. Public finance. Ascent. Abdu'l-Baha suggests that each town and village or district should be entrusted, as far as possible, with the administration of fiscal matters within its own area, and should contribute its due proportion for the expenses of the general government. One of the principal sources of revenue should be a graduated income tax. If a man's income does not exceed his necessary expenditure, he should not be required to pay any tax. But in all cases where income exceeds the necessary expenditure, a tax should be levied, the percentage of tax increasing as the surplus of income over necessary expenditure increases. On the other hand, if a person through illness, poor crops, or other cause for which he is not responsible is unable to earn an income sufficient to meet his necessary expenses for the year, then what he lacks for the maintenance of himself and his family should be supplied out of public funds. There will also be other sources of public revenue, e.g., from intestate estates, mines, treasure trove, and voluntary contributions, while among the expenditures will be grants for the support of the infirm, of orphans, of schools, of the deaf and blind, and for the maintenance of public health. Thus, the welfare and comfort of all will be provided for. Voluntary sharing. In a letter to the Central Organization for a Durable Peace, written in 1919, Abdu'l-Baha says, "Among the teachings of Baha'u'llah is voluntary sharing of one's property with others among mankind. This voluntary sharing is greater than legally imposed equality and consists in this, that one should not prefer oneself to others, but rather should sacrifice one's life and property for others. But this should not be introduced by coercion so that it becomes a law which man is compelled to follow. Nay, rather, man should voluntarily and of his own choice sacrifice his property and life for others, and spend willingly for the poor, just as is done in Persia among the Baha'is. Work for all." One of the most important instructions of Baha'u'llah in regard to the economic question is that all must engage in useful work. There must be no drones in the social hive, no labeled body parasites on society. He says, "It is enjoined on every one of you to engage in some occupation, some art, trade, or the like. We have made this your occupation identical with the worship of God, the true one. Reflect, O people, upon the mercy of God and upon his favors. Then thank him in the mornings and evenings. Waste not your time in idleness and indolence, and occupy yourselves with that which will profit yourselves and others beside yourselves. Thus hath the matter been decreed in this tablet, from the horizon of which the sun of wisdom and divine utterance is gleaming. The most despised of men before is he who sits and begs. Cling unto the rope of means, relying upon God, the causer of causes." How much of the energy employed in the business world of today is expended simply in canceling and neutralizing the efforts of other people in useless strife and competition, and how much in ways that are still more injurious? We're all to work, and we're all work, whether of brain or hand, of a nature profitable to mankind, as Baha'u'llah commands. Then the supplies of everything necessary for a healthy, comfortable, and noble life would amply suffice for all. There need be no slums, no starvation, no destitution, no industrial slavery, no health-destroying drudgery. The ethics of wealth. According to the Baha'i teachings, riches rightly acquired and rightly used are honorable and praiseworthy. Services rendered should be adequately rewarded. Baha'u'llah says in the Tablet of Tarasat, the people of Baha must not refuse to discharge the due reward of anyone, and must respect possessors of talent. One must speak with justice and recognize the worth of benefits. With regard to interest on money, Baha'u'llah writes, "Most of the people are found to be in need of this matter. For if no interest be allowed, affairs business will be trammeled and obstructed. A person is rarely found who would lend money to anyone upon the principle of khor, I hasten, literally good loan, i.e., money advanced without interest and repaid at the pleasure of the borrower. Consequently, out of favor to the servants, we have appointed profit on money to be current, among other business transactions which are in force among people. That is, it is allowable, lawful, and pure to charge interest on money, but this matter must be conducted with moderation and justice. The pen of glory has withheld itself from laying down its limits, as a wisdom from his presence, and as a convenience for his servants. We exhort the friends of God to act with fairness and justice, and in such a way that the mercy of his beloved ones and their compassion may be manifested toward each other. The execution of these matters has been placed in charge of the men of the house of justice, in order that they may act in accordance with the exigencies of the time and with wisdom. No industrial slavery. In the Book of Aqdas, Baha'u'llah forbids slavery, and Abdu'l-Baha has explained that not only chattel slavery, but also industrial slavery, is contrary to the law of God. When in the United States in 1912, he said to the American people, between 1860 and 1865, you did a wonderful thing. You abolished chattel slavery. But today you must do a much more wonderful thing. You must abolish industrial slavery. The solution of economic questions will not be brought about by array of capital against labor, and labor against capital, in strife and conflict, but by the voluntary attitude of goodwill on both sides. Then a real and lasting justness of conditions will be secured. Among the Baha'is there are no extortionate, mercenary, and unjust practices, no rebellious demands, no revolutionary uprisings against existing governments. It will not be possible in the future for men to amass great fortunes by the labors of others. The rich will willingly divide. They will come to this gradually, naturally, by their own volition. It will never be accomplished by war and bloodshed. It is by friendly consultation and cooperation, by just co-partnership and profit sharing, that the interests of both capital and labor will be best served. The harsh weapons of the strike and lockout are injurious, not only to the trades immediately affected, but to the community as a whole. It is, therefore, the business of the governments to devise means for preventing recourse to such barbarous methods of settling disputes. Abdu'l-Baha said at Dublin, New Hampshire, in 1912. Now I want to tell you about the law of God. According to the divine law, employees should not be paid merely by wages. Nay, rather they should be partners in every work. The question of socialization is very difficult. It will not be solved by strikes for wages. All the governments of the world must be united and organize an assembly, the members of which shall be elected from the parliaments and the noble ones of the nations. These must plan with wisdom and power, so that neither the capitalists suffer enormous losses, nor the laborers become needy. In the utmost moderation they should make the law, then announce to the public that the rights of the working people are to be effectively preserved. Also the rights of the capitalists are to be protected. When such a general law is adopted by the will of both sides, should a strike occur, all the governments of the world should collectively resist it. Otherwise the work will lead to much destruction, especially in Europe. Terrible things will take place. One of the several causes of a universal European war will be this question. The owners of properties, mines, and factories should share their incomes with their employees and give a fairly certain percentage of their profits to their workingmen, in order that the employee should receive, besides their wages, some of the general income of the factory, so that the employee may strive with his soul in the work. Bequest and inheritance. Baha'u'llah states that a person should be free to dispose of his possessions during his lifetime in any way he chooses, and it is incumbent on everyone to write a will stating how his property is to be disposed of after his death. When a person dies without leaving a will, the value of the property should be estimated and divided in certain state proportions among 7 classes of inheritors, namely, children, wife or husband, father, mother, brothers, sisters, and teachers, the share of each diminishing from the first to the last. In the absence of one or more of these classes, the share which would belong to them goes to the public treasury, to be expended on the poor, the fatherless, and the widows, or on useful public works. If the deceased has no heirs, then all his property goes to the public treasury. There is nothing in the law of Baha'u'llah to prevent a man from leaving all his property to one individual if he pleases, but Baha'is will naturally be influenced in making their wills by the model Baha'u'llah has laid down for the case of intestate estates, which ensures distribution of property among a considerable number of heirs. Equality of men and women. One of the social principles to which Baha'u'llah attaches great importance is that women should be regarded as the equals of men and should enjoy equal rights and privileges, equal education, and equal opportunities. The great means on which he relies for bringing about the emancipation of women is universal education. Girls are to receive as good an education as boys. In fact, the education of girls is even more important than that of boys, for in time these girls will become mothers, and as mothers, they will be the first teachers of the next generation. Children are like green and tender branches. If the early training is right, they grow straight, and if it is wrong, they grow crooked. And to the end of their lives, they are affected by the training of their earliest years. How important, then, that girls should be well and wisely educated. During his Western tours, Abdu'l-Baha had frequent occasion to explain the Baha'i teachings on this subject. At a meeting of the Women's Freedom League in London in January 1913, he said, "Humanity is like a bird with its 2 wings, the one is male, the other female. Unless both wings are strong and impelled by some common force, the bird cannot fly heavenwards. According to the spirit of this age, women must advance and fulfill their mission in all departments of life, becoming equal to men. They must be on the same level as men and enjoy equal rights. This is my earnest prayer, and it is one of the fundamental principles of Baha'u'llah. Some scientists have declared that the brains of men weigh more than those of women, and claim this as a proof of man's superiority. Yet when we look around us, we see people with small heads, whose brains much weigh little, who show the greatest intelligence and great powers of understanding, and others with big heads, whose brains must be heavy, and yet they are witless. Therefore the avoirdupois of the brain is no true measure of intelligence or superiority. When men bring forward as a second proof of their superiority the assertion that women have not achieved as much as men, they use poor arguments which leave history out of consideration. If they kept themselves more fully informed historically, they would know that great women have lived and achieved great things in the past, and that there are many living and achieving great things today. Here Abdu'l-Baha described the achievements of Zenobia and other great women of the past, concluding with an eloquent tribute to the fearless Mary Magdalene, whose faith remained firm while that of the apostles was shaken. He continued, Amongst the women of our own time is Qurratu el-Ain, the daughter of a Mohammedan priest. At the time of the appearance of the Bab, she showed such tremendous courage and power that all who heard her were astonished. She threw aside her veil despite the immemorial custom of the women of Persia, and although it was considered impolite to speak with men, this heroic woman carried on controversies with the most learned men, and in every meeting she vanquished them. The Persian government took her prisoner, she was stoned in the streets, anathematized, exiled from town to town, threatened with death, but she never failed in her determination to work for the freedom of her sisters. She bore persecution and suffering with the greatest heroism. Even in prison she gained converts. To a minister in Persia, in whose house she was imprisoned, she said, "You can kill me as soon as you like, but you cannot stop the emancipation of women." At last the end of her tragic life came. She was carried into a garden and strangled. She put on, however, her choicest robes as if she were going to join a bridal party. With such magnanimity and courage she gave her life, startling and thrilling all who saw her. She was truly a great heroine. Today in Persia, among the Baha'is, there are women who also show unflinching courage, and who are endowed with great poetic insight. They are most eloquent and speak before large gatherings of people. Women must go on advancing. They must extend their knowledge of science, literature, history, for the perfection of humanity. Ere long they will receive their rights. Men will see women in earnest, bearing themselves with dignity, improving the civil and political life, opposed to warfare, demanding suffrage and equal opportunities. I expect to see you advance in all phases of life. Then will your brows be crowned with the diadem of eternal glory. Women and the New Age. When woman's point of view receives due consideration and woman's will is allowed adequate expression in the arrangement of social affairs, we may expect great advancement in matters which have often been grievously neglected under the old regime of male dominance, such matters as health, temperance, peace, and regard for the value of the individual life. Improvements in these respects will have very far-reaching and beneficent effects. Abdu'l-Baha says, "The world in the past has been ruled by force, and man has dominated over woman by reason of his more forceful and aggressive qualities both of body and mind. But the balance is already shifting. Force is losing its dominance, and mental alertness, intuition, and the spiritual qualities of love and service, in which woman is strong, are gaining ascendancy. Hence the New Age will be an age less masculine and more permeated with the feminine ideals, or, to speak more exactly, will be an age in which the masculine and feminine elements of civilization will be more evenly balanced." Methods of violence discarded. In bringing about the emancipation of women, as in other matters, Baha'u'lláh counsels his followers to avoid methods of violence. An excellent illustration of the Baha'i method of social reform has been given by the Baha'i in Persia, Egypt, and Syria. In these countries it is customary for Mohammedan women outside their homes to wear a veil covering the face. The Bab indicated that in the new dispensation women would be relieved from this irksome restraint, but Baha'u'lláh counsels his followers, where no important question of morality is involved, to defer to established customs until people become enlightened, rather than scandalize those amongst whom they live and arouse needless antagonism. The Baha'i women, therefore, although well aware that the antiquated custom of wearing the veil is, for enlightened people, unnecessary and inconvenient, yet quietly put up with the inconvenience, rather than rouse a storm of fanatical hatred and rancorous opposition by uncovering their faces in public. This conformity to custom is in no way due to fear, but to an assured confidence in the power of education and in the transforming and life-giving effect of true religion. Baha'is in these regions are devoting their energies to the education of their children, especially their girls, and to the diffusion and promotion of the Baha'i ideals, well knowing that as the new spiritual life grows and spreads among the people, antiquated customs and prejudices will by and by be shed, as naturally and inevitably as bud scales are shed in spring when the leaves and flowers expand in the sunshine. Education. Education, the instruction and guidance of men, and the development and training of their innate faculties, has been the supreme aim of all the holy prophets, since the world began, and in the Baha'i teachings the fundamental importance and limitless possibilities of education are proclaimed in the clearest terms. The teacher is the most potent factor in civilization, and his work is the highest to which men can aspire. Education begins in the mother's womb and is as unending as the life of the individual. It is a perennial necessity of right living and the foundation of both individual and social welfare. When education on right lines becomes general, humanity will be transformed and world will become a paradise. At present, a really well-educated man is the rarest of phenomena, for nearly everyone has false prejudices, wrong ideals, erroneous conceptions, and bad habits drilled into him from babyhood. How few are taught from their earliest childhood to love God with all their hearts and dedicate their lives to Him, to regard service to humanity as the highest aim in life, to develop their powers to the best advantage for the general good of all. Yet surely these are the essential elements of a good education. Mere cramming of the memory with facts about arithmetic, grammar, geography, languages, etc., has comparatively little effect in producing noble and useful lives. Baha'u'llah says that education must be universal. It is decreed that every father must educate his sons and daughters in learning and in writing, and also in that which hath been ordained in the tablet. He who neglects that which hath been commanded, in this matter, if he be rich, it is incumbent on the trustees of the House of Justice to recover from him the amount required for the education of his children. Otherwise, i.e., if the parent be not capable, the matter shall devolve upon the House of Justice. Verily we have made it, the House of Justice, an asylum for the poor and needy. He who educates his son, or any other children, it is as though he hath educated one of my children. Men and women must place a part of what they earn by trade, agriculture, or other business, in charge of a trustworthy person, to be spent in the education and instruction of the children. That deposit must be invested in the education of the children, under the advice of the trustees or members of the House of Justice. Innate differences of nature. In the Baha, I view the child's nature as not like so much wax that can be molded indifferently to any shape according to the will of the teacher. Nay, each from the first has his own God-given character and individuality which can develop to the best advantage only in a particular way, and that way in each case is unique. No two people have exactly the same capabilities and talents, and the true educator will never attempt to force two natures into the same mold. In fact, he will never attempt to force any nature into any mold. Rather, he will reverently tend the developing powers of the young nature, encourage and protect them, and supply the nourishment and assistance which they need. His work is like that of a gardener tending different plants. One plant likes the bright sunshine, another the cool shade, one loves the water's edge, and another the dry knoll. One thrives best on sandy soil, and another on rich loam. Each must have its needs appropriately supplied, else its perfections can never be fully revealed. Abdu'l-Baha says, "The prophets acknowledge that education hath a great effect upon the human race, but they declare that minds and comprehensions are originally different. We see that certain children of the same age, nativity, and race, nay, from the same household, under the tutorship of the same teacher, differ in minds and comprehensions. No matter how the shell is educated or polished, it can never become the radiant pearl. The black stone will not become the world-illuminating gem. The thorny cactus can never by training and development become the blessed tree. That is to say, training doth not change the essential nature of the human gem, but it produceth a marvelous effect. By this effective power all that is latent, of virtues and capacities in the human reality will be revealed." Character training. Ain. The thing of paramount importance in education is character training. With regard to this, example is more effective than precept, and the lives and characters of the child's parents, teachers, and habitual associates are factors of the utmost importance. The prophets of God are the great educators of mankind, and their counsels and the story of their lives should be instilled into the child's mind as soon as it is able to grasp them. Especially important are the words of the Supreme Teacher Baha'u'lláh, who reveals the root principles on which the civilization of the future must be built up. He says, "Teach your children what hath been revealed through the pen of glory. Instruct them in what hath descended from the heaven of greatness and power. Let them memorize the tablets of the merciful." Arts, sciences, and crafts. Training in arts, sciences, crafts, and useful professions is regarded as important and necessary. Baha'u'llah says, "Knowledge is like unto wings for the being of man and is like a ladder for ascending. To acquire knowledge is incumbent upon all, but of those sciences which may profit the people of the earth, and not such sciences as being in mere words and end in mere words. The possessors of sciences and arts have a great right among the people of the world. Indeed, the real treasury of man is his knowledge. Knowledge is the means of honor, prosperity, joy, gladness, happiness, and exaltation. Treatment of criminals. In a talk on the right method of treating criminals, Abdu'l-Baha spoke as follows. The most essential thing is that the people must be educated in such a way that they will avoid and shrink from perpetrating crimes, so that the crime itself will appear to them as the greatest chastisement, the utmost condemnation and torment. Therefore, no crimes which require punishment will be committed. If someone oppresses, injures, and wrongs another, and the wronged man retaliates, this is vengeance and is censurable. If Amr dishonors Zayd, the latter has not the right to dishonor Amr if he does so. This is vengeance and is very reprehensible. No, rather he must return good for evil, and not only forgive, but also, if possible, be of service to his oppressor. This conduct is worthy of man. For what advantage does he gain by vengeance? The two actions are equivalent. If one action is reprehensible, both are reprehensible. The only difference is that one was committed first, the other later. But the community has the right of defense and of self-protection. Moreover, the community has no hatred nor animosity for the murderer. It imprisons or punishes him merely for the protection and security of others. Thus, when Christ said, "Whosoever shall smite thee on the right cheek, turn to him the left one also," it was for the purpose of teaching men not to take personal revenge. He did not mean that if a wolf should fall upon a flock of sheep and wish to destroy it, that the wolf should be encouraged to do so. No, if Christ had known that a wolf had entered the fold and was about to destroy the sheep, most certainly he would have prevented it. The constitution of the communities depends upon justice. Then what Christ meant by forgiveness and pardon is not that, when nations attack you, burn your homes, plunder your goods, assault your wives, children, and relatives, and violate your honor, you should be submissive in the presence of these tyrannical foes and allow them to perform all their cruelties and oppressions. No, the words of Christ refer to the conduct of two individuals towards each other. If one person assaults another, the injured one should forgive him. But the communities must protect the rights of man. One thing remains to be said. It is that the communities are day and night occupied in making penal laws and in preparing and organizing instruments and means of punishment. They build prisons, make chains and fetters, arrange places of exile and banishment, and different kinds of hardships and tortures, and think by these means to discipline criminals, whereas, in reality, they are causing destruction of morals and perversion of characters. The community, on the contrary, ought day and night to strive and endeavor with the utmost zeal and effort to accomplish the education of men, to cause them day by day to progress and to increase in science and knowledge, to acquire virtues, to gain good morals, and to avoid vices, so that crimes may not occur. Influence of the press. The importance of the press as a means of diffusing knowledge and educating the people, and its power as a civilizing force, when rightly directed, are fully recognized by Baha'u'lláh. He writes, "In this day the mysteries of this earth are unfolded and visible before the eyes, and the pages of swiftly appearing newspapers are indeed the mirror of the world. They display the doings and actions of the different nations. They both illustrate them and cause them to be heard. Newspapers are as a mirror endowed with hearing, sight, and speech. They are a wonderful phenomenon and a great matter. But it behooves the writers and editors thereof to be sanctified from the prejudice of egotism and desire, and to be adorned with the ornament of equity and justice. They must inquire into matters as fully as possible, in order that they may be informed of the real facts, and commit the same to writing. Concerning this wronged one, what the newspapers have published has for the most part been devoid of truth. Good speech and truthfulness are, in loftiness of position and rank, like the sun which has risen from the horizon of the heaven of knowledge." Chapter 10. The Way to Peace. Today, this servant has assuredly come to vivify the world and to bring into unity all who are on the face of the earth. That which God willeth shall come to pass, and thou shalt see the earth even as the Abba most glorious. Paradise-Baha'u'lláh. Conflict versus concord. During the past century, scientists have devoted an immense amount of study to the struggle for existence in the plant and animal world. And, amid the perplexities of social life, many have turned for guidance to the principles which have been found to hold good in the lower world of nature. In this way, they have come to regard rivalry and conflict as necessities of life, and the ruthless killing out of the weaker members of society as a legitimate or even necessary means of improving the race. Baha'u'lláh tells us, on the other hand, that if we wish to ascend the scale of progress, instead of looking backward to the animal world, we must direct our gaze forward and upward, and must take not the beasts, but the prophets as our guides. The principles of unity, concord, and compassion taught by the prophets are the very antithesis of those dominating the animal struggle for self-preservation, and we must choose between them, for they cannot be reconciled. Abdu'l-Baha says, in the world of nature, the dominant note is the struggle for existence, the result of which is the survival of the fittest. The law of the survival of the fittest is the origin of all difficulties. It is the cause of war and strife, hatred and animosity between human beings. In the world of nature, there is tyranny, egoism, aggression, overbearance, usurpation of the rights of others, and other blameworthy attributes, which are defects of the animal world. Therefore, so long as the requirements of the natural world play paramount part among the children of men, success and prosperity are impossible. Nature is warlike, nature is bloodthirsty, nature is tyrannical, for nature is unaware of God the Almighty. That is why these cruel qualities are natural to the animal world. Therefore, the Lord of mankind, having great love and mercy, has caused the appearance of the prophets and the revelation of the holy books, so that through divine education humanity may be released from the corruption of nature and the darkness of ignorance, be confirmed with ideal virtues and spiritual attributes, and become the dawning place of merciful emotions. 100,000 times, alas, that ignorant prejudice, unnatural differences, and antagonistic principles are yet displayed by the nations of the world toward one another, thus causing the retardation of general progress. This retrogression comes from the fact that the principles of divine civilization are completely abandoned, and the teachings of the prophets are forgotten. The most great peace. In all ages, the prophets of God have foretold the coming of an era of peace on earth, goodwill among men. As we have already seen, Baha'u'lláh, in the most glowing and confident terms, confirms these prophecies and declares that their fulfillment is at hand. Abdu'l-Baha says, in this marvelous cycle, the earth will be transformed, and the world of humanity arrayed in tranquility and beauty. Disputes, quarrels, and murders will be replaced by peace, truth, and concord among the nations, peoples, races, and countries. Love and amity will appear. Cooperation and union will be established, and finally war will be entirely suppressed. Universal peace will raise its tent in the center of the earth, and the blessed tree of life will grow and spread to such an extent that it will overshadow the east and the west. Strong and weak, rich and poor, antagonistic sects and hostile nations which are like the wolf and the lamb, the leopard and kid, the lion and calf will act towards each other with the most complete love, friendship, justice, and equity. The world will be filled with science, with the knowledge of the reality of the mysteries of beings, and with the knowledge of God. Religious prejudices. In order to see clearly how the most great peace may be established, let us first examine the principal causes that have led to war in the past and see how Baha'u'lláh proposes to deal with each. One of the most fertile causes of war has been religious prejudice. With regard to this, the Baha'i teachings show clearly that animosity and conflict between people of different religions and sects have always been due, not to true religion, but to the want of it, and to its replacement by false prejudices, imitations, and misrepresentations. In one of his talks in Paris, Abdu'l-Baha said, "Religion should unite all hearts and cause wars and disputes to vanish from the face of the earth. It should give birth to spirituality and bring light and life to every soul. If religion becomes a cause of dislike, hatred, and division, it would be better to be without it, and to withdraw from such a religion would be a truly religious act. For it is clear that the purpose of a remedy is to cure, but if the remedy only aggravates the complaint, it had better be left alone. Any religion which is not a cause of love and unity is no religion." Again, he says, from the beginning of human history down to the present time, various religions of the world have anathematized one another and accused one another of falsity. They have shunned one another most rigidly, exercising mutual animosity and rancor. Consider the history of religious warfare. One of the greatest religious wars, the Crusaders, extended over a period of 200 years. Sometimes the Crusaders were successful, killing, pillaging, and taking captive Mohammedan people. Sometimes the Mussulmans were victorious, inflicting bloodshed and ruin in turn upon the invaders.
So they continued for 2 centuries, alternately fighting with fury and relaxing with weakness, until the European religionists withdrew from the East, leaving ashes of desolation behind them and finding their own nations in a condition of turbulence and upheaval. Yet this was only one of the holy wars.
Religious wars have been many. 900,000 martyrs of the Protestant cause was the record of conflict and difference between that sect of Christians and the Catholics. How many languished in prisons? How merciless the treatment of captives, all in the name of religion. The Christians and Mohammedans considered the Jews as satanic and the enemies of God. Therefore they cursed and persecuted them. Great numbers of Jews were killed, their houses burnt and pillaged, their children carried into captivity. The Jews in turn regarded the Christians as infidels, and the Mohammedans as enemies and destroyers of the laws of Moses. Therefore they called down vengeance upon them and cursed them even to this day. When the light of Baha'u'llah dawned from the east, he proclaimed the promise of the oneness of humanity. He addressed all mankind, saying, "Ye are all fruits of one tree. There are not 2 trees, one a tree of divine mercy, the other a tree of Satan. Therefore we must exercise the utmost love toward one another. We must not consider any people the people of Satan, but know and recognize all as servants of one God. At most it is this: some do not know, they must be guided and trained. Some are ignorant, they must be informed. Some are as children, they must be helped to reach maturity. Some are ailing, their moral condition is bad, they must be treated until their morals are purified. But the sick man is not to be hated because he is sick. The child must not be shunned because he is a child. The ignorant one is not to be despised because he lacks knowledge. They must be treated, educated, trained and assisted in love. Everything must be done in order that all humanity may live under the shadow of God in the utmost security, in happiness of the highest type. Racial and patriotic prejudices. The Baha'i doctrine of the unity of mankind strikes at the root of another cause of war, namely, racial prejudice. Certain races have assumed themselves to be superior to others and have taken for granted, on the principle of survival of the fittest, that this superiority gives them the right to exploit for their own advantage, or even to exterminate weaker races. Many of the blackest pages in the world's history are examples of the pitiless application of this principle. According to the Baha, I view people of every race are of equal value in the sight of God. All have wonderful innate capacities which only require suitable education for their development, and each can play a part which, instead of impoverishing, will enrich and complete the life of all the other members of the body of humanity. Abdu'l-Baha says, Concerning the prejudice of race, it is an illusion, a superstition pure and simple, for God created us all of one race. In the beginning also there were no limits and boundaries between the different lands. No part of the earth belonged more to one people than to another. In the sight of God there is no difference between the various races. Why should man invent such a prejudice? How can we uphold war caused by such an illusion? God has not created men that they should destroy one another. All races, tribes, sects, and classes share equally in the bounty of their Heavenly Father. The only real difference lies in the degree of faithfulness, of obedience to the laws of God. There are some who are as lighted torches, there are others who shine as stars in the sky of humanity. The lovers of mankind, these are the superior men of whatever nation, creed, or color they may be. Equally mischievous with racial prejudice is political or patriotic prejudice. The time has now come when narrow national patriotism should be merged in the wider patriotism whose country is the world. Baha'u'llah says, Of old it hath been revealed, love of one's country is an element of the faith of God. The tongue of grandeur hath, in the day of his manifestation, proclaimed, It is not his to boast who loveth his country, but it is his who loveth the world. Through the power released by these exalted words, he hath lent a fresh impulse, and set a new direction to the birds of men's hearts, and hath obliterated every trace of restriction and limitation from God's holy book. Territorial ambitions. Many are the wars which have been fought over pieces of territory whose possession has been coveted by 2 or more rival nations. The greed of possession has been as fertile a cause of strife among nations as among individuals. According to the Baha'i view, land rightly belongs not to individual men or individual nations, but to humanity as a whole, nay, rather it belongs to God alone, and all men are but tenants. Abdu'l-Baha said, The news of the Battle of Benghazi grieves my heart. I wonder at the human savagery that still exists in the world. How is it possible for men to fight from morning till night, killing each other, shedding the blood of their fellow men? And for what object? to gain possession of a part of the earth. Even the animals, when they fight, have an immediate and more reasonable cause for their attacks. How terrible is it that men who are of the higher kingdom can descend to slaying and bringing misery to their fellow beings for the possession of a tract of land, the highest of created beings fighting to obtain the lowest form of matter, earth. Land belongs not to one people but to all people. The earth is not man's home but his tomb. However great the conqueror, however many countries he may reduce to slavery, he is unable to retain any part of these devastated lands but one tiny portion, his tomb. If more land is required for the improvement of the condition of the people, for the spread of civilization, surely it would be possible to acquire peaceably the necessary extension of territory. But war is made for the satisfaction of men's ambition. For the sake of worldly gain to the few, terrible misery is brought to numberless homes, breaking the hearts of hundreds of men and women. I charge you all that each one of you concentrate all the thoughts of his heart on love and unity. When a thought of war comes, oppose it by a stronger thought of peace. A thought of hatred must be destroyed by a more powerful thought of love. When soldiers of the world draw their swords to kill, soldiers of God clasp each other's hands. So may all the savagery of men disappear by the mercy of God, working through the pure in heart and the sincere of soul. Or do not think the peace of the world an ideal impossible to attain. Nothing is impossible to the divine benevolence of God. If you desire with all your heart friendship with every race on earth, your thought, spiritual and positive, will spread. It will become the desire of others, growing stronger until it reaches the minds of all men. Universal language. Having glanced at the principal causes of war and how they may be avoided, we may now proceed to examine certain constructive proposals made by Baha'u'llah with a view to achieving the most great peace. The first deals with the establishment of a universal auxiliary language. Baha'u'llah refers to this matter in the Book of Acts and in many of his tablets. He says, "Effulgence is concord and union amongst men. Through the radiance of union have the regions of the world at all times been illumined, and the greatest of all means thereunto is the understanding of one another's writing and speech. Ere this, in our epistles, have we commanded the trustees of the house of justice, either to choose one of the existing tongues, or to originate a new one, and in like manner to adopt a common script, teaching these to the children in all the schools of the world, that the world may become even as one land and one home." About the time when this proposal of Baha'u'llah was first given to the world, there was born in Poland a boy named Ludovic Zamenhof, who was destined to play a leading part in carrying it into effect. Almost from his infancy, the ideal of a universal language became a dominant motive in Zamenhof's life, and the result of his devoted labors was the invention and widespread adoption of the language known as Esperanto, which has now stood the test of many years and has proved to be a very satisfactory medium of international intercourse. It has the great advantage that it can be mastered in about a 20th part of the time required to master such languages as English, French, or German, at an Esperanto banquet given in Paris in February 1913, Abdu'l-Baha said, "Today one of the chief causes of the differences in Europe is the diversity of languages. We say this man is a German, the other is an Italian, then we meet an Englishman, and then again a Frenchman. Although they belong to the same race, yet language is the greatest barrier between them. Were a universal auxiliary language in operation, they would all be considered as one." His Holiness Baha'u'llah wrote about this international language more than 40 years ago. He says that as long as an international language is not adopted, complete union between the various sections of the world will be unrealized. For we observe that misunderstandings keep people from mutual association, and these misunderstandings will not be dispelled except through an international auxiliary language. Generally speaking, the whole people of the Orient are not fully informed of events in the West. Neither can the Westerners put themselves in sympathetic touch with the Easterners. Their thoughts are enclosed in a casket. The international language will be the master key to open it. Were we in possession of a universal language, the Western books could easily be translated into that language, and the Eastern peoples be informed of their contents. In the same way, the books of the East could be translated into that language for the benefit of the people in the West. The greatest means of progress towards the union of East and West will be a common language. It will make the whole world one home and become the strongest impulse for human advancement. It will upraise the standard of the oneness of humanity. It will make the earth one universal commonwealth. It will be the cause of love between the children of men. It will cause good fellowship between the various races. Now, praise be to God that Dr. Zamenhof has invented the Esperanto language. It has all the potential qualities of becoming the international means of communication. All of us must be grateful and thankful to him for this noble effort, for in this way he has served his fellow men well. With untiring effort and self-sacrifice on the part of its devotees, Esperanto will become universal. Therefore, every one of us must study this language and spread it as far as possible, so that day by day, it may receive a broader recognition, be accepted by all nations and governments of the world, and become a part of the curriculum in all the public schools. I hope that Esperanto will be adopted as the language of all the future international conferences and congresses, so that all people need acquire only two languages, one their own tongue, and the other the international language. Then perfect union will be established between all the people of the world. Consider how difficult it is today to communicate with various nations. If one studies 50 languages, one may yet travel through a country and not know the language. Therefore, I hope that you will make the utmost effort so that this language of Esperanto may be widely spread. While these allusions to Esperanto are specific and encouraging, it remains true that until the House of Justice has acted on the matter in accordance with Baha'u'llah's instruction, the Bahá'í Faith is not committed to Esperanto, nor to any other living or artificial tongue. Abdu'l-Baha himself said, "The love and effort put into Esperanto will not be lost, but no one person can construct a universal language. Which language to adopt, and whether it is to be a natural or constructed one, is a decision which the nations of the world will have to make." Universal League of Nations. Another proposal frequently and powerfully advocated by Baha'u'llah was that a Universal League of Nations should be formed for the maintenance of international peace. In a letter to Queen Victoria, written while he was still a prisoner in the barracks of Akka, he said, "O rulers of the earth, be reconciled among yourselves, that ye may need no more armaments save in a measure to safeguard your territories and dominions. Be united, O kings of the earth, for thereby will the tempest of discord be stilled amongst you, and your people find rest. Should any one among you take up arms against another, rise ye all against him, for this is naught but manifest justice." In 1875, Abdu'l-Baha gave a forecast of the establishment of a Universal League of Nations, which is especially interesting at the present time in view of the strenuous attempts now being made to establish such a league. He wrote, "True civilization will unfurl its banner in the midmost heart of the world whenever a certain number of its distinguished and high-minded sovereigns, the shining exemplars of devotion and determination, shall, for the good and happiness of all mankind, arise with firm resolve and clear vision to establish the cause of universal peace. They must make the cause of peace the object of general consultation, and seek by every means in their power to establish a union of the nations of the world. They must conclude a binding treaty and establish a covenant, the provisions of which shall be sound, inviolable, and definite. They must proclaim it to all the world and obtain for it the sanction of all the human race. This supreme and noble undertaking, the real source of the peace and well-being of all the world, should be regarded as sacred by all that dwell on earth. All the forces of humanity must be mobilized to ensure the stability and permanence of this most great covenant. In this all-embracing pact, the limits and frontiers of each and every nation should be clearly fixed, the principles underlying the relations of governments towards one another definitely laid down, and all international agreements and obligations ascertained. In like manner, the size of the armaments of every government should be strictly limited, for if the preparations for war and the military forces of any nation should be allowed to increase, they will arouse the suspicion of others. The fundamental principle underlying this solemn pact should be so fixed that if any government later violate any one of its provisions, all the governments on earth should arise to reduce it to utter submission. Nay, the human race as a whole should resolve, with every power at its disposal, to destroy that government. Should this greatest of all remedies be applied to the sick body of the world, it will assuredly recover from its ills and will remain eternally safe and secure. Baha'i see grave deficiencies in the structure of the League of Nations, 31, which falls short of the type of institution which Baha'u'llah described as essential to the establishment of world peace. On December 17, 1919, Abdu'l-Baha declared, "At present, universal peace is a matter of great importance, but unity of conscience is essential, so that the foundation of this matter may become secure, its establishment firm and its edifice strong. Although the League of Nations has been brought into existence, yet it is incapable of establishing universal peace. But the supreme tribunal which His Holiness Baha'u'llah has described will fulfill this sacred task with the utmost might and power." International arbitration. Baha'u'llah also advocated the establishment of an international court of arbitration, so that differences arising between nations might be settled in accordance with justice and reason, instead of by appeal to the ordeal of battle.
In a letter to the secretary of the Mohonk Conference on International Arbitration in August 1911, Abdu'l-Baha said,
About 50 years ago in the Book of Actus, Baha'u'lláh commanded people to establish universal peace and summoned all the nations to the divine banquet of international arbitration, so that the questions of boundaries of national honor and property and of vital interests between nations might be settled by an arbitral court of justice, and that no nation would dare to refuse to abide by the decisions thus arrived at. If any quarrel between two nations, it must be adjudicated by this international court, and be arbitrated and decided upon like the judgment rendered by the judge between two individuals. If at any time any nation dares to break such a decision, all the other nations must arise to put down this rebellion. Again, in one of his Paris talks in 1911, he said, A supreme tribunal shall be established by the peoples and governments of every nation, composed of members elected from each country and government. The members of this great council shall assemble in unity. All disputes of an international character shall be submitted to this court, its work being to arrange by arbitration everything which otherwise would be a cause of war. This mission of this tribunal would be to prevent war. During the quarter of a century preceding the establishment of the League of Nations, a permanent court of arbitration was established at The Hague, 1900, and many arbitration treaties were signed, but most of these fell far short of the comprehensive proposals of Baha'u'lláh. No arbitration treaty was made between two great powers in which all matters of dispute were included. Differences affecting vital interests, honor, and independence were specifically accepted. Not only so, but effective guarantees that nations would abide by the terms of the treaties into which they had entered were lacking. In the Baha'i proposals, on the other hand, questions of boundaries, of national honor, and of vital interest are expressly included, and agreements will have the supreme guarantee of the World League of Nations behind them. Only when these proposals are completely carried out will international arbitration attain the full scope of its beneficent possibilities and the curse of war be finally banished from the world. Limitation of armaments. Abdu'l-Baha says, By a general agreement, all the governments of the world must disarm simultaneously. It will not do if one lays down its arms and the others refuse to do so. The nations of the world must concur with each other concerning this supremely important subject, so that they may abandon together the deadly weapons of human slaughter. As long as one nation increases her military and naval budget, other nations will be forced into this crazed competition through their natural and supposed interests. Non-resistance. As a religious body, Baha'is have, at the express command of Baha'u'lláh, entirely abandoned the use of armed force in their own interests, even for strictly defensive purposes. In Persia, many thousands of the Babis and Baha'is have suffered cruel deaths because of their faith. In the early days of the cause, the Babis on various occasions defended themselves and their families by the sword with great courage and bravery. Baha'u'lláh, however, forbade this. Abdu'l-Baha writes, When Baha'u'lláh appeared, he declared that the promulgation of the truth by such means must on no account be allowed, even for purposes of self-defense. He abrogated the rule of the sword and annulled the ordinance of holy war. If ye be slain, said he, it is better for you than to slay. It is through the firmness and assurance of the faithful that the cause of the Lord must be diffused. As the faithful, fearless and undaunted, arise with absolute detachment to exalt the word of God, and with eyes averted from the things of this world, engaged in service for the Lord's sake and by his power, thereby will they cause the word of truth to triumph. These blessed souls bear witness by their lifeblood to the truth of the cause, and attest it by the sincerity of their faith, their devotion, and their constancy. The Lord can avail to diffuse his cause and to defeat the froward. We desire no defender but him, and with our lives in our hands face the foe and welcome martyrdom. Baha'u'lláh wrote to one of the persecutors of his cause, Gracious God, this people need no weapons of destruction, inasmuch as they have girded themselves to reconstruct the world. Their hosts are the hosts of goodly deeds, and their arms the arms of upright conduct, and their commander the fear of God. Bless that one that judgeth with fairness, by the righteousness of God. Such hath been the patience, the calm, the resignation of contentment of this people, that they have become the exponents of justice. And so great hath been their forbearance, that they have suffered themselves to be killed rather than kill. And this notwithstanding that these whom the world hath wronged have endured tribulations the like of which the history of the world hath never recorded, nor the eyes of any nation witnessed. What is it that could have induced them to reconcile themselves to these grievous trials, and to refuse to put forth a hand to repel them? What could have caused such resignation and serenity? The true cause is to be found in the band which the pen of glory hath, day and night, chosen to impose, and in our assumption of the reins of authority, through the power and might of him who is the Lord of all mankind. The soundness of Baha'u'llah's non-resistance policy has already been proved by results. For every believer martyred in Persia, the Bahá'í Faith has received 100 new believers into its fold, and the glad and dauntless way in which these martyrs cast the crowns of their lives at the feet of their Lord has furnished to the world the clearest proof that they had found a new life for which death has no terrors, a life of ineffable fullness and joy, compared with which the pleasures of earth are but as dust in the balance, and the most fiendish physical tortures but trifles light as air. Righteous warfare. Although Baha'u'llah, like Christ, counsels his followers as individuals and as a religious body to adopt an attitude of non-resistance and forgiveness toward their enemies, he teaches that it is the duty of the community to prevent injustice and oppression. If individuals are persecuted and injured, it is wrong for a community to allow pillage and murder to continue unchecked within its borders. It is the duty of a good government to prevent wrongdoing and to punish offenders. So also with the community of nations. If one nation oppresses or injures another, it is the duty of all other nations to unite to prevent such oppression. Abdu'l-Baha writes, it may happen that at a given time warlike and savage tribes may furiously attack the body politic with the intention of carrying on a wholesale slaughter of its members. Under such a circumstance, defense is necessary. Hitherto the usual practice of mankind has been that if one nation attacked another, the rest of the nations of the world remained neutral and accepted no responsibility in the matter unless their own interests were directly affected or threatened. The whole burden of defense was left to the nation attacked, however weak and helpless it might be. The teaching of Baha'u'llah reverses this position and throws the responsibility of defense not specially on the nation attacked, but on all the others, individually and collectively. As the whole of mankind is one community, an attack on any one nation is an attack on the community and ought to be dealt with by the community. Were this doctrine generally recognized and acted on, any nation contemplating an aggression on another would know in advance that it would have to reckon with the opposition not of that other nation only, but of the whole of the rest of the world. This knowledge alone would be sufficient to deter even the boldest and most bellicose of nations. When a sufficiently strong league of peace-loving nations is established, war will, there, become a thing of the past. During the period of transition from the old state of international anarchy to the new state of international solidarity, aggressive wars will still be possible, and in these circumstances, military or other coercive action in the cause of international justice, unity, and peace may be a positive duty. Abdu'l-Baha writes that in such case, a conquest can be a praiseworthy thing, and there are times when war becomes the powerful basis of peace, and ruin the very means of reconstruction. If, for example, a high-minded sovereign marshals his troops to block the onset of the insurgent and the aggressor, or again, if he takes the field and distinguishes himself in a struggle to unify a divided state and people, if in brief, he is waging war for a righteous purpose, then this seeming wrath is mercy itself, and this apparent tyranny the very substance of justice, and this warfare the cornerstone of peace. Today, the task befitting great rulers is to establish universal peace, for in this lies the freedom of all peoples. Unity of East and West. Another factor which will help in bringing about universal peace is the linking together of the East and the West. The most great peace is no mere cessation of hostilities, but a fertilizing union and cordial cooperation of the hitherto sundered peoples of the earth, which will bear much precious fruit. In one of his talks in Paris, Abdu'l-Baha said, "In the past, as in the present, the spiritual sun of truth has always shone from the horizon of the East. In the East, Moses arose to lead and teach the people. On the eastern horizon rose the Lord Christ. Muhammad was sent to an eastern nation. The Bab arose in the eastern land of Persia. Baha'u'llah lived and taught in the East. All the great spiritual teachers arose in the Eastern world. But although the sun of Christ dawned in the East, the radiance thereof was apparent in the West, where the effulgence of its glory was more clearly seen. The divine light of his teaching shone with a greater force in the Western world, where it has made more rapid headway than in the land of its birth. In these days, the East is in need of material progress, and the West is in need of a spiritual ideal. It would be well for the West to turn to the East for illumination and to give in exchange its scientific knowledge. There must be this interchange of gifts. The East and the West must unite to give to each other what is lacking. This union will bring about true civilization where the spiritual is expressed and carried out in the material. Receiving thus, the one from the other, the greatest harmony will prevail. All people will be united. A state of great perfection will be attained. There will be a firm cementing, and this world will become a shining mirror for the reflection of the attributes of God. We all, the Eastern and the Western nations, must strive day and night, with heart and soul, to achieve this high ideal, to cement the unity between all the nations of the earth. Every heart will then be refreshed. All eyes will be opened. The most wonderful power will be given. The happiness of humanity will be assured. This will be the paradise which is to come on earth, when all mankind will be gathered together under the tent of unity in the kingdom of glory. Chapter 11. Various Ordinances and Teachings. You know thou that in every age and dispensation all divine ordinances are changed and transformed according to the requirement of the time, except the law of love, which, like a fountain, always flows and is never overtaken by change. Bahá'u'lláh. Monastic life. Baha'u'lláh, like Muhammad, forbids his followers to lead lives of monastic seclusion. In the tablet to Napoleon I, we read, O concourse of monks, seclude not yourselves in churches and cloisters. Come forth by my leave, and occupy yourselves with that which will profit your souls and the souls of men. Enter ye into wedlock, that after you someone may fill your place. We have forbidden you perfidious acts, and not that which will demonstrate fidelity. Have ye clung to the standards fixed by your own selves, and cast the standards of God behind your backs? Fear God, and be not of the foolish. But for man, who would make mention of me on my earth, and how could my attributes and my name have been revealed? Ponder ye, and be not of them that are veiled and fast asleep. He that wedded not Jesus found no place wherein to dwell or lay his head, by reason of that which the hands of the treacherous had wrought. His sanctity consisteth not in that which ye believe or fancy, but rather in the things we possess. Ask that ye may apprehend his station which hath been exalted above the imaginings of all that dwell on earth. Blessed are they who perceive it. Does it not seem strange that Christian sects should have instituted the monastic life and celibacy for the clergy, in view of the facts that Christ chose married men for his disciples, and both he himself and his apostles lived lives of active beneficence, in close association and familiar intercourse with the people? In the Mohammedan Quran we read, To Jesus the Son of Mary we gave the gospel, and we put into the hearts of those who followed him kindness and compassion, but as to the monastic life, they invented it themselves. The desire only of pleasing God did we prescribe to them, and this they observed not as it ought to have been observed. Whatever justification there may have been for the monastic life in ancient times and bygone circumstances, Baha'u'lláh declares that such justification no longer exists, and, indeed, it seems obvious that the withdrawal of a large number of the most pious and God-fearing of the population from association with their fellows and from the duties and responsibilities of parenthood must result in the spiritual impoverishment of the race. Marriage. The Baha'i teachings enjoin monogamy, and Baha'u'lláh makes marriage conditional on the consent of both parties and of their parents. He says in the Book of Acts, Verily in the Book of Bayan the matter is restricted to the consent of both bride and bridegroom. As we desired to bring about love and friendship and the unity of the people, therefore we made it conditional upon the consent of the parents also, that enmity and ill feeling might be avoided. T-I-ikas. On this point, Abdu'l-Baha wrote to an inquirer as to the question of marriage. According to the law of God, first you must select one, and then it depends on the consent of the father and mother. Before your selection, they have no right of interference. Abdu'l-Baha says that as a result of this precaution of Baha'u'llah's, the strained relations between relatives-in-law, which have become proverbial in Christian and Mohammedan countries, are almost unknown among the Baha'is, and divorce is also a very rare occurrence. He writes on the subject of matrimony. Baha'i marriage is union and cordial affection between the two parties. They must, however, exercise the utmost care and become acquainted with each other's character. This eternal bond should be made secure by a firm covenant, and the intention should be to foster harmony, fellowship, and unity, and to attain everlasting life. In a true Baha'i marriage, the two parties must become fully united both spiritually and physically, so that they may attain eternal union throughout all the worlds of God and improve the spiritual life of each other. This is Baha'i matrimony. The Baha'i marriage ceremony is very simple, the only requirement being that the groom and the bride, in the presence of at least two witnesses, each say, "We will all, verily, abide by the will of God." Divorce. In the matter of divorce, As in that of marriage, the instructions of the prophets have varied in accordance with the circumstances of the times. Abdu'l-Baha states, "The friends, Baha'is, must strictly refrain from divorce unless something arises which compels them to separate because of their aversion for each other. In that case, with the knowledge of the spiritual assembly, they may decide to separate. They must then be patient and wait 1 complete year. If during this year harmony is not re-established between them, then their divorce may be realized. The foundation of the kingdom of God is based upon harmony and love, oneness, relationship, and union, not upon differences, especially between husband and wife. If one of these two become the cause of divorce, that one will unquestionably fall into great difficulties, will become the victim of formidable calamities and experience deep remorse. In the matter of divorce, as in other matters, Baha'is will, of course, be bound not only by the Baha'i teaching, but also by the laws of the country in which they live." The Baha'i calendar. Among different peoples and at different times, many different methods have been adopted for the measurement of time and fixing of dates, and several different calendars are still in daily use, e.g., the Gregorian in Western Europe, the Julian in many countries of Eastern Europe, the Hebrew among the Jews, and the Mohammedan in Muslim communities. The Bab signalized the importance of the dispensation which he came to herald by inaugurating a new calendar. In this, as in the Gregorian calendar, the lunar month is abandoned and the solar year is adopted. The Baha'i year consists of 19 months of 19 days each, i.e., 361 days, with the addition of certain intercalary days, 4 in ordinary and 5 in leap years, between the 18th and 19th months, in order to adjust the calendar to the solar year. The Bab named the months after the attributes of God. The Baha'i New Year, like the ancient Persian New Year, is astronomically fixed, commencing at the March equinox, usually March 21st, and the Baha'i era commences with the year of the Bab's declaration. Spiritual assemblies. Before Abdu'l-Baha completed his earthly mission, he had laid a basis for the development of the administrative order established in Baha'u'llah's writings. To show the high importance to be attributed to the institution of the spiritual assembly, Abdu'l-Baha in a tablet declared that a certain translation must be approved by the spiritual assembly of Cairo before publication, even though he himself had reviewed and corrected the text. By spiritual assembly is meant the administrative body of 9 persons, elected annually by each local Baha'i community, in which is vested the authority of decision on all matters of mutual action on the part of the community. This designation is temporary, since in future the spiritual assemblies will be termed houses of justice. Unlike the organization of churches, these Baha'i bodies are social rather than ecclesiastical institutions. That is, they apply the law of consultation to all questions and difficulties arising between Baha'is, who are called upon to carry them to the civil court, and seek to promote unity as well as justice throughout the community. The spiritual assembly is in no wise equivalent to the priest or clergy, but is responsible for upholding the teachings, stimulating active service, conducting meetings, maintaining unity, holding Baha'i property in trust for the community, and representing it in its relations to the public and to other Baha'i communities. The nature of the spiritual assembly, local and national, is described more fully in the section devoted to the will and testament of Abdu'l-Baha in the final chapter, but its general functions have been defined by Shogui Effendi as follows. The matter of teaching, its direction, its ways and means, its extension, its consolidation, essential as they are to the interests of the cause, constitute by no means the only issue which should receive the full attention of these assemblies. A careful study of Baha'u'llah's and Abdu'l-Baha's tablets will reveal that other duties, no less vital to the interests of the cause, devolve upon the elected representatives of the friends in every locality. It is incumbent upon them to be vigilant and cautious, discreet and watchful, and protect at all times the temple of the cause from the dart of the mischief maker and the onslaught of the enemy. They must endeavor to promote amity and concord amongst the friends, efface every lingering trace of distrust, coolness and estrangement from every heart, and secure in its stead an active and wholehearted cooperation for the service of the cause. They must do their utmost to extend at all times the helping hand to the poor, the sick, the disabled, the orphan, the widow, irrespective of color, caste, and creed. They must promote by every means in their power the material as well as the spiritual enlightenment of youth, the means for the education of children, institute, whenever possible, Baha'i educational institutions, organize and supervise their work and provide the best means for their progress and development. They must undertake the arrangement of the regular meetings of the friends, the feasts and the anniversaries, as well as the special gatherings designed to serve and promote the social, intellectual, and spiritual interests of their fellow men. They must supervise in these days when the cause is still in its infancy all Baha'i publications and translations, and provide in general for a dignified and accurate presentation of all Baha'i literature and its distribution to the general public. The possibilities inherent in Baha'i institutions can only be estimated when one realizes how rapidly modern civilization is disintegrating for lack of that spiritual power which can alone supply the necessary attitude of responsibility and humility to the leaders, and the requisite loyalty to the individual members of society. Baha'i feasts, anniversaries, and days of fasting. Feast of Nowruz, Baha'i New Year, March 21st. Feast of Ridvan, Declaration of Baha'u'llah, April 21st, May 2. Declaration of the Bab, May 23rd. 33. Ascension of Baha'u'llah, May 29th. Martyrdom of the Bab, July 9th. Birth of the Bab, October 20th. Birth of Baha'u'llah, November 12th. Day of the Covenant, November 26th. Ascension of Abdu'l-Baha, November 28th. Period of the fast, 19 days beginning March 2nd. Feasts. The essential joyousness of the Baha'i religion finds expression in numerous feasts and holidays throughout the year. In a talk on the Feast of Nowruz in Alexandria, Egypt in 1912, Abdu'l-Baha said, In the sacred laws of God, in every cycle and dispensation there are blessed feasts, holidays, and workless days. On such days all kinds of occupations, commerce, industry, agriculture, etc. should be suspended. All should rejoice together, hold general meetings, become as one assembly, so that the national oneness, unity, and harmony may be demonstrated in the eyes of all. As it is a blessed day, it should not be neglected, nor deprived of results by making it a day devoted to the pursuit of mere pleasure. During such days institutions should be founded that may be of permanent benefit and value to the people. Today there is no result or fruit greater than guiding the people. Undoubtedly the friends of God, upon such a day, must leave tangible philanthropic or ideal traces that should reach all mankind and not pertain only to the Baha'is. In this wonderful dispensation, philanthropic affairs are for all humanity without exception, because it is the manifestation of the mercifulness of God. Therefore my hope is that the friends of God, every one of them, may become as the mercy of God to all mankind. The feasts of Nowruz, New Year, and Ridvan, the anniversaries of the birth of the Bab and Baha'u'llah, and of the Bab's declaration, which is also the birthday of Abdu'l-Baha, are the great joy days of the year for Baha'is. In Persia they are celebrated by picnics or festal gatherings at which music, the chanting of verses and tablets, and short addresses suitable to the occasion are contributed by those present. The intercalary days between the 18th and 19th months, that is, February 26th to March 1st inclusive, are specially devoted to hospitality to friends, the giving of presents, ministering to the poor and sick, etc. The anniversaries of the martyrdom of the Bab and the departure of Baha'u'llah and Abdu'l-Baha are celebrated with solemnity by appropriate meetings and discourses, the chanting of prayers and tablets. Fast. The 19th month, following immediately on the hospitality of the intercalary days, is the month of the fast. During 19 days the fast is observed by abstaining from both food and drink from sunrise to sunset. As the month of the fast ends at the March equinox, the fast always falls in the same season, namely spring in the northern and autumn in the southern hemisphere, never in the extreme heart of summer, nor in the extreme cold of winter, when hardship would be likely to result. At that season, moreover, the interval between sunrise and sunset is approximately the same all over the habitable portion of the globe, namely, from about 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. The fast is not binding on children and invalids, on travelers, or on those who are too old or too weak, including women who are with child or have babes at the breast. There is much evidence to show that a periodical fast such as is enjoined by the Baha'i teachings is beneficial as a measure of physical hygiene, but just as the reality of the Baha'i I fast does not lie in the consumption of physical food, but in the commemoration of God, which is our spiritual food. So the reality of the Baha, I fast, does not consist in abstention from physical food, although that may help in the purification of the body, but in the abstention from the desires and lusts of the flesh, and in severance from all save God. Abdu'l-Baha says, fasting is a symbol. Fasting signifies abstinence from lust. Physical fasting is a symbol of that abstinence and is a reminder, that is, just as a person abstains from physical appetites, he is to abstain from self-appetites and self-desires. But mere abstention from food has no effect on the spirit. It is only a symbol, a reminder. Otherwise, it is of no importance. Fasting for this purpose does not mean entire abstinence from food. The golden rule as to food is, do not take too much or too little. Moderation is necessary. There is a sect in India who practice extreme abstinence and gradually reduce their food until they exist on almost nothing. But their intelligence suffers. A man is not fit to do service for God with brain or body if he is weakened by lack of food. He cannot see clearly. Meetings. Abdu'l-Baha attaches the greatest importance to regular meetings of the believers for united worship, for the exposition and study of the teachings, and for consultation regarding the progress of the movement. In one of his tablets he says, it hath been decided by the desire of God that union and harmony may day by day increase among the friends of God and the handmaids of the merciful. Not until this is realized will the affairs advance by any means whatever. And the greatest means for the union and harmony of all are spiritual meetings. This matter is very important and is as a magnet to attract divine confirmation. In the spiritual meetings of Baha is contentious argument, and the discussion of political or worldly affairs must be avoided. The sole aim of the believer should be to teach and learn divine truth, to have their hearts filled with divine love, to attain more perfect obedience to the divine will, and to promote the coming of the kingdom of God. In an address given at New York in 1912, Abdu'l-Baha said, the Baha'i meeting must be the meeting of the celestial concourse. It must be illumined by the lights of the celestial concourse. The hearts must be as mirrors wherein the lights of the Sun of Truth shall be revealed. Every bosom must be as a telegraph station. One terminal of the wire shall be in the bosom of the soul, the other in the celestial concourse, so that messages may be exchanged between them. In this way from the Abba kingdom inspiration shall flow, and in all discussions harmony shall prevail. The more agreement, unity, and love prevail among you, the more shall the confirmations of God assist you, and the help and aid of the Blessed Beauty, Baha'u'llah, support you. In one of his tablets he said, in these meetings outside conversation must be entirely avoided, and the gathering must be confined to chanting the verses and reading the words, and to matters which concern the cause of God, such as explaining proofs, adducing clear and manifest evidences, and tracing the signs of the beloved one of the creatures. Those who attend the meeting must, before entering, be arrayed with the utmost cleanliness and turn to the Abba kingdom, and then enter the meeting with all meekness and humbleness, and while the tablets are being read, must be quiet and silent, and if one wishes to speak, he must do so with all courtesy, with the satisfaction and permission of those present, and do it with eloquence and fluency. The 19-day feast. With the development of the Baha'i administrative order since the ascension of Abdu'l-Baha, the 19-day feast, observed on the first day of each Baha'i month, has assumed a very special importance, providing as it does not only for community prayer and reading from the holy books, but also for general consultation on all current Baha'i affairs and for the association of the friends together. This feast is the occasion when the spiritual assembly makes its reports to the community and invites both discussion of plans and suggestions for new and better methods of service. Baha'u'llah left instructions that temples of worship should be built by his followers in every country and city. To these temples he gave the name of Ma_Sh_Regal Adhkar, which means dawning place of God's praise. The Massachusetts_Shech_Regal is to be a 9-sided building surmounted by a dome, and as beautiful as possible in design and workmanship. It is to stand in a large garden adorned with fountains, trees, and flowers, surrounded by a number of accessory buildings devoted to educational, charitable, and social purposes, so that the worship of God in the temple may always be closely associated with reverent delight in the beauties of nature and of art, and with practical work for the amelioration of social conditions. When these institutions, college, hospital, hospice, and establishment for the incurables, university for the study of higher sciences, giving postgraduate courses, and other philanthropic buildings are built, the doors will be open to all the nations and religions. There will be absolutely no line of demarcation drawn. Its charities will be dispensed irrespective of color or race. Its gates will be flung wide open to mankind, prejudice towards none, love for all. The central building will be devoted to the purpose of prayer and worship. Thus, religion will become harmonized with science, and science will be the handmaid of religion, both showering their material and spiritual gifts on all humanity. Life after death. Baha'u'llah tells us that the life in the flesh is but the embryonic stage of our existence, and that escape from the body is like a new birth through which the human spirit enters on a fuller, freer life. He writes, "Know thou of a truth that the soul, after its separation from the body, will continue to progress until it attaineth the presence of God in a state and condition which neither the revolution of ages and centuries nor the changes and chances of this world can alter. It will endure as long as the kingdom of God, His sovereignty, His dominion and power will endure. It will manifest the signs of God and His attributes, and will reveal His loving kindness and bounty. The movement of my pen is stilled when it attempteth to befittingly describe the loftiness and glory of so exalted a station. The honor with which the hand of mercy will invest the soul is such as no tongue can adequately reveal, nor any other earthly agency describe. Blessed is the soul which, at the hour of its separation from the body, is sanctified from the vain imaginings of the peoples of the world. Such a soul liveth and moveth in accordance with the will of its Creator, and entereth the all-highest paradise. The maids of heaven, inmates of the loftiest mansions, will circle around it, and the prophets of God and His chosen ones will seek its companionship. With them that soul will freely converse, and will recount unto them that which it hath been made to endure in the path of God, the Lord of all worlds. If any man be told that which hath been ordained for such a soul in the worlds of God, the Lord of the throne on high and of earth below, his whole being will instantly blaze out in his great longing to attain that most exalted, that sanctified and resplendent station. The nature of the soul after death can never be described, nor is it meet and permissible to reveal its whole character to the eyes of men. The prophets and messengers of God have been sent down for the sole purpose, underlying their revelation hath been to educate all men, that they may, at the hour of death, ascend in the utmost purity and sanctity, and with absolute detachment, to the throne of the Most High. The light which these souls radiate is responsible for the progress of the world and the advancement of its peoples. They are like unto leaven which leaveneth the world of being, and constitute the animating force through which the arts and wonders of the world are made manifest. Through them the clouds rain their bounty upon men, and the earth bringeth forth its fruits. All things must needs have a cause, a motive power, an animating principle. These souls and symbols of detachment have provided, and will continue to provide, the supreme moving impulse in the world of being. The world beyond is as different from this world as this world is different from that of the child while still in the womb of its mother. Similarly, Abdu'l-Baha writes, "The mysteries of which man is heedless in the earthly world, those will he discover in the heavenly world, and there will he be informed of the secrets of the truth. How much more will he recognize or discover persons with whom he has been associated? Undoubtedly the holy souls who find a pure eye and are favored with insight will, in the kingdom of lights, be acquainted with all mysteries, and will seek the bounty of witnessing the reality of every great soul. They will even manifestly behold the beauty of God in that world. Likewise will they find all the friends of God, both those of the former and recent times, present in the heavenly assemblage. The difference and distinction between men will naturally become realized after their departure from this mortal world. But this distinction is not in respect to place, but in respect to the soul and the conscience. For the kingdom of God is sanctified or free from time and place. It is another world and another universe. And know thou for a certainty that in the divine worlds the spiritual beloved ones will recognize one another, and will seek union with each other, but a spiritual union. Likewise a love that one may have entertained for anyone will not be forgotten in the world of the kingdom, nor wilt thou forget there the life that thou hadst in the material world." Heaven and Hell. Baha'u'llah and Abdu'l-Baha regard the descriptions of heaven and hell given in some of the older religious writings as symbolic, like the biblical story of the creation, and not as literally true. According to them, heaven is the state of perfection, and hell that of imperfection. Heaven is harmony with God's will and with our fellows, and hell is the want of such harmony. Heaven is the condition of spiritual life, and hell that of spiritual death. A man may be either in heaven or in hell while still in the body. The joys of heaven are spiritual joys, and the pains of hell consist in the deprivation of these joys. Abdu'l-Baha says, "When they, men, are delivered through the light of faith from the darkness of these vices, and become illuminated with the radiance of the sun of reality, and ennobled with all the virtues, they esteem this the greatest reward, and they know it to be the true paradise. In the same way they consider that the spiritual punishment is to be subjected to the world of nature, to be veiled from God, to be brutal and ignorant, to fall into carnal lusts, to be absorbed in animal frailties, to be characterized with dark qualities. These are the greatest punishments and tortures. The rewards of the other world are the perfections and the peace obtained in the spiritual worlds after leaving this world, the spiritual graces, the various spiritual gifts in the kingdom of God, the gaining of the desires of the heart and the soul, and the meeting of God in the world of eternity. In the same way the punishments of the other world consist in being deprived of the special divine blessings and the absolute bounties and falling into the lowest degrees of existence. He who is deprived of these divine favors, although he continues after death, is considered as dead by the people of truth. The wealth of the other world is nearness to God. Consequently, it is certain that those who are near the divine court are allowed to intercede, and this intercession is approved by God. It is even possible that the condition of those who have died in sin and unbelief may become changed. That is to say, they may become the object of pardon through the bounty of God, not through his justice, for bounty of giving without desert, and justice is giving what is deserved. As we have the power to pray for these souls here, so likewise we shall possess the same power in the other world, which is the kingdom of God. Therefore in that world also they can make progress. As here they can receive light by their supplications, there also they can plead for forgiveness and receive light through entreaties and supplications. Both before and after putting off this material form, there is progress in perfection, but not in state. There is no other being higher than a perfect man. But man, when he has reached this state, can still make progress in perfections, but not in state, because there is no state higher than that of a perfect man to which he can transfer himself. He only progresses in the state of humanity, for the human perfections are infinite. Thus, however learned a man may be, we can imagine one more learned. Hence, as the perfections of humanity are endless, man can also make progress in perfections after leaving this world. Oneness of the two worlds. The unity of humanity as taught by Baha'u'lláh refers not only to men still in the flesh, but to all human beings, whether embodied or disembodied. Not only all men now living on the earth, but all in the spiritual world as well, are parts of one and the same organism, and these two parts are intimately dependent, one on the other. Spiritual communion one with the other, far from being impossible or unnatural, is constant and inevitable. Those whose spiritual faculties are as yet undeveloped are unconscious of this vital connection. But as one's faculties develop, communications with those beyond the veil gradually become more conscious and definite. To the prophets and saints, this spiritual communion is as familiar and real as our ordinary vision and conversation to the rest of mankind. Abdu'l-Baha says, "The visions of the prophets are not dreams. No, they are spiritual discoveries and have reality. They say, for example, I saw a person in a certain form, and I said such a thing, and he gave such an answer. This vision is in the world of wakefulness, and not in that of sleep. Nay, it is a spiritual discovery. Among spiritual souls there are spiritual understandings, discoveries, a communion which is purified from imagination and fancy, an association which is sanctified from time and place. So it is written in the Gospel that on Mount Tabor, Moses and Elias came to Christ, and it is evident that this was not a material meeting. It was a spiritual condition. Communications such as these are real and produce wonderful effects in the minds and thoughts of men and cause their hearts to be attracted. While admitting the reality of supernormal psychic faculties, he deprecates attempts to force their development prematurely. These faculties will unfold naturally when the right time comes, if we only follow the path of spiritual progress which the prophets have traced for us. He says, to tamper with psychic forces while in this world interferes with the condition of the soul in the world to come. These forces are real, but normally are not active on this plane. The child in the womb has its eyes, ears, hands, feet, etc., but they are not in activity. The whole purpose of life in the material world is the coming forth into the world of reality, where those forces will become active. They belong to that world. Intercourse with spirits of the departed ought not to be sought for its own sake, nor in order to gratify idle curiosity. It is both a privilege and duty, however, for those on one side of the veil to love and help and pray for those on the other. Prayers for the dead are enjoined on Baha'is. Abdu'l-Baha said to Miss E. J. Rosenberg in 1904, "The grace of effective intercession is one of the perfections belonging to its souls, as well as to the manifestation of God." Jesus Christ had the power of interceding for the forgiveness of his enemies when on earth, and he certainly has this power now. Abdu'l-Baha never mentions the name of a dead person without saying, "May God forgive him," or words to that effect. Followers of the prophets have also this power of praying for the forgiveness of souls. Therefore, we may not think that any souls are condemned to a stationary condition of suffering or loss arising from absolute ignorance of God. The power of effective intercession for them always exists. The rich in the other world can help the poor, as the rich can help the poor here. In every world, all are the creatures of God. They are always dependent on Him. They are not independent and can never be so. While they are needful of God, the more they supplicate, the richer they become. What is their merchandise, their wealth? In the other world, what is help and assistance? It is intercession. Undeveloped souls must gain progress at first through the supplications of the spiritually rich. Afterwards, they can progress through their own supplications. Again, he says those who have ascended have different attributes from those who are still on earth, yet there is no real separation.
In prayer, there is a mingling of station, a mingling of condition. Pray for them as they pray for you.
Asked whether it was possible through faith and love to bring the new revelation to the knowledge of those who have departed from this life without hearing of it, Abdu'l-Baha replied, "Yes, surely, since sincere prayer always has its effect, and it has a great influence in the other world. We are never cut off from those who are there. The real and genuine influence is not in this world but in that other." On the other hand, Baha'u'llah writes, "He who lives according to what is ordained for him, the celestial concourse, and the people of the supreme paradise, and those who are dwelling in the dome of greatness will pray for him, by a command from God, the dearest and the praiseworthy." When Abdu'l-Baha was asked how it was that the heart often turns with instinctive appeal to some friend who has passed into the next life, he answered, "It is a law of God's creation that the weak should lean upon the strong. Those to whom you turn may be mediators of God's power to you, even as when on earth, but it is the one Holy Spirit that strengthens all men." The non-existence of evil. According to Baha'i philosophy, it follows from the doctrine of the unity of God that there can be no such thing as positive evil. There can only be one infinite. If there were any other power in the universe outside of or opposed to the one, then the one would not be infinite. Just as darkness is but the absence or lesser degree of light, so evil is but the absence or lesser degree of good, the undeveloped state. A bad man is a man with the higher side of his nature still undeveloped. If he is selfish, the evil is not in his love of self. All love, even self-love, is good, is divine. The evil is that he has such a poor, inadequate, misguided love of self and such a lack of love for others and for God. He looks upon himself as only a superior sort of animal and foolishly pampers his lower nature as he might pamper a pet dog, with worse results in his own case than in that of the dog. In one of his letters, Abdu'l-Baha says, "As to thy remark, that Abdu'l-Baha hath said to some of the believers that evil never exists, nay, rather, it is a non-existent thing, this is but truth, inasmuch as the greatest evil is man's going astray and being veiled from truth. Error is lack of guidance, darkness is absence of light, ignorance is lack of knowledge, falsehood is lack of truthfulness, blindness is lack of sight, and deafness is lack of hearing. Therefore, error, blindness, deafness, and ignorance are non-existent things." Again, he says, "In creation there is no evil, all is good. Certain qualities in nature is innate in some men and apparently blameworthy are not so in reality. For example, from the beginning of his life you can see in a nursing child the signs of desire, of anger, and of temper. Then, it may be said, good and evil are innate in the reality of man, and this is contrary to the pure goodness of nature and creation. The answer to this is that desire, which is to ask for something more, is a praiseworthy quality provided that it is used suitably. So if a man has the desire to acquire science and knowledge, or to become compassionate, generous, and just, it is most praiseworthy. If he exercises his anger and wrath against the bloodthirsty tyrants who are like ferocious beasts, it is very praiseworthy, but if he does not use these qualities in a right way, they are blameworthy. It is the same with all the natural qualities of man, which constitute the capital of life. If they be used and displayed in an unlawful way, they become blameworthy. Therefore, it is clear that creation is purely good. Evil is always lack of life. If the lower side of man's nature is disproportionately developed, the remedy is not less life for that side, but more life for the higher side, so that the balance may be restored. I am come, said Christ, that ye may have life, and that ye may have it more abundantly. That is what we all need: life, more life, the life that is life indeed. Baha'u'llah's message is the same as Christ's. Today, he says, this servant has assuredly come to vivify the world. Tablet to Ra is. And to his followers he says, come ye after me, that we may make you to become quickeners of mankind. Chapter 12, Religion and Science. Ali, the son-in-law of Muhammad, said, that which is in conformity with science is also in conformity with religion. Whatever the intelligence of man cannot understand, religion ought not to accept. Religion and science walk hand in hand, and any religion contrary to science is not the truth. Abdu'l-Baha.
Conflict due to error. One of the fundamental teachings of Baha'u'lláh is that true science and true religion must always be in harmony. Truth is one, and whenever conflict appears, it is due, not to truth, but to error. Between so-called science and so-called religion, there have been fierce conflicts all down the ages, but looking back on these conflicts in the light of fuller truth, we can trace them every time to ignorance, prejudice, vanity, greed, narrow-mindedness, intolerance, obstinacy, or something of the kind, something foreign to the true spirit of both science and religion, for the spirit of both is one. As Huxley tells us, the great deeds of philosophers have been less the fruit of their intellect than the direction of that intellect by an eminently religious tone of mind. Truth has yielded herself rather to their patience, their love, their single-heartedness and self-denial than to their logical acumen. Boole, the mathematician, assures us that geometric induction is essentially a process of prayer and appeal from the finite mind to the infinite for light on finite concerns.
The great prophets of religion and science have never denounced each other. It is the unworthy followers of these great world teachers, worshippers of the letter but not of the spirit of their teaching, who have always been the persecutors of the later prophets and the bitterest opponents of progress. They have studied the light of the particular revelation which they hold sacred, and have defined its properties and peculiarities as seen by their limited vision, with the utmost care and precision. That is for them the one true light. If God in his infinite bounty sends fuller light from another quarter, and the torch of inspiration burns brighter than before from a new torch holder, instead of welcoming the new lights they are angry and alarmed. This new light does not correspond with their definitions. It has not the orthodox color, and does not shine from the orthodox place. Therefore it must at all costs be extinguished lest it lead men astray into the paths of heresy. Many enemies of the prophets are of this type, blind leaders of the blind, who oppose new and fuller truth in the supposed interests of what they believe to be the truth. Others are of baser sort, and are moved by selfish interests to fight against truth, or else block the path of progress by reason of spiritual deadness and inertia. Persecution of prophets. The great prophets of religion have always been, at their coming, despised and rejected of men. Both they and their early followers have given their backs to the smiters and sacrificed their possessions and their lives in the path of God. Even in our own times this has been so. Since 1844 AD, many thousands of Babis and Baha'is in Persia have suffered cruel deaths for their faith, and many more have borne imprisonment, exile, poverty, and degradation. The latest of the great religions has been baptized in blood more than its predecessors, and martyrdoms have continued down to the present day. With the prophets of science, the same thing has happened. Giordano Bruno was burned as a heretic in 1600 AD for teaching, amongst other things, that the earth moved around the sun. A few years later, the veteran philosopher Galileo had to abjure the same doctrine on his knees in order to escape a similar fate. In later times, Darwin and the pioneers of modern geology were vehemently denounced for daring to dispute the teaching of Holy Writ that the world was made in 6 days and less than 6,000 years ago. The opposition to new scientific truth has not all come from the church, however. The orthodox in science have been just as hostile to progress as the orthodox in religion. Columbus was laughed to scorn by the so-called scientists of his day, who proved to their own satisfaction that if ships did succeed in getting down to the antipodes over the side of the globe, it would be absolutely impossible for them to get up again. Galvani, the pioneer of electrical science, was scoffed at by his learned colleagues and called the frog's dancing master. Harvey, who discovered the circulation of the blood, was ridiculed and persecuted by his professional brethren on account of his heresy and driven from his lecture chair. When Stephenson invented his locomotive engine, European mathematicians of the time, instead of opening their eyes and studying the facts, continued for years to prove to their own satisfaction that an engine on smooth rails could never pull a load, as the wheels would simply slip round and the train make no progress. To examples like these one might add indefinitely both from ancient and modern history, and even from our own times. Dr. Zamenhof, the inventor of Esperanto, had to battle for his wonderful international language against the same sort of ridicule, contempt, and stupid opposition which greeted Columbus, Galvani, and Stevenson. Even Esperanto, which was given to the world so recently as 1887, has had its martyrs.
The dawn of reconciliation.
In the last half-century or so, however, a change has come over the spirit of the times. A new light of truth has arisen, which has already made the controversies of last century seem strangely out of date. Where are now the boastful materialists and dogmatic atheists who only a few short years ago were threatening to drive religion out of the world? And where are the preachers who so confidently consigned those who did not accept their dogmas to the fires of hell and the tortures of the damned? Echoes of their clamor we may still hear, but their day is fast declining and their doctrines are being discredited. We can see now that the doctrines around which their controversies waxed most bitter were neither true science nor true religion. What scientist in the light of modern psychical research could still maintain that brain secretes thought as the liver secretes bile, or that decay of the body is necessarily accompanied by decay of the soul? We now see that thought to be really free must soar to the realms of psychical and spiritual phenomena and not be confined to the material only. We realize that what we now know about nature is but as a drop in the ocean compared with what remains to be discovered. We therefore freely admit the possibility of miracles, not indeed in the sense of the breaking of nature's laws, but as manifestations of the operation of subtle forces which are still unknown to us, as electricity and X-rays were to our ancestors. On the other hand, who amongst our leading religious teachers would still declare it is necessary to salvation to believe that the world was made in 6 days, or that the description of the plagues in Egypt, as given in the book of Exodus, is literally true, or that the sun stood still in the heavens, that is, that the earth stopped its rotation to let Joshua pursue his enemies, or that if a man accept not the creed of St. Athanasius, without doubt he shall perish everlastingly. Such beliefs may still be repeated in form, but who accepts them in their literal sense, and without reservation? Their hold on people's hearts and minds is gone or is fast going. The religious world owes a debt of gratitude to the men of science who helped to tear such worn-out creeds and dogmas to tatters and allowed the truth to step forth free. But the scientific world owes an even heavier debt to the real saints and mystics who, through good report and ill, held to the vital truths of spiritual existence and demonstrated to an incredulous world that the life is more than meat and the unseen greater than the seen. These scientists and saints were like the mountain peaks which caught the first rays of the rising sun and reflected them to the lower world. But now the sun has risen and its rays are illuminating the world. In the teachings of Baha'u'llah we have a glorious revelation of truth, which satisfies both heart and mind, in which religion and science are at one. Search after truth. Complete harmony with science is evident in the Baha'i teachings regarding the way in which we must seek the truth. Man must cut himself free from all prejudice so that he may search after truth unhindered. Abdu'l-Baha says, "In order to find truth we must give up our prejudices, our own small trivial notions. An open receptive mind is essential. If our chalice is full of self, there is no room in it for the water of life. The fact that we imagine ourselves to be right and everybody else wrong is the greatest of all obstacles in the path towards unity, and unity is essential if we would reach truth, for truth is one. No one truth can contradict another truth. Light is good in whatsoever lamp it is burning. A rose is beautiful in whatsoever garden it may bloom. A star has the same radiance if it shines from the east or from the west. Be free from prejudice, so will you love the sun of truth from whatever point in the horizon it may arise. You will realize that if the divine light of truth shone in Jesus Christ, it also shone in Moses and Buddha. This is what is meant by the search after truth. It also means that we must be willing to clear away all that we have previously learned, all that would clog our steps on the way to truth. We must not shrink, if necessary, from beginning our education all over again. We must not allow our love for any one religion or any one personality so to blind our eyes that we become fettered by superstition. When we are freed from all these bonds, seeking with liberal minds, Then shall we be able to arrive at our goal. The agnosticism. The Baha'i teaching is at one with science and philosophy in declaring the essential nature of God to be entirely beyond human comprehension, as emphatically as Thomas Huxley and Herbert Spencer teach that the nature of the great first cause is unknowable. Does Baha'u'lláh teach that God comprehends all? He cannot be comprehended. To knowledge of the divine essence the way is barred and road is impassable, for how can the finite comprehend the infinite? How can a drop contain the ocean or a mote dancing in the sunbeam embrace the universe? Yet the whole universe is eloquent of God. In each drop of water are hidden oceans of meaning, and in each mote is concealed a whole universe of significances, reaching far beyond the ken of the most learned scientist. The chemist and physicists pursuing their researches into the nature of matter have passed from masses to molecules, from molecules to atoms, from atoms to electrons and ether, but at every step the difficulties of the research increase till the most profound intellect can penetrate no farther, and can but bow in silent awe before the unknown infinite which remains ever shrouded in inscrutable mystery. Flower in the crannied wall, I pluck you out of the crannies. I hold you here, root and all, in my hand, little flower, but if I could understand what you are, root and all in all, I should know what God and man is.
If the flower in the crannied wall, if even a single atom of matter, present mysteries which the most profound intellect cannot solve, how is it possible for man to comprehend the universe? How dare he pretend to define or describe the infinite cause of all things? All theological speculations about the nature of God's essence are thus swept aside as foolish and futile.
Knowledge of God. But if the essence is unknowable, the manifestations of its bounty are everywhere apparent. If the first cause cannot be conceived, its effects appeal to our every faculty. Just as knowledge of a painter's pictures gives to the connoisseur a true knowledge of the artist, so knowledge of the universe in any of its aspects, knowledge of nature or of human nature, of things visible or of things invisible, is knowledge of God's handiwork, and gives to the seeker for divine truth a real knowledge of his glory. The heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament sheweth his handiwork. Day unto day uttereth speech, and night unto night sheweth knowledge. The divine manifestations.
All things manifest the bounty of God with greater or less clearness, as all material objects exposed to the sun reflect its light in greater or less degree. A heap of soot reflects a little, a stone reflects more, a piece of chalk more still, but in none of these reflections can we trace the form and colour of the glorious orb. A perfect mirror, however, reflects the sun's very form and colour, so that looking into it is like looking at the sun itself. So it is with the way in which things speak to us of God. The stone can tell us something of the divine attributes, the flower can tell us more, the animal with its marvellous senses, instincts and power of movement, more still.
In the lowest of our fellow men we can trace wonderful faculties which tell of a wonderful creator. In the poet, the saint, the genius, we find a higher revelation still. But the great prophets and founders of religions are the perfect mirrors by which the love and wisdom of God are reflected to the rest of mankind. Other men's mirrors are dulled by the stains and the dust of selfishness and prejudice. But these are pure and without blemish, wholly devoted to the will of God. Thus they become the greatest educators of mankind. The divine teachings and the power of the Holy Spirit proceeding through them have been, and are the cause of the progress of humanity. For God helps men through other men. Each man who is higher in the ascent of life is the means of helping those who are lower, and those who are the highest of all are the helpers of all mankind. It is as if all men were connected together by elastic cords. If a man rises a little above the general level of his fellows, the cords tighten. His former companions tend to draw him back, but with an equal force he draws them upwards. The higher he gets, the more he feels the weight of the whole world pulling him back, and the more dependent he is on the divine support, which reaches him through the few who are still above him. Highest of all are the great prophets and saviors, the divine manifestations, those perfect men who were each, in their day, without peer or companion, and bore the burden of the whole world, supported by God alone. The burden of our sins was upon him, was true of each of them. Each was the way, the truth, and the life to his followers. Each was the channel of God's bounty to every heart that would receive it. Each had his part to play in the great divine plan for the upliftment of humanity. Creation. Baha'u'lláh teaches that the universe is without beginning in time. It is a perpetual emanation from the great first cause. The Creator always had his creation and always will have. Worlds and systems may come and go, but the universe remains. All things that undergo composition, in time undergo decomposition, but the component elements remain. The creation of a world, a daisy or a human body is not making something out of nothing. It is rather a bringing together of elements which before were scattered, a making visible of something which before was hidden. By and by the elements will again be scattered, the form will disappear. But nothing is really lost or annihilated. Ever new combinations and forms arise from the ruins of the old. Baha'u'lláh confirms the scientists who claim, not 6,000, but millions and billions of years for the history of the Earth's creation. The evolution theory does not deny creative power. It only tries to describe the method of its manifestation and the wonderful story of the material universe which the astronomer, the geologist, the physicist, and the biologist are gradually unfolding to our gaze is, rightly appreciated, far more capable of evoking the deepest reverence and worship than the crude and bald account of creation given in the Hebrew Scriptures. The old account in the book of Genesis had, however, the advantage of indicating by a few bold strokes of symbolism the essential spiritual meanings of the story, as a master painter may, by a few strokes of the brush, convey expressions which the mere plotter with the most laborious attention to details may utterly fail to portray. If the material details blind us to the spiritual meaning, then we should be better without them, but if we have once firmly grasped the essential meaning of the whole scheme, then knowledge of the details will give our conception a wonderful added richness and splendor and make it a magnificent picture instead of a mere sketch plan. Abdu'l-Baha says, "Know that it is one of the most abstruse spiritual truths that the world of existence, that is to say this endless universe, has no beginning. Know that a creator without a creature is impossible, a provider without those provided for cannot be conceived, for all the divine names and attributes demand the existence of beings. If we could imagine a time when no beings existed, this imagination would be the denial of the divinity of God. Moreover, absolute non-existence cannot become existence. If the beings were absolutely non-existent, existence would not have come into being. Therefore, as the essence of unity, that is the existence of God, is everlasting and eternal, that is to say, it has neither beginning nor end. It is certain that this world of existence has neither beginning nor end. It may be that one of the parts of the universe, one of the globes, for example, may come into existence or may be disintegrated, but the other endless globes are still existing. As each globe has a beginning, necessarily it has an end, because every composition, collective or particular, must of necessity be decomposed. The only difference is that some are quickly decomposed and others more slowly, but it is impossible that a composed thing should not eventually be decomposed. The evolution of man. Baha'u'lláh also confirms the biologist who finds for the body of man a history reaching back in the development of the species through millions of years. Starting from a very simple, apparently insignificant form, the human body is pictured as developing stage by stage, in the course of untold generations, becoming more and more complex and better organized until the man of the present day is reached. Each individual human body develops through such a series of stages, from a tiny round speck of jelly-like matter to the fully developed man. If this is true of the individual, as nobody denies, why should we consider it derogatory to human dignity to admit a similar development for the species? This is a very different thing from claiming that man is descended from a monkey. The human embryo may at one time resemble a fish with gill slits and tail, but it is not a fish. It is a human embryo. So the human species may at various stages of its long development have resembled to the outward eye various species of lower animals, but it was still the human species, possessing the mysterious latent power of developing into man as we know him today, nay more, of developing in the future, we trust, into something far higher still. Abdu'l-Baha says, "It is clear that this terrestrial globe in its present form did not come into existence all at once, but gradually passed through different phases until it became adorned with its present perfection. Man, in the beginning of his existence, and in the womb of the earth, like the embryo in the womb of the mother, gradually grew and developed, and passed from one form to another, until he appeared with this beauty and perfection, this force and this power. It is certain that in the beginning he had not this loveliness and grace and elegance, and that he only by degrees attained this shape, this form, this beauty, and this grace. Man's existence on this earth, from the beginning until it reaches this state, form and condition necessarily lasts a long time. But from the beginning of man's existence, he is a distinct species. Admitting that the traces of organs which have disappeared actually exist in the human body, this is not a proof of the impermanence and the non-originality of the species. At the most, it proves that the form and fashion and the organs of man have progressed. Man was always a distinct species, a man, not an animal. Some answered questions, peep, 211, 212, 213, 214. Of the story of Adam and Eve, he says, if we take this story in its apparent meaning, according to the interpretation of the masses, it is indeed extraordinary. The intelligence cannot accept it, affirm it, or imagine it. For such arrangements, such details, such speeches and reproaches are far from being those of an intelligent man. How much less of the divinity, that divinity who has organized this infinite universe in the most perfect form, and its innumerable inhabitants with absolute system, strength, and perfection. Therefore, this story of Adam and Eve who ate from the tree, and their expulsion from paradise, must be thought of simply as a symbol. It contains divine mysteries and universal meanings, and it is capable of marvelous explanations. Body and soul. The Baha'i teachings with regard to body and soul, and the life after death, are quite in harmony with the results of psychical research. They teach, as we have seen, that death is but a new birth, the escape from the prison of the body into a larger life, and that progress in the afterlife is limitless.
A large body of scientific evidence has gradually been accumulating which, in the opinion of impartial but highly critical investigators, is amply sufficient to establish beyond all question the fact of a life after death, of the continued life and activity of the conscious soul after the dissolution of the material body. As F. W. H. Myers says in his Human Personality, a work which summarizes many of the investigations of the psychical research society.
Observation, experiment, inference have led many inquirers, of whom I am one, to a belief in direct or telepathic intercommunication, not between the minds of men still on earth only, but between minds or spirits still on earth and spirits departed. Such a discovery opens the doors also to revelation. We have shown that amid much deception and self-deception, fraud and illusion, veritable manifestations do reach us from beyond the grave, provisionally established with regard to such departed souls as we have been able to encounter. First and chiefly, I, at least, see ground to believe that their state is one of endless evolution in wisdom and in love. Their loves of earth persist, and most of all, those highest loves which find their outlet in adoration and worship. Evil to them seems less a terrible than a slavish thing. It is embodied in no mighty potentate, rather it forms as isolating madness from which higher spirits strive to free the distorted soul. There needs no chastisement of fire. Self-knowledge is man's punishment and his reward, self-knowledge and the nearness or the aloofness of companion souls. For in that world love is actually self-preservation. The communion of saints not only adorns but constitutes the life everlasting. Nay, from the laws of telepathy it follows that that communion is valid to us here and now. Even now the love of souls departed makes answer to our invocations. Even now our loving memory love is itself a prayer, supports and strengthens those delivered spirits upon their upward way. The measure of agreement between this view, which is founded on careful scientific research, and that of the Baha'i teachings is truly remarkable. Unity of mankind. End. Ye are all fruits of one tree, the leaves of one branch, the flowers of one garden. That is one of the most characteristic sayings of Baha'u'llah, and another is like it. Glory is not his who loves his own country, but glory is his who loves his kind. Unity of mankind, and of all created beings in God is the main theme of his teaching. Here again the harmony between true religion and science is evident. With every advance in science, the oneness of the universe and the interdependence of its parts has become more clearly evident. The astronomer's domain is inseparably bound up with physicists, and the physicists with the chemists with the biologists with the psychologists, and so on. Every new discovery in one field of research throws new light on other fields. Just as physical science has shown that every particle of matter in the universe attracts and influences every other particle, no matter how minute or how distant, so psychical science is finding that every soul in the universe affects and influences every other soul. Prince Kropotkin, in his book on mutual aid, shows most clearly that even among the lower animals, mutual aid is absolutely necessary to continued life, while in the case of man, The progress of civilization depends on the increasing substitution of mutual aid for mutual enmity. Each for all and all for each is the only principle on which a community can prosper. The era of unity. All the signs of the times indicate that we are at the dawn of a new era in the history of mankind. Hitherto, the young eagle of humanity has clung to the old eyrie in the solid rock of selfishness and materialism. Its attempts to use its wings have been timid and tentative. It has had restless longings for something still unattained. More and more, it has been chafing in the confinement of the old dogmas and orthodoxies. But now the era of confinement is at an end, and it can launch on the wings of faith and reason into the higher realms of spiritual love and truth. It will no longer be earthbound as it was before its wings had grown, but will soar at will to the regions of wide outlook and glorious freedom. One thing is necessary, however, if its flight is to be sure and steady. Its wings must not only be strong, but they must act in perfect harmony and coordination. As Abdu'l-Baha says, it cannot fly with one wing alone. If it tries to fly with the wing of religion alone, it will land in the slough of superstition. And if it tries to fly with the wing of science alone, it will end in the dreary bog of materialism. Perfect harmony between religion and science is the sine qua non of the higher life for humanity. When that is achieved, and every child is trained not only in the study of the sciences and arts, but equally in love to all mankind and in radiant acquiescence to the will of God, as revealed in the progress of evolution and the teachings of the prophets, then and not till then shall the kingdom of God come, and his will be done on earth, as it is in heaven. Then and not till then shall the most great peace shed its blessings on the world. When religion, says Abdu'l-Baha, shorn of its superstitions, traditions, and unintelligent dogmas, shows its conformity with science, then there will be a great unifying, cleansing force in the world, which will sweep before it all wars, disagreements, discords, and struggles, and then will mankind be united in the power of the love of God. Chapter 13. Prophecies fulfilled by the Baha'i movement. As to the manifestation of the greatest name, Baha'u'llah, this is he whom God promised in all his books and scriptures, such as the Bible, the Gospels, and the Qur'an. Abdu'l-Baha. Interpretation of prophecy. The interpretation of prophecy is notoriously difficult, and on no subject do the opinions of the learned differ more widely. This is not to be wondered at, for, according to the revealed writings themselves, many of the prophecies were given in such a form that they could not be fully understood until the fulfillment came, and even then, only by those who were pure in heart and free from prejudice. Thus, at the end of Daniel's visions, the seer was told, "But thou, O Daniel, shut up the words and seal the book, even to the time of the end. Many shall run to and fro, and knowledge shall be increased. And I heard, but I understood not. Then said I, O my Lord, what shall be the end of these things? And he said, Go thy way, Daniel, for the words are closed up and sealed till the time of the end." If God sealed up the prophecies until the appointed time, and did not fully reveal the interpretation even to the prophets who uttered them, we may expect that none but the appointed messenger of God will be able to break the seal and disclose the meanings concealed in the casket of the prophetic parables. Reflection on the history of prophecies and their misinterpretation in previous ages and dispensations, combined with the solemn warnings of the prophets themselves, should render us very chary of accepting the speculations of theologians as to the real meaning of these utterances and the manner of their fulfillment. On the other hand, when someone appears who claims to fulfill the prophecies, it is important that we examine his claim with open, unprejudiced minds. Should he be an impostor, the fraud will soon be discovered and no harm will be done. But woe who carelessly turn God's messenger from the door because he comes in an unexpected form or time.
The life and utterances of Baha'u'llah testify that he is the promised one of all the holy books, who has the power to break the seals of the prophecies and to pour forth the sealed choice wine of the divine mysteries. Let us hasten, then, to hear his explanations and to re-examine in their light the familiar but often mysterious words spoken by the prophets of old.
The coming of the Lord.
The coming of the Lord in the last days is the one far-off divine event to which all the prophets look forward, about which their most glorious songs are sung. Now, what is meant by the coming of the Lord? Surely God is at all times with his creatures, in all, through all, and over all. Closer is he than breathing, nearer than hands and feet. Yes, but men cannot see or hear God immanent and transcendent, cannot realize his presence until he reveals himself through a visible form and talks to them in human language. For the revelation of his higher attributes, God has always made use of a human instrument. Each of the prophets was a mediator through whom God visited and spoke to his people. Jesus was such a mediator, and the Christians have rightly regarded his appearance as a coming of God.
In him they saw the face of God, and through his lips they heard the voice of God. Baha'u'lláh tells us that the coming of the Lord of hosts, the everlasting Father, the Maker and Redeemer of the world, which, according to all the prophets, is to take place at the time of the end, means no other than his manifestation in a human temple, as he manifested through the temple of Jesus of Nazareth, only this time with a fuller and more glorious revelation, for which Jesus and all the former prophets came to prepare men's hearts and minds. Prophecies about Christ. Through failing to understand the meaning of the prophecies about the dominion of the Messiah, the Jews rejected Christ. Abdu'l-Baha says, "The Jews still await the coming of the Messiah and pray to God day and night to hasten his advent. When Jesus came, they denounced and slew him, saying, 'This is not the one for whom we wait.' Behold, when the Messiah shall come, signs and wonders shall testify that he is in truth the Christ. The Messiah will arise out of an unknown city. He shall sit upon the throne of David, and behold, he shall come with a sword of steel, and with a scepter of iron shall he rule. He shall fulfill the law of the prophets. He shall conquer the east and the west, and shall glorify his chosen people the Jews. He shall bring with him a reign of peace, during which even the animals shall cease to be at enmity with man. For behold, the wolf and the lamb shall drink from the same spring, and all God's creatures shall be at rest." Thus the Jews thought and spoke, for they did not understand the scriptures nor the glorious truths that were contained in them. The letter they knew by heart, but of the life-giving Spirit they understood not a word. Hearken, and I will show you the meaning thereof. Although Christ came from Nazareth, which was a known place, he came also from heaven. His body was born of Mary, but his spirit came from heaven. The sword he carried was the sword of his tongue, with which he divided the good from the evil, the true from the false, the faithful from the unfaithful, and the light from the darkness. His word was indeed a sharp sword. The throne upon which he sat is the eternal throne from which Christ reigns forever, a heavenly throne, not an earthly one. For the things of earth pass away, but heavenly things pass not away. He reinterpreted and completed the laws of Moses and fulfilled the law of the prophets. His word conquered the east and the west. His kingdom is everlasting. He exalted those Jews who recognized him. They were men and women of humble birth, but contact with him made them great and gave them everlasting dignity. The animals who were to live with one another signified the different sects and races, who, once having been at war, were now to dwell in love and charity, drinking together the water of life from Christ the eternal spring. Most Christians accept these interpretations of messianic prophecies as applied to Christ, but with regard to similar prophecies about the latter-day Messiah, many of them take up the same attitude as the Jews, expecting a miraculous display on the material plane which will fulfill the very letter of the prophecies. Prophecies about the Bab and Baha'u'lláh. According to the Baha'i interpretations, the prophecies which speak of the time of the end, the last days, the coming of the Lord of hosts, of the everlasting Father, refer especially not to the advent of Jesus Christ, but to that of Baha'u'lláh. Take, for instance, the well-known prophecy in Isaiah. The people that walked in darkness have seen a great light. They that dwell in the land of the shadow of death, upon them hath the light shined. For thou hast broken the yoke of his burden, and the staff of his shoulder, the rod of his oppressor, as in the day of Midian. For every battle of the warrior is with confused noise and garments rolled in blood. But this shall be with burning and fuel of fire. For unto us a child is born, unto us a son is given, and the government shall be upon his shoulder, and his name shall be called Wonderful, Counselor, the Mighty God, the Everlasting Father, the Prince of Peace. Of the increase of his government and peace there shall be no end, upon the throne of David and upon his kingdom, to order it, and to establish it with judgment and with justice from henceforth even forever. The zeal of the Lord of hosts will perform this. This is one of the prophecies that has often been regarded as referring to Christ, and most of it may quite fairly be thus applied, but a little examination will show how much more fully and aptly it applies to Baha'u'lláh. Christ has indeed been a light bringer and savior, but for nearly 2,000 years since his advent, the great majority of the people of the earth have continued to walk in darkness, and the children of Israel and many other of God's children have continued to groan under the rod of the oppressor. On the other hand, during the first few decades of the Baha'i era, the light of truth has illumined the East and the West. The gospel of the fatherhood of God and the brotherhood of man has been carried into all countries of the world. The great military autocracies have been overthrown, and a consciousness of world unity has been born, which brings hope of eventual relief to all the downtrodden and oppressed nationalities of the world. The Great War, which from 1914 to 1918 convulsed the world, with its unprecedented use of firearms, liquid fire, incendiary bombs, and fuel for engines, has indeed been with burning and fuel of fire. Baha'u'lláh, by dealing at great length in his writings with questions of government and administration, and showing how they may best be solved, has taken the government upon his shoulders in a way that Christ never did. With regard to the titles Everlasting Father, Prince of Peace, Baha'u'lláh repeatedly refers to himself as the manifestation of the Father, of whom Christ in Isaiah spoke, whereas Christ always referred to himself as the Son, and Baha'u'lláh declares that his mission is to establish peace on earth, while Christ said, "I came not to send peace but a sword," and as a matter of fact during the whole of the Christian era wars and sectarian strifes have abounded. The glory of God. The title Baha'u'lláh is the Arabic for glory of God, and this very title is frequently used by the Hebrew prophets for the promised one, who is to appear in the last days. Thus in the 40th chapter of Isaiah we read, Comfort ye, my people, saith your God. Speak ye comfortably to Jerusalem, and cry unto her that her warfare is accomplished, that her iniquity is pardoned, for she hath received of the Lord's hand double for all her sins. The voice of him that crieth in the wilderness, Prepare ye the way of the Lord, make straight in the desert a highway for our God. Every valley shall be exalted, and every mountain and hill shall be made low, and the crooked shall be made straight, and the rough places plain, and the glory of the Lord shall be revealed, and all flesh shall see it together. Like the former prophecy, this has also been partly fulfilled in the advent of Christ in his forerunner, John the Baptist, but only partly, for in the days of Christ the warfare of Jerusalem was not accomplished. Many centuries of bitter trial and humiliation were yet in store for her. With the advent of the Bab and Baha'u'lláh, however, the more complete fulfillment dawned for Jerusalem, and her prospects of a peaceful and glorious future seem now to be reasonably assured. Other prophecies speak of the Redeemer of Israel, the glory of the Lord, as coming to the Holy Land from the east, from the rising of the sun. Now Baha'u'lláh appeared in Persia, which is eastward from Palestine, towards the rising of the sun, and he came to the land where he spent the last 24 years of his life. Had he come there as a free man, people might have said that it was the trick of an impostor in order to conform to the prophecies, but he came as an exile and prisoner. He was sent there by the Shah of Persia and the Sultan of Turkey, who can hardly be suspected of any design to furnish arguments in favor of Baha'u'llah's claim to be the glory of God who is coming the prophets foretold. The branch. In the prophecies of Isaiah, Jeremiah, Ezekiel, and Zechariah are several references to a man called the branch. These have often been taken by Christians as applying to Christ, but are regarded by Baha'is as referring especially to Baha'u'lláh. The longest Bible prophecy about the branch is in the 11th chapter of Isaiah. And there shall come forth a rod out of the stem of Jesse, and a branch shall grow out of his roots. And the Spirit of the Lord shall rest upon him, the Spirit of wisdom and understanding, the Spirit of counsel and might, the Spirit of knowledge and of the fear of the Lord. Righteousness shall be the girdle of his loins, and faithfulness the girdle of his reins. The wolf also shall dwell with the lamb, and the leopard with the kid, and the calf and the young lion and the fatling together, and a little child shall lead them. They shall not hurt nor destroy in all my holy mountain, for the earth shall be full of the knowledge of the Lord, as the waters cover the sea. And it shall come to pass in that day, that the Lord shall set his hand again the second time to recover the remnant of his people, which shall be left, from Assyria, and from Egypt, and from Pathros, and from Cush, and from Elam, and from Shinar, and from Hamath, and from the islands of the sea. And he shall set up an ensign for the nations, and shall assemble the outcasts of Israel, and gather together the dispersed of Judah from the four corners of the earth. Abdu'l-Baha remarks about this and other prophecies of the branch. One of the great events which is to occur in the day of the manifestation of that incomparable branch is the hoisting of the standard of God among all nations, meaning that all the nations and tribes will come under the shadow of this divine banner, which is no other than the lordly branch itself, and will become a single nation. The antagonism of faiths and religions, the hostility of races and peoples, and the national differences will be eradicated from amongst them. All will become one religion, one faith, one race, and one single people, and will dwell in one native land, which is the terrestrial globe. Universal peace and concord will be realized between all the nations, and that incomparable branch will gather together all Israel, signifying that in this cycle Israel will be gathered in the Holy Land, and that the Jewish people who are scattered to the east and west, south and north will be assembled together. Now see, these events did not take place in the Christian cycle, for the nations did not come under the one standard which is the divine branch. But in this cycle of the Lord of hosts, all the nations and people will enter under the shadow of this flag. In the same way, Israel, scattered all over the world, was not reassembled in the Holy Land in the Christian cycle, but in the beginning of the cycle of Baha'u'lláh, this divine promise, as is clearly stated in all the books of the prophets, has begun to be manifest. You can see that from all the parts of the world tribes of Jews are coming to the Holy Land. They live in villages and lands which they make their own, and day by day they are increasing to such an extent that all Palestine will become their home. The Day of God. The word day in such phrases as Day of God and Last Day is interpreted as meaning dispensation. Each of the great religion founders has his day. Each is like a sun. His teachings have their dawn. Their truth gradually illumines more and more the minds and hearts of the people until they attain the zenith of their influence. Then they gradually become obscured, misrepresented, and corrupted, and darkness overshadows the earth until the sun of a new day arises. The day of the supreme manifestation of God is the last day, because it is a day that shall never end and shall not be overtaken by night. His sun shall never set, but shall illumine the souls of men both in this world and in the world to come. In reality, none of the spiritual suns ever set. The sons of Moses, of Christ, of Muhammad, and all the other prophets are still shining in heaven with undiminished luster. But earthborn clouds have concealed their radiance from the people of earth. The supreme sun of Baha'u'lláh will finally disperse these dark clouds, so that the people of all religions will rejoice in the light of all the prophets, and with one accord worship the one God whose light all the prophets have mirrored forth. The Day of Judgment. Christ spoke much in parables about a great day of judgment when the Son of Man shall come in the glory of his Father, and shall reward every man according to his works. He compares this day to the time of harvest, when the tares are burned and the wheat gathered into barns. So shall it be in the end of this world, consummation of the age. The Son of Man shall send forth his angels, and they shall gather out of his kingdom all things that offend, and them which do iniquity, and shall cast them into a furnace of fire. There shall be wailing and gnashing of teeth. Then shall the righteous shine forth as the sun in the kingdom of their Father. Matt. Zi 40-43. The phrase end of the world used in the authorized version of the Bible in this and similar passages has led many to suppose that when the day of judgment comes, the earth will suddenly be destroyed, but this is evidently a mistake. The true translation of the phrase appears to be the consummation or end of the age. Christ teaches that the kingdom of the Father is to be established on earth, as well as in heaven. He teaches us to pray, "Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven." In the parable of the vineyard, when the Father, the Lord of the vineyard, comes to destroy the wicked husbandman, he does not destroy the vineyard, the world, also, but lets it out to other husbandmen, who will render him the fruits in their season. The earth is not to be destroyed, but to be renewed and regenerated. Christ speaks of that day on another occasion as the regeneration when the Son of Man shall sit in the throne of his glory. St. Peter speaks of it as the times of refreshing, the times of restitution of all things, which God hath spoken by the mouth of all his holy prophets since the world began. The day of judgment of which Christ speaks is evidently identical with the coming of the Lord of hosts, the Father, which was prophesied by Isaiah and the other Old Testament prophets, a time of terrible punishment for the wicked, but a time in which justice shall be established and righteousness rule, on earth as in heaven. In the Baha'i interpretation, the coming of each manifestation of God is a day of judgment, but the coming of the supreme manifestation of Baha'u'lláh is the great day of judgment for the world cycle in which we are living. The trumpet blast of which Christ and Muhammad and many other prophets speak is the call of the manifestation, which is sounded for all who are in heaven and on earth, the embodied and the disembodied. The meeting with God, through his manifestation is, for those who desire to meet him, the gateway to the paradise of knowing and loving him and living in love with all his creatures. Those, on the other hand, who prefer their own way to God's way, as revealed by the manifestation, thereby consign themselves to the hell of selfishness, error, and enmity. The Great Resurrection. The Day of Judgment is also the day of resurrection, of the raising of the dead. St. Paul in his first epistle to the Corinthians says, "Behold, I shew you a mystery. We shall not all sleep, but we shall all be changed. In a moment, in the twinkling of an eye, at the last trump, for the trumpet shall sound, and the dead shall be raised incorruptible, and we shall be changed. For this corruptible must put on incorruption, and this mortal must put on immortality." As to the meaning of these passages about the raising of the dead, Baha'u'lláh writes, "By the terms life and death, spoken of in the scriptures, is intended the life of faith and the death of unbelief. The generality of the people, owing to their failure to grasp the meaning of these words, rejected and despised the person of the manifestation, deprived themselves of the light of his divine guidance, and refused to follow the example of that immortal beauty. Even as Jesus said, 'Ye must be born again.' Again he saith, 'Except a man be born of water and of the Spirit, he cannot enter into the kingdom of God. That which is born of the flesh is flesh, and that which is born of the Spirit is spirit.'" John 5-6. The purpose of these words is that whosoever in every dispensation is born of the Spirit, and is quickened by the breath of the manifestation of holiness, he verily is of those that have attained unto life and resurrection, and have entered into the paradise of the love of God. And whosoever is not of them is condemned to death and deprivation, to the fire of unbelief, and to the wrath of God. In every age and century, the purpose of the prophets of God and their chosen ones hath been no other, but to affirm the spiritual significance of the terms life, resurrection, and judgment. Wert thou to attain to but a dewdrop of the crystal waters of divine knowledge, thou wouldst readily realize that true life is not the life of the flesh but the life of the Spirit. For the life of the flesh is common to both men and animals, whereas the life of the Spirit is possessed only by the pure in heart, who have quaffed from the ocean of faith and partaken of the fruit of certitude. This life knoweth no death, and this existence is crowned by immortality. Even as it hath been said, "He who is a true believer liveth both in this world and in the world to come." If by life be meant this earthly life, it is evident that death must needs overtake it. According to the Baha'i teaching, the resurrection has nothing to do with the gross physical body. That body, once dead, is done with. It becomes decomposed, and its atoms will never be recomposed into the same body. Resurrection is the birth of the individual to spiritual life, through the gift of the Holy Spirit bestowed through the manifestation of God. The grave from which he arises is the grave of ignorance and negligence of God. The sleep from which he awakens is the dormant spiritual condition in which many await the dawn of the day of God. This dawn illumines all who have lived on the face of the earth, whether they are in the body or out of the body, but those who are spiritually blind cannot perceive it. The day of resurrection is not a day of 24 hours, but an era which has now begun and will last as long as the present world cycle continues. It will continue when all traces of the present civilization will have been wiped off the surface of the globe. Return of Christ. In many of his conversations, Christ speaks of the future manifestation of God in the third person, but in others the first person is used. He says, "I go to prepare a place for you, and if I go and prepare a place for you, I will come again and receive you unto myself." In the first chapter of Acts, we read that the disciples were told at the ascension of Jesus, "This same Jesus, which is taken up from you into heaven, shall so come in like manner as ye have seen him go into heaven." Because of these and similar sayings, many Christians expect that when the Son of Man comes in the clouds of heaven, and with great glory they shall see in bodily form the very Jesus who walked the streets of Jerusalem 2,000 years ago and bled and suffered on the cross. They expect to be able to thrust their fingers into the prints of the nails on his hands and feet, and their hands into the spear wound in his side. But surely a little reflection on Christ's own words would dissipate such an idea. The Jews of Christ's time had just such ideas about the return of Elias, but Jesus explained their error, showing that the prophecy that Elias must first come was fulfilled, not by the return of the person and body of the former Elias, but in the person of John the Baptist, who came in the spirit and power of Elias. "And if you will receive it," said Christ, "this is Elias which was for to come. He that hath ears to hear, let him hear. The return of Elias, therefore, meant the appearance of another person, born of other parents, but inspired by God with the same spirit and power. These words of Jesus may surely be taken to imply that the return of Christ will, in like manner, be accomplished by the appearance of another person, born of another mother, but showing forth the spirit and power of God, even as Christ did. Bahá'u'lláh explains that the coming again of Christ was fulfilled in the advent of the Bab and in his own coming. He says, "Consider the sun. Were it to say now, I am the sun of yesterday, it would speak the truth. And should it, bearing the sequence of time in mind, claim to be other than that sun, it still would speak the truth. In like manner, if it be said that all the days are but one and the same, it is correct and true. And if it be said, with respect to their particular names and designations, that they differ, that again is true. For though they are the same, yet one doth recognize in each a separate designation, a specific attribute, a particular character. Conceive accordingly the distinction, variation, and unity characteristic of the various manifestations of holiness, that thou mayest comprehend the allusions made by the Creator of all names and attributes to the mysteries of distinction and unity, and discover the answer to thy question as to why that everlasting beauty should have, at sundry times, called himself by different names and titles." Abdu'l-Baha says, "Know that the return of Christ for a second time doth not mean what the people believe, but rather signifieth the one promised to come after him. He shall come with the kingdom of God and his power which hath surrounded the world. This dominion is in the world of hearts and spirits, and not in that of matter. For the material world is not comparable to a single wing of a fly, in the sight of the Lord, wert thou of those who know. Verily Christ came with his kingdom, from the beginning which hath no beginning, and will come with his kingdom to the eternity of eternities, inasmuch as in this sense Christ is an expression of the divine reality, the simple essence and heavenly entity, which hath no beginning nor ending. It hath appearance, arising, manifestation, and setting in each of the cycles. The time of the end. Christ and his apostles mention many signs which would distinguish the times of the return of the Son of Man in the glory of the Father. Christ said, "And when ye shall see Jerusalem compassed with armies, then know that the desolation thereof is nigh. For these be the days of vengeance, that all things which are written may be fulfilled. For there shall be great distress in the land, and wrath upon this people. And they shall fall by the edge of the sword, and shall be led away captive into all nations. And Jerusalem shall be trodden down by the Gentiles, until the times of the Gentiles shall be fulfilled." Luke XE 20-24. Again he said, "Take heed that no man deceive you. For many shall come in my name, saying, I am Christ, and shall deceive many. And ye shall hear of wars and rumors of wars. See that ye be not troubled, for all these things must come to pass. But the end is not yet. For nation shall rise against nation, and kingdom against kingdom, and there shall be famines, and pestilences, and earthquakes, in divers places. All these are the beginning of sorrows. Then shall they deliver you up to be afflicted, and shall kill you, and ye shall be hated of all nations for my name's sake. And then shall many be offended, and shall betray one another, and shall hate one another. And many false prophets shall rise, and shall deceive many. And because iniquity shall abound, the love of many shall wax cold. But he that shall endure unto the end, the same shall be saved. And this gospel of the kingdom shall be preached in all the world for a witness unto all nations, and then shall the end come." In these two passages Christ foretold in plain terms, without veil or covering, the things that must come to pass before the coming of the Son of Man. During the centuries that have elapsed since Christ spoke, every one of these signs has been fulfilled. In the last part of each passage, he mentions an event that shall mark the time of the coming, in one case the ending of the Jewish exile and the restoration of Jerusalem, and in the other the preaching of the gospel in all the world. It is startling to find that both of these signs are being literally fulfilled in our own times. If these parts of the prophecy are as true as the rest, it follows that we must be living now in the time of the end of which Christ spoke. Muhammad also mentions certain signs which will persist until the day of resurrection. In the Quran we read, when Allah said, "O Jesus, verily I will cause thee to die, and exalt thee towards me, and clear thee of the charges of those who disbelieve, and will place those who follow thee, that is, Christians, above those who disbelieve, Jews and others, until the day of resurrection. Then to me shall be your return, so I will decide between you concerning that in which you differed." The hand of God say the Jews, is chained up. Their own hands shall be chained up, and for that which they have said shall they be cursed. Nay, outstretched are both his hands. At his own pleasure doth he bestow gifts. That which hath been sent down to thee from thy Lord will surely increase the rebellion and unbelief of many of them, and we have put enmity and hatred between them, that shall last until the day of resurrection. Oft as they kindle a beacon fire for war shall God quench it. And of those who say, we are Christians, have we accepted the covenant? But they too have forgotten a part of what they were taught. Wherefore we have stirred up enmity and hatred among them, that shall last till the day of resurrection, and in the end will God tell them of their doings. These words also have been literally fulfilled in the subjection of the Jews to Christian and Muslim peoples, and in the sectarianism and strife which have divided both Jews and Christians among themselves during all the centuries since Muhammad spoke. Only since the commencement of the Baha'i era, the day of resurrection, have signs of the approaching end of these conditions made their appearance. Signs in heaven and earth. In the Hebrew, Christian, Mohammedan, and many other scriptures, there is a remarkable similarity in the description of the signs which are to accompany the coming of the Promised One. In the book of Joel we read, "And I will shew wonders in the heavens and in the earth, blood and fire and pillars of smoke. The sun shall be turned into darkness, and the moon into blood, before the great and terrible days of the Lord come. For behold, in those days when I shall bring again the captivity of Judah and Jerusalem, I will also gather all nations, and will bring them down into the valley of Jehoshaphat. Jehovah judgeth, and will plead with them there. Multitudes, multitudes in the valley of decision. For the day of the Lord is near in the valley of decision. The sun and the moon shall be darkened, and the stars shall withdraw their shining. The Lord also shall roar out of Zion and utter his voice from Jerusalem, and the heavens and the earth shall shake. But the Lord will be the hope of his people." Christ says, "Immediately after the tribulation of those days shall the sun be darkened, and the moon shall not give her light, and the stars shall fall from heaven, and the powers of the heaven shall be shaken. And then shall appear the sign of the Son of Man in heaven. And then shall all the tribes of the earth mourn, and they shall see the Son of Man coming in the clouds of heaven with power and great glory." In the Quran we read, "When the sun shall be shrouded, and when the stars shall fall, and when the mountains are made to pass away, and when the leaves of the book shall be unrolled, and when the heaven shall be uncovered, and when hell shall be made to blaze." In the book of Baha'u'lláh explains that these prophecies about the sun, moon, and stars, the heavens and the earth, are symbolical and are not to be understood merely in the literal sense. The prophets were primarily concerned with spiritual, not material things, with spiritual, not with physical light. When they mention the sun in connection with the day of judgment, they refer to the sun of righteousness. The sun is the supreme source of light, so Moses was a sun for the Hebrews, Christ for the Christians, and Muhammad for the Muslims. When the prophets speak of the sun being darkened, what is meant is that the pure teachings of these spiritual suns have become obscured by misrepresentation, misunderstanding, and prejudice, so that the people are in spiritual darkness. The moon and stars are the lesser sources of illumination, the religious leaders and teachers, who should guide and inspire the people. When it is said that the moon shall not give her light or shall be turned into blood, and the stars shall fall from heaven, it is indicated that the leaders of the churches shall become debased, engaging in strife and contention, and the priests shall become worldly-minded, concerned about earthly instead of heavenly things. The meaning of these prophecies is not exhausted by one explanation, however, and there are other senses in which these symbols can be interpreted. Baha'u'lláh says that, in another sense, the words sun, moon, and stars are applied to the ordinances and instructions enacted in every religion. As in every subsequent manifestation, the ceremonies, forms, stems, and instructions of the preceding manifestations are changed in accordance with the requirements of the times. So, in this sense, the sun and moon are changed and the stars dispersed. In many cases, the literal fulfillment of these prophecies in the outward sense would be absurd or impossible. For example, the moon being turned into blood or the stars falling upon the earth. The least of the visible stars is many thousand times larger than the earth, and were one to fall on the earth, there would be no earth left for another to fall on. In other cases, however, there is a material as well as a spiritual fulfillment. For example, the Holy Land did literally become desert and desolate during many centuries, as foretold by the prophets, but already in the day of resurrection, it is beginning to rejoice and blossom as the rose, as Isaiah foretold. Prosperous colonies are being started, the land is being irrigated and cultivated, and vineyards, olive groves and gardens are flourishing, where half a century ago there was only sandy waste. Doubtless when men beat their swords into plowshares and their spears into pruning hooks, wildernesses and deserts in all parts of the world will be reclaimed. The scorching winds and sandstorms that blow from these deserts and make life in their neighborhood well nigh intolerable will be things of the past. The climate of the whole earth will become milder and more equable. Cities will no longer defile the air with smoke and poisonous fumes. And even in the outward, material sense, there will be new heavens and a new earth, manner of coming. As to the manner of his coming at the end of the age, Christ said, "And they shall see the Son of Man coming in the clouds of heaven with power and great glory. And he shall send his angels with a great sound of a trumpet. Then shall he sit upon the throne of his glory. And before him shall be gathered all nations. And he shall separate them one from another, as a shepherd divideth his sheep from the goats." Regarding these and similar passages, Baha'u'lláh writes, "The term heaven denoteth loftiness and exaltation, inasmuch as it is the seat of the revelation of those manifestations of holiness, the day springs of ancient glory. These ancient beings, though delivered from the womb of their mother, have in reality descended from the heaven of the will of God. Though they be dwelling on this earth, yet their true habitations are the retreats of glory in the realms above. Whilst walking amongst mortals, they soar in the heaven of the divine presence. Without feet they tread the path of the Spirit, and without wings they rise unto the exalted heights of divine unity. With every fleeting breath they cover the immensity of space, and at every moment traverse the kingdoms of the visible and the invisible." By the term clouds is meant those things that are contrary to the ways and desires of men, even as he hath revealed in the verse already quoted, "As oft as an apostle cometh unto you with that which your souls desire not, ye swell with pride, accusing some of being impostors and slaying others." These clouds signify, in one sense, the annulment of laws, the abrogation of former dispensations, the repeal of rituals and customs current amongst men, the exalting of the illiterate faithful above the learned opposers of the faith. In another sense, they mean the appearance of that immortal beauty in the image of mortal man, with such human limitations as eating and drinking, poverty and riches, glory and abasement, sleeping and waking, and such other things as cast doubt in the minds of men and cause them to turn away. All such veils are symbolically referred to as clouds. These are the clouds that cause the heavens of the knowledge and understanding of all that dwell on earth to be cloven asunder. Even as he hath revealed, on that day shall the heaven be cloven by the clouds. Quran 25:25. Even as the clouds prevent the eyes of men from beholding the sun, so do these things hinder the souls of men from recognizing the light of the divine luminary. To this beareth witness that which hath proceeded out of the mouth of the unbelievers, as revealed in the sacred book. And they have said, What manner of apostle is this? He eateth food and walketh the streets. Unless an angel be sent down and take part in his warnings, we will not believe. Quran 25:7. Other prophets similarly have been subject to poverty and afflictions, to hunger and to the ills and chances of this world. As these holy persons were subject to such needs and wants, the people were, consequently, lost in the wilds of misgivings and doubts, and were afflicted with bewilderment and perplexity. How they wondered, could such a person be sent down from God, assert his ascendancy over all the peoples and kindreds of the earth, and claim himself to be the goal of all creation, even as he hath said, But for thee, I would have not created all that are in heaven and on earth, and yet be subject to such trivial things? You must undoubtedly have been informed of the tribulations, the poverty, the ills, and the degradation that have befallen every prophet of God and his companions. You must have heard how the heads of their followers were sent as presents unto different cities, how grievously they were hindered from that whereunto they were commanded. Each and every one of them fell a prey to the hands of the enemies of his cause, and had to suffer whatsoever they decreed. The All-Glorious hath decreed these very things that are contrary to the desires of wicked men, to be the touchstone and standard whereby he proveth his servants, that the just may be known from the wicked, and the faithful distinguished from the infidel. And now, concerning his words, and he shall send his angels. By angels is meant those who, reinforced by the power of the Spirit, have consumed with the fire of the love of God all human traits and limitations, and have clothed themselves with the attributes of the most exalted beings and of the cherubim. As the adherents of Jesus have never understood the hidden meaning of these words, And as the signs which they and leaders of their faith have expected have failed to appear, they therefore refuse to acknowledge, even until now, the truth of those manifestations of holiness that have since the days of Jesus been made manifest. They have thus deprived themselves of the outpourings of God's holy grace, and of the wonders of his divine utterance. Such is their low estate in this, the day of resurrection. They have even failed to perceive that were the signs of the manifestation of God in every age to appear in the visible realm, in accordance with the text of established traditions, none could possibly deny or turn away. Not would the blessed be distinguished from the miserable, and the transgressor from the God-fearing. J. Udge fairly, were the prophecies recorded in the Gospel to be literally fulfilled, were Jesus, son of Mary, accompanied by angels, to descend from the visible heaven upon the clouds, who would dare to disbelieve, who would dare to reject the truth, and wax disdainful. Nay, such consternation would immediately seize all the dwellers of the earth, that no soul would feel able to utter a word, much less to reject or accept the truth. According to the above explanation, the coming of the Son of Man, in lowly human form, born of woman, poor, uneducated, oppressed and set at naught by the great ones of the earth, this manner of coming is the very touchstone by which he judges the people of earth and separates them one from another, as a shepherd divides his sheep from the goats. Those whose spiritual eyes are opened can see through those clouds and rejoice in the power and great glory, the very glory of God, which he comes to reveal. The others, whose eyes are still holden by prejudice and error, can see but the dark clouds and continue to grope in gloom, deprived of the blessed sunshine. Behold, I will send my messenger, and he shall prepare the way before me, and the Lord, whom ye seek, shall suddenly come to his temple, even the messenger of the covenant, whom ye delight in. But who may abide the day of his coming? And who shall stand when he appeareth? For he is like a refiner's fire, and like fuller's soap. For behold, the day cometh, that shall burn as an oven, and all the proud, yea, and all that do wickedly, shall be stubble. But unto you that fear my name shall the Son of Righteousness arise with healing in his wings. Mal. EI 1-2, Iv. Chapter 14, Abdu'l-Baha. And if thou say in thine heart, how shall we know the word which the Lord hath not spoken? When a prophet speaketh in the name of the Lord, if the thing follow not, nor come to pass, that is the thing which the Lord hath not spoken, but the prophet hath spoken it presumptuously, thou shalt not be afraid of him. Creative power of God's word. God and God alone has the power to do whatever he wills, and the greatest proof of a manifestation of God is the creative power of his word, its effectiveness to change and transform all human affairs, and to triumph over all human opposition. Through the word of the prophets, God announces his will, and the immediate or subsequent fulfillment of that word is the clearest proof of the prophet's claim and of the genuineness of his inspiration. For as the rain cometh down, and the snow from the heaven, and returneth not thither, but watereth the earth, and maketh it bring forth and bud, that it may give seed to the sower, and bread to the eater, so shall my word be that goeth forth out of my mouth. It shall not return unto me void, but it shall accomplish that which I please, and it shall prosper in the thing whereto I sent it. When the disciples of John the Baptist came to Jesus with the question, Art thou he that should come, or do we look for another? The answer of Jesus was simply to point to the effects wrought by his words. Go and shew John again those things which ye do hear and see. The blind receive their sight, and the lame walk, the lepers are cleansed, and the deaf hear, the dead are raised up, and the poor have the gospel preached to them. And blessed is he, whosoever shall not be offended in me. Let us now see what evidence there is to show whether the words of Baha'u'llah have this creative power which is distinctive of the Word of God. Baha'u'llah commanded the rulers to establish universal peace, and their prolongation of the policy of war since 1869 to 1870 has overthrown many ancient dynasties, while each successive war has produced less and less fruits of victory, until the European War of 1914 to 1918 revealed the historically startling fact that has become disastrous to victor and vanquished alike. Baha'u'llah bade the rulers likewise to act as trustees of those under their control, making political authority a means to true general welfare. The progress towards social legislation has been unprecedented. He commanded limitation of the extremes of wealth and poverty, and ever since, legislation for the establishment of minimum subsistence levels and for graduated taxation of wealth by income and inheritance taxes has been a constant concern. He commanded the abolition of both chattel and economic slavery, and ever since, the progress toward emancipation has been a ferment in all parts of the world. Baha'u'lláh declared the equality of men and women expressed through equal responsibilities and equal rights and privileges, and since that declaration, the bonds by which women have been bound for ages have been breaking, and woman has rapidly been securing her rightful place as the equal and partner of man. He declared the fundamental oneness of religions, and the succeeding interval has witnessed the most determined efforts of sincere souls in all parts of the world to achieve a new degree of tolerance, of mutual understanding, and of cooperation for universal ends. The sectarian attitude has everywhere been undermined, and its historical position has become more and more untenable. The basis of exclusiveness in religion has been destroyed by the same forces making nationalism of the self-contained type incapable of survival. He commanded universal education and made the independent investigation of truth a proof of spiritual vitality. Modern civilization has been stirred to its depths by this new leaven. Compulsory education for children and the extension of educational facilities for adults have become a primary policy of government. Nations which deliberately seek to restrict that very policy have aroused revolution within and suspicion and fear outside their boundaries. Baha'u'lláh commanded the adoption of a universal auxiliary language, and Dr. Zamenhof and others obeyed his call by devoting their lives and genius to this great task and opportunity. Above all, Baha'u'lláh imbued humanity with a new spirit, arousing new longings in minds and hearts and new ideals for society. Nothing in all history is so dramatic and impressive as the course of events since the dawn of the Baha'i era in 1844. Year by year, the power of a dead past prolonged through outworn ideas, habits, attitudes, and institutions has weakened, until at present every intelligent man and woman on earth realizes that humanity is passing through its most terrible crisis. On the one hand, we see the new creation arising as the light of Baha'u'llah's teaching has revealed the true path of evolution. On the other hand, we see naught but disaster and frustration in all realms where that light is resisted or ignored. Yet, to the faithful Baha'i, these and countless other evidences, impressive as they are, fail to give the real measure of the spiritual majesty of Baha'u'lláh. His life on earth and the irresistible force of his inspired words stand as the only true criterion of the will of God. A study of the more detailed prophecies of Baha'u'lláh and their fulfillment will give powerful corroborative evidence. Of these prophecies, we shall now proceed to give a few examples, about the authenticity of which there can be no dispute. They were widely published and known before their fulfillment came about. The letter which he sent to the crowned heads of the world, in which many of these prophecies occur, were compiled in a book which was first published in Bombay in the late 19th century. Several editions have since been published. We shall also give some examples of noteworthy prophecies by Abdu'l-Baha. Napoleon III. In the year 1869, Baha'u'lláh wrote to Napoleon II, rebuking him for his lust of war, and for the contempt with which treated a former letter from Baha'u'lláh. The epistle contains the following stern warning: "For what thou hast done, thy kingdom shall be thrown into confusion, and thine empire shall pass from thine hands, as a punishment for that which thou hast wrought. Then wilt thou know how thou hast plainly erred. Commotion shall seize all the people in that land, unless thou arisest to held this cause, and followest him who is the Spirit of God, Jesus Christ, in this, the straight path. Hath thy pomp made thee proud? By my life, it shall not endure, nay, it shall soon pass away, unless thou holdest fast by this firm cord. We see abasement hastening after thee, whilst thou art of the heedless." Needless to say, Napoleon, who was then at the zenith of his power, paid no heed to this warning. In the following year he went to war with Prussia, firmly convinced that his troops could easily gain Berlin, but the tragedy foretold by Baha'u'lláh overwhelmed him. He was defeated at Saarbrück, at Weissenberg, at Metz, and finally in the crushing catastrophe at Sedan. He was then carried prisoner to Prussia and came to a miserable end in England 2 years later. Germany. Baha'u'lláh later gave an equally solemn warning to the conquerors of Napoleon, which also fell on deaf ears and received a terrible fulfillment. In the Book of Actus, which was begun in Adrianople and finished in the early years of Baha'u'llah's imprisonment in Akka, he addressed the Emperor of Germany as follows: O King of Berlin, do thou remember the one whose power transcended thy power, Napoleon I, and whose station excelled thy station. Where is he? Whither are gone the things he possessed? Take warning, and be not of them that are fast asleep. He it was who cast the tablet of God behind him, when we made known unto him what the hosts of tyranny had caused Jews to suffer. Wherefore disgrace assailed him from all sides, and he went down to dust in great loss. Think deeply, O king, concerning him, and concerning them who like unto thee have conquered cities and ruled over men. The All-Merciful brought them down from their palaces to their graves. Be warned, be of them who reflect. O banks of the Rhine, we have seen you covered with gore, inasmuch as the swords of retribution were drawn against you, and you shall have another turn. And we hear the lamentations of Berlin, though she be today in conspicuous glory. During the period of German successes in the Great War of 1914 to 1918, and especially during the last great German offensive in the spring of 1918, this well-known prophecy was extensively quoted by the opponents of the Bahá'í Faith in Persia in order to discredit Baha'u'lláh. But when the forward sweep of the victorious Germans was suddenly transformed into crushing, overwhelming disaster, the efforts of these enemies of the Baha'i cause recoiled on themselves, and the notoriety which they had given to the prophecy became a powerful means of enhancing the reputation of Baha'u'lláh, Persia. In the book of Actus, written when the tyrannical Nasiri Din-Shun _ was at the height of his power, Baha'u'lláh blesses the city of Tehran, which is the capital of Persia and his own birthplace, and says of it, "Let nothing grieve thee, O land of Tehran, for God hath chosen thee to be the source of the joy of all mankind. He shall, if it be his will, bless thy throne with one who will rule with justice, who will gather together the flock of God which the wolves have scattered. Such a ruler will, with joy and gladness, turn his face towards and extend his favors unto the people of Baha. He indeed is accounted in the sight of God as a jewel among men. Upon him rest forever the glory of God, and the glory of all that dwell in the kingdom of his revelation. Rejoice with great joy, for God hath made thee the dayspring of his light, inasmuch as within thee was born the manifestation of his glory. Be thou glad for this name that hath been conferred upon thee, a name through which the day star of grace hath shed its splendor, through which both earth and heaven have been illumined. Ere long will the state of affairs within thee be changed, and the reins of power fall into the hands of the people. Verily, thy Lord is the all-knowing. His authority embraceth all things. Rest thou assured in the gracious favor of thy Lord. The eye of his loving kindness shall everlastingly be directed towards thee. The day is approaching when thy agitation will have been transmuted into peace and quiet calm. Thus hath it been decreed in the wondrous book. So far, Persia has only begun to emerge from the period of confusion foretold by Baha'u'lláh, but already constitutional government has been started, and signs are not lacking that a brighter era is at hand. Turkey, too, the Sultan of Turkey, and his Prime Minister Ali Paya, _a Baha'u'lláh, then, in 1868, confined in a Turkish prison, addressed some of his most solemn, grave warnings. To the Sultan he wrote from the barracks at Akka, O thou who considerest thyself the greatest of all men, ere long thy name shall be forgotten, and thou shalt find thyself in great loss. According to thy opinion, this quickener of the world and its peacemaker is culpable and seditious. What crime have the women, children, and suffering babes committed to merit thy wrath, oppression, and hate? You have persecuted a number of souls who have shown no opposition in your country, and who have instigated no revolution against the government. Nay, rather, by day and by night they have been peacefully engaged in the mentioning of God. You have pillaged their properties, and through your tyrannical acts, all that they had was taken from them. Before God, a handful of dust is greater than your kingdom, glory, sovereignty, and dominion, and should he desire, he would scatter you as the sand of the desert. Ere long his wrath shall overtake you, revolution shall appear in your midst, and your countries will be divided. Then you will weep and lament, and nowhere will you find help and protection. Be ye watchful, for the wrath of God is prepared, and ere long ye shall behold that which is written by the pen of command. He wrote, Thou hast, O chief, committed that which hath made Muhammad the apostle of God, grown in the most exalted paradise. The world hath made thee proud, so much so that thou hast turned away from the face through whose brightness the concourse on high hath been illumined. Soon thou shalt find thyself in evident loss. Thou didst unite with the ruler of Persia for doing me harm, although I had come to you from the dawning place of the Almighty the Great, with a cause which refreshed the eyes of the favored ones of God. Didst thou think that thou could put out the fire which God hath enkindled in the universe? No, I declare by his true soul, wert thou of those who understand. More than that, by what thou hast done its blaze and flame have been increased. Soon it will encompass the world and its inhabitants. The day is approaching when the land of mystery, Adrianople, and what is beside it shall be changed, and shall pass out of the hands of the king, and commotions shall appear, and the voice of lamentation shall be raised, and the evidences of mischief shall be revealed on all sides, and confusion shall spread by reason of that which hath befallen these captives, Baha'u'lláh and his companions, at the hands of the hosts of oppression. The course of things shall be altered, and conditions shall wax so grievous, that the very sand on the desolate hills will moan, and the trees on the mountain will weep, and blood will flow out of all things. Then wilt thou behold the people in sore distress. Thus hath the matter been decreed on the part of the designer, the wise, whose command the hosts of heaven and earth could not withstand, nor could all the kings and rulers withhold him from that which he willeth. Calamities are the oil for this lamp, and through them its light increaseth, were ye of those who know. All oppositions displayed by the oppressors are indeed as heralds to this faith, and by them the appearance of God and his cause have become widely spread among the people of the world. Again he wrote, O spot, Constantinople, that art situate on the shores of the two seas, the throne of tyranny hath verily been established upon thee, and the flame of hatred hath been kindled within thy bosom, in such wise that the concourse on high, and they who circle around the exalted throne, have wailed and lamented. We behold in thee the foolish ruling over the wise, and darkness vaunting itself against the light. Thou art indeed filled with manifest pride. Hath thine outward splendor made thee vainglorious? By him who is the Lord of mankind, it shall soon perish, and thy daughters and thy widows, and all the kindreds that dwell within thee shall lament. Thus informeth thee the all-knowing, the all-wise. The successive calamities which have befallen this once great empire since the publication of these warnings have furnished an eloquent commentary on their prophetic significance. America. In the book of Akka, Baha'u'lláh appealed to America as follows. O rulers of America and the presidents of the republics therein, give ear unto that which hath been raised from the dayspring of grandeur. Verily, there is none other God but me, the Lord of utterance, the all-knowing. Bind ye the broken with the hands of justice, and crush the oppressor who flourisheth with the rod of the commandments of your Lord, the ordainer, the all-wise. Abdu'l-Baha in his addresses in America and elsewhere frequently expressed the hope, the prayer, and the assurance that the banner of international peace would be first raised in America. At Cincinnati, Ohio on November 5th, 1912, he said, America is a noble nation, a standard bearer of peace throughout the world, shedding her light to all regions. Other nations are not untrammeled and free of intrigues like the United States, and are unable to bring about universal peace. But America, thank God, is at peace with all the world, and is worthy of raising the flag of brotherhood and international peace. When the summons to international peace is raised by America, all the rest of the world will cry, yes, we accept. The nations of every clime will join in adopting the teachings of Baha'u'llah, revealed over 50 years ago. In his epistles, he asked the parliaments of the world to send their best and wisest men to an international world parliament that should decide all questions between the peoples and establish peace. Then we shall have the parliament of man of which the prophets have dreamed. The appeals of Baha'u'lláh and Abdu'l-Baha have already been responded to, in a large measure, by the United States of America, and in no country of the world have the Baha'i teachings met with readier acceptance. The role assigned to America of summoning the nations to international peace has as yet, however, been only partially played, and Baha'is are awaiting with interest the developments which the future has in store. The Great War. Both Baha'u'lláh and Abdu'l-Baha on many occasions foretold with surprising accuracy the coming of the Great War of 1918. At Sacramento, California, on October 26, 1912, Abdu'l-Baha said, "Today the European continent is like an arsenal. It is a storehouse of explosives ready for just a spark, and one spark could set aflame the whole of Europe, particularly at this time, when the Balkan question is before the world." In many of his addresses in America and Europe, he gave similar warning. In another address in California in October 1912, he said, "We are on the eve of the Battle of Armageddon referred to in the 16th chapter of Revelation. The time is 2 years hence, when only a spark will set aflame the whole of Europe. The social unrest in all countries, the growing religious skepticism antecedent to the millennium, and already here, will set aflame the whole of Europe, as is prophesied in the book of Daniel and in the book, Revelation, of John. By 1917, kingdoms will fall and cataclysms will rock the earth. On the eve of the great conflict, he said, a great melee of the civilized nations is in sight. A tremendous conflict is at hand. The world is at the threshold of a most tragic struggle. Vast armies, millions of men are being mobilized and stationed at their frontiers. They are being prepared for the fearful contest. The slightest friction will bring them into a terrific crash, and there will be a conflagration, the like of which is not recorded in the past history of mankind. Social troubles after the war. Both Bahá'u'lláh and Abdu'l-Baha also foretold a period of great social upheaval, conflict and calamity as an inevitable result of the irreligion and prejudices, the ignorance and superstition prevalent throughout the world. The great international military conflict was but one phase of this upheaval. In a tablet dated January 1920, he wrote, O ye lovers of truth, O ye servants of mankind, as the sweet fragrance of your thoughts and high intentions has breathed upon me, I feel that my soul is irresistibly prompted to communicate with you. Ponder in your hearts how grievous is the turmoil in which the world is plunged, how the nations of the earth are besmeared with human blood, nay, their very soil is turned into clotted gore. The flame of war has caused so wild a conflagration that the world in its early days, in its Middle Ages, or in modern times has never witnessed its like. The millstones of war have ground and crushed many a human head, nay, even more severe has been the lot of these victims. Flourishing countries have been made desolate, cities have been laid level with the ground, and smiling villages have been turned into ruin. Fathers have lost their sons, and sons turned fatherless. Mothers have shed tears of blood in mourning for their youths, little children have been made orphans, and women left wanderers and homeless. In a word, humanity, in all its phases, has been debased. Loud is the cry and wailing of orphans, and bitter the lamentations of mothers which are echoed by the skies. The prime cause for all these happenings is racial, national, religious, and political prejudice, and the root of all this prejudice lies in outworn and deep-seated traditions, be they religious, racial, national, or political. So long as these traditions remain, the foundation of human edifice is insecure, and mankind itself is exposed to continuous peril. Now, in this radiant age, when the essence of all beings has been made manifest, and the hidden secret of all created thing has been revealed, when the morning light of truth has broken and turned the darkness of the world into light, is it meet and seemly that such a frightful carnage which brings irretrievable ruin upon the world should be made possible? By God, that cannot be. Christ summoned all the people of the world to reconciliation and peace. He commanded Peter to return his sword unto its scabbard. Such was his wish and counsel, and yet they that bear his name have unsheathed the sword. How great the difference between their deeds and the explicit text of the gospel. 60 years ago, Baha'u'lláh, even as the shining sun, shone in the firmament of Persia and proclaimed that the world is wrapped in darkness, and this darkness is fraught with disastrous results and will lead to fearful strife. In his prison city of Akka, he apostrophized in unmistakable terms the Emperor of Germany, declaring that a terrible war shall take place, and Berlin will break forth in lamentation and wailing. In like manner, whilst the wronged prisoner of the Sultan of Turkey in the citadel of Akka, he clearly and emphatically wrote him that Constantinople will fall a prey to grave disorder, in such wise that the women and children will raise their moaning cry. In brief, he addressed epistles to all the chief rulers and sovereigns of the world, and all that he foretold has been fulfilled. From his pen of glory flowed teachings for the prevention of war, and these have been scattered far and wide. His first teaching is the search after truth. Blind imitation, he declared, killeth the spirit of man, whereas the investigation of truth frees the world from the darkness of prejudice. His second teaching is the oneness of mankind. All men are but one fold, and God the loving shepherd. He bestoweth upon them his most great mercy, and considers them all as one. Thou shalt find no difference amongst the creatures of God. They are all his servants, and all seek his bounty. His third teaching is that religion is the most mighty stronghold. It should be conducive to unity rather than be the cause of enmity and hate. Should it lead to enmity and hate, better not have it at all. For religion is even as medicine, which, If it should aggravate the disease, its abandonment would be preferred. Likewise, religious, racial, national, and political prejudice, all are subversive of the foundation of human society, all lead to bloodshed, all heap ruin upon mankind. So long as these remain, the dread of war will continue. The sole remedy is universal peace, and this is achieved only by the establishment of a supreme tribunal, representative of all governments and peoples. All national and international problems should be referred to this tribunal, and whatsoever be its decision that should be enforced. Were a government or people to dissent, the world as a whole should rise against it. And among his teachings is the equality in right of men and women, and so on with many other similar teachings that have been revealed by his pen. At present it has been made evident and manifest that these principles are the very life of the world and the embodiment of its true spirit. And now ye, who are the servants of mankind, should exert yourselves, heart and soul, to free the world from the darkness of materialism and human prejudice, that it may be illumined with the light of the city of God. Praise be to him. Ye are acquainted with the various schools, institutions, and principles of the world. Today, nothing short of these divine teachings can assure peace and tranquility to mankind. But for these teachings, this darkness shall never vanish, these chronic diseases shall never be healed. Nay, they shall grow fiercer from day to day. The Balkans will remain restless, and a condition will aggravate. The vanquished will not keep still, but will seize every means to kindle anew the flame of war. Modern universal movements will do their utmost to carry out their purpose and intentions. The movement of the left will acquire great importance, and its influence will spread. Wherefore, endeavor that with an illumined heart, a heavenly spirit, and a divine strength, and aided by his grace, ye may bestow God's bountiful gift upon the world, the gift of comfort and tranquility for all mankind. In a talk given in November 1919, he said, Baha'u'llah frequently predicted that there would be a period when irreligion and consequent anarchy would prevail. The chaos will be due to too great liberty among people who are not ready for it. And in consequence, there will have to be a temporary reversion to coercive government in the interests of the people themselves and in order to prevent disorder and chaos. It is clear that each nation now wishes complete self-determination and freedom of action, but some of them are not ready for it. The prevailing state of the world is one of irreligion, which is bound to result in anarchy and confusion. I have always said that the peace proposals following the Great War were only a glimmer of the dawn, and not the sunrise. Coming of the kingdom of God. Amid these troublous times, however, the cause of God will prosper. The calamities caused by selfish struggle for individual existence, or for party or sectarian or national gain, will induce the people to turn in despair to the remedy offered by the word of God. The more calamities abound, the more will the people turn to the only true remedy. Baha'u'llah says, God hath made afflictions as a morning shower to this green pasture, and as a wick for his lamp, whereby earth and heaven are illumined. Through affliction hath his light shone, and his praise been bright unceasingly. This hath been his method through past ages and bygone times. Both Baha'u'llah and Abdu'l-Baha predict in the most confident terms the speedy triumph of spirituality over materiality and the consequent establishment of the most great peace. Abdu'l-Baha wrote in 1904, Know this, that hardships and misfortunes shall increase day by day, and the people shall be distressed. The doors of joy and happiness shall be closed on all sides. Terrible wars shall happen. Disappointment and the frustration of hopes shall surround the people from every direction until they are obliged to turn to God. Then the lights of great happiness shall enlighten the horizons, so that the cry of Ya Baha, Al-Abel, may arise on all sides. When asked, in February 1914, whether any of the great powers would become believers, he replied, All the people of the world will become believers. Should you compare the beginning of the cause with its position today, you would see what a quick influence the Word of God has, and now the cause of God has encompassed the world. Unquestionably, all will come under the shadow of the cause of God. He declared that the establishment of world unity will come about during the present century. In one of his tablets he wrote, All the members of the human family, whether peoples or governments, cities or villages, have become increasingly interdependent. For none is self-sufficiency any longer possible, inasmuch as political ties unite all peoples and nations, and the bonds of trade and industry, of agriculture and education, are being strengthened every day. Hence the unity of all mankind can in this day be achieved. Verily this is none other but one of the wonders of this wondrous age. This glorious century, the century of light, has been endowed with the unique and unprecedented glory, power, and illumination. hence the miraculous unfolding of a fresh marvel every day. Eventually it will be seen how bright its candles will burn in the assemblage of man. In the last 2 verses of the book of Daniel occur the cryptic words, "Blessed is he that waiteth, and cometh to the 1,305 and 30 days. But go thy way till the end be, for thou shalt rest, and stand in thy lot at the end of the days." Many have been the attempts of learned students to solve the problem of the significance of these words. In a table talk at which the writer was present, Abdu'l-Baha reckoned the fulfillment of Daniel's prophecy from the date of the beginning of the Muhammadan era. Abdu'l-Baha's tablets make it clear that this prophecy refers to the 100th anniversary of the declaration of Baha'u'llah in 1963. Now concerning the verse in Daniel, the interpretation whereof thou didst ask, namely, "Blessed is he who cometh unto the 1,335 days." These days must be reckoned as solar and not lunar years. For according to this calculation, a century will have elapsed from the dawn of the Sun of Truth. Then will the teachings of God be firmly established upon the earth, and the divine light shall flood the world from the east, even unto the west. Then, on this day, will the faithful rejoice. Akka and Haifa. Mirza Ahmad Sohrab recorded in his diary the following prophecy about Akka and Haifa, uttered by Abdu'l-Baha, seated by the window of one of the Baha'i pilgrim homes at A Pillar, I Pillar 1414. The view from the pilgrim home is very attractive, especially as it faces the blessed tomb of Baha'u'llah. In the future, the distance between Akka and Haifa will be built up, and the 2 cities will join and clasp hands, becoming the 2 terminal section of one mighty metropolis. As I look now over this scene, I see so clearly that it will become one of the first emporiums of the world. This great semicircular bay will be transformed into the finest harbor, wherein the ships of all nations will seek shelter and refuge. The great vessels of all peoples will come to this port, bringing on their decks thousands and thousands of men and women from every part of the globe. The mountain and the plain will be dotted with the most modern buildings and palaces. Industries will be established and various institutions of philanthropic nature will be founded. The flowers of civilization and culture from all nations will be brought here to blend their fragrances together and blaze the way for the brotherhood of man. Wonderful gardens, orchards, groves, and parks will be laid out on all sides. At night, the great city will be lighted by electricity. The entire harbor from Akka to Haifa will be one path of illumination. Powerful searchlights will be placed on both sides of Mount Carmel to guide the steamers. Mount Carmel itself, from top to bottom, will be submerged in a sea of lights. A person standing on the summit of Mount Carmel, and the passengers of the steamers coming to it, will look upon the most sublime and majestic spectacle of the whole world. Chapter 15. Retrospect and Prospect. I bear witness, O friends, that the favor is complete, the argument fulfilled, the proof manifest, and the evidence established. Let it now be seen what your endeavors in the path of detachment will reveal. In this wise hath the divine favor been fully vouchsafed unto you and unto them that are in heaven and on earth. All praise to God, the Lord of all worlds. Baha'u'llah, the hidden words. Progress of the cause. Unfortunately, it is impossible, within the space at our disposal, to describe in detail the progress of the Bahá'í Faith throughout the world. Many chapters might be devoted to this fascinating subject, and many thrilling stories related about the pioneers and martyrs of the cause, but a very brief summary must surface. In Persia, the early believers in this revelation met with the utmost opposition, persecution, and cruelty at the hands of their fellow countrymen, but they faced all calamities and ordeals with sublime heroism, firmness, and patience. Their baptism was in their own blood, for many thousands of them perished as martyrs, while thousands more were beaten, imprisoned, stripped of their possessions, driven from their homes, or otherwise ill-treated. For 60 years or more, anyone in Persia who dared to own allegiance to the Bab or Baha'u'llah did so at the risk of his property, his freedom, and even his life. Yet this determined and ferocious opposition could not more check the progress of the movement than a cloud of dust could keep the sun from rising. From one end of Persia to the other, Baha'is are now to be found in almost every city and town, and even amongst the nomad tribes. In some villages, the whole population is Baha'i, and in other places, a large proportion of the inhabitants are believers. Recruited from many and diverse sects, which were bitterly hostile to each other, they now form a great fellowship of friends who acknowledge brotherhood, not only with each other, but with all men everywhere, who are working for the unification and upliftment of humanity, for the removal of all prejudices and conflict, and for the establishment of the kingdom of God in the world. What miracle could be greater than this? Only one, and that the accomplishment throughout the entire world of the task to which these men have set themselves. And signs are not lacking that this greater miracle, too, is in progress. The faith is showing an astonishing vitality and is spreading, like leaven, through the lump of humanity, transforming people and society as it spreads. The relatively small number of Baha'is may still seem insignificant in comparison with the followers of the ancient religions, but they are confident that a divine power has blessed them with the high privilege of serving a new order into which will throng the multitudes of East and West at no distant day. While therefore it remains true that the Holy Spirit has reflected from pure hearts in all countries, still unconscious of the source, and the growth of the faith can be witnessed in the many efforts outside the Baha'i community to promote one or another of Baha'u'llah's teachings. Nevertheless, the lack of any enduring foundation in the old order is convincing proof that the ideals of the kingdom can only become fruitful within the framework of the Baha'i community. Prophethood of Baha'u'llah. The more we study the lives and teachings of the Bab and Baha'u'llah, the more impossible does it seem to find any explanation of their greatness, except that of divine inspiration. They were reared in an atmosphere of fanaticism and bigotry. They had only the most elementary education. They had no contact with Western culture. They had no political or financial power to back them. They asked nothing from men, and received little but injustice and oppression. The great ones of earth ignored or opposed them. They were scourged and tortured, imprisoned and subjected to direst calamities in the fulfillment of their mission. They were alone against the world, having no help but that of God, yet already their triumph is manifest and magnificent. The grandeur and sublimity of their ideals, the nobility and self-sacrifice of their lives, their dauntless courage and conviction, their amazing wisdom and knowledge, their grasp of the needs of both Eastern and Western peoples, the comprehensiveness and adequacy of their teachings, their power to inspire wholehearted devotion and enthusiasm in their followers, the penetration and potency of their influence, the progress of the movement they founded. Surely these constitute proofs of prophethood, as convincing as any which the history of religion can show. A glorious prospect. The Baha'i glad tidings disclose a vision of the bounty of God and of the future progress of humanity, which is surely the greatest and most glorious revelation ever given to mankind, the development and fulfillment of all previous revelations. Its purpose is nothing less than the regeneration of mankind and the creation of new heavens and a new earth. It is the same task to which Christ and all the prophets have devoted their lives, and between these great teachers there is no rivalry. It is not by this manifestation or by that, but by all together that the task will be accomplished. As Abdu'l-Baha says, "It is not necessary to lower Abraham to raise Jesus. It is not necessary to lower Jesus to proclaim Baha'u'llah. We must welcome the truth of God wherever we behold it. The essence of the question is that all these great messengers came to raise the divine standard of perfections. All of them shine as orbs in the same heaven of the divine will. All of them give light to the world. The task is God's, and God calls not only the prophets but all mankind to be his co-workers in this creative process. If we refuse his invitation, we shall not hinder the work from going on, for what God will shall surely come to pass. If we fail to play our part, he can raise up other instruments to perform his purpose, but we shall miss the real aim and object of our own lives. At one meant with God, becoming his lovers, his servants, the willing channels and mediums of his creative power, so that we are conscious of no life within us, but his divine and abundant life that, according to the Baha'i teaching, is the ineffable and glorious consummation of human existence. Humanity, however, is sound at heart, for it is made in the image and likeness of God, and when at last it sees the truth, it will not persist in the paths of folly. Baha'u'llah assures us that ere long the call of God will be generally accepted, and mankind as a whole will turn to righteousness and obedience. All sorrow will then be turned into joy, and all disease into health, and the kingdoms of this world shall become the kingdoms of our Lord, and of his Christ, and he shall reign forever and ever. Not only those on earth, but all in the heavens and on the earth shall become one in God and rejoice eternally in him. Renewal of religion. The state of the world today surely affords ample evidence that, with rare exceptions, people of all religions need to be reawakened to the real meaning of their religion, and that reawakening is an important part of the work of Baha'u'llah. He comes to make Christians better Christians, to make Muslims real Muslims, to make all men true to the spirit that inspired their prophets. He also fulfills the promise made by all these prophets of a more glorious manifestation which was to appear in the fullness of time to crown and consummate their labors. He gives a fuller unfolding of spiritual truths than his predecessors, and reveals the will of God with regard to all the problems of individual and social life that confront us in the world today. He gives a universal teaching which affords a firm foundation on which a new and better civilization can be built up, a teaching adapted to the needs of the world in the new era which is now commencing. Need for new revelation. The unification of the world of humanity, the welding together of the world's different religions, the reconciliation of religion and science, the establishment of universal peace, of international arbitration, of an international house of justice, of an international language, the emancipation of women, universal education, the abolition not only of chattel slavery, but of industrial slavery, the organization of humanity as a single whole, with due regard to the rights and liberties of each individual. These are problems of gigantic magnitude and stupendous difficulty in relation to which Christians, Mohammedans, and adherents of other religions have held and still hold the most diverse and often violently opposed views. But Baha'u'lláh has revealed clearly defined principles, the general adoption of which would obviously make the world a paradise. Truth is, for all many are quite ready to admit that the Baha'i teachings would be a splendid thing for Persia and for the East, but imagine that for the nations of the West they are unnecessary or unsuitable. To one who mentioned such a view, Abdu'l-Baha replied, "As to the meaning of the cause of Baha'u'lláh, whatever has to do with the universal good is divine, and whatever is divine is for the universal good. If it be true, it is for all. If not, it is for no one. Therefore a divine cause of universal good cannot be limited to either the East or the West. For the radiance of the Sun of Truth illumines both the East and the West, and it makes its heat felt in the South, and in the North there is no difference between one pole and another. At the time of the manifestation of Christ, the Romans and Greeks thought his cause was especially for the Jews. They thought they had a perfect civilization and nothing to learn from Christ's teachings, and by this false supposition many were deprived of his grace. Likewise know that the principles of Christianity and the commandments of Baha'u'lláh are identical and their paths are the same. Every day there is progress. There was a time when this divine institution of progressive revelation was an embryo, then newborn, then a child, then an intellectual youth, but today it is resplendent with beauty and shining with the greatest brilliancy. Happy is he who penetrates the mystery and takes his place in the world of the illumined ones." The last will and testament of Abdu'l-Baha. With the passing of its beloved leader, Abdu'l-Baha, the Bahá'í Faith entered on a new phase of its history. This new phase represents a higher state in the existence of the same spiritual organism, a more mature and consequently a more responsible expression of the faith felt by its members. Abdu'l-Baha had devoted his superhuman energy and unique capacity to the task of spreading his love for Baha'u'lláh throughout the East and West. He had lighted the candle of faith in countless souls. He had trained and guided them in the attributes of the personal spiritual life. In view of the momentous importance of the last will and testament of Abdu'l-Baha, the gravity of the issues it raises and the profound wisdom underlying its provisions, we give a few extracts which vividly portray the spirit and leading principles which animated and guided Abdu'l-Baha and are transmitted as a rich heritage to his faithful followers. O ye beloved of the Lord, in this sacred dispensation conflict and contention are in no wise permitted. Every aggressor deprives himself of God's grace. It is incumbent upon everyone to show the utmost love, rectitude of conduct, straightforwardness, and sincere kindliness unto all the peoples and kindreds of the world, be they friends or strangers. So intense must be the spirit of love and loving kindness, that the stranger may find himself a friend, the enemy a true brother, no difference whatsoever existing between them, for universality is of God and all limitations earthly. Wherefore, O my loving friends, consort with all the peoples, kindreds, and religions of the world with the utmost truthfulness, uprightness, faithfulness, kindliness, goodwill, and friendliness, that all the world of being may be filled with the holy ecstasy of the grace of Baha, that ignorance, enmity, hate, and rancor may vanish from the world, and the darkness of estrangement amidst the peoples and kindreds of the world may give way to the light of unity. Should other peoples and nations be unfaithful to you, show your fidelity unto them. Should they keep aloof from you, attract them to yourself. Should they show their enmity, be friendly towards them. Should they poison your lives, sweeten their souls. Should they inflict a wound upon you, be a salve to their sores. Such are the attributes of the sincere. Such are the attributes of the truthful. O ye beloved of the Lord, it is incumbent upon you to be submissive to all monarchs that are just, and to show your fidelity to every righteous king. Serve ye the sovereigns of the world with utmost truthfulness and loyalty. Show obedience unto them, and be their well-wishers. Without their leave and permission, do not meddle with political affairs, for disloyalty to the just sovereign is disloyalty to God himself. This is my counsel and the commandment of God unto you. Well is it with them that act accordingly. Lord, thou seest all things weeping over me, and my kindred rejoicing in my woes. By thy glory, O my God, even amongst mine enemies, some have lamented my troubles and my distress, and of the envious ones a number have shed tears because of my cares, my exile, and my afflictions. They did this because they found naught in me but affection and care, and witnessed naught but kindliness and mercy. As they saw me swept into the flood of tribulation and adversity and exposed, even as a target to the arrows of fate, their hearts were moved with compassion. The Lord is our witness. Naught have we seen from him but faithfulness, generosity, and extreme compassion. The covenant breakers, foreboders of evil, however, waxed fiercer in their rancor, rejoiced as I fell a victim to the most grievous ordeal, bestirred themselves against me, and made merry over the heart-rending happenings around me. I call upon thee, O Lord my God, with my tongue and with all my heart, not to require them for their cruelty and their wrongdoings, their craft and their mischief, for they are foolish and ignoble, and know not what they do. They discern not good from evil, neither do they distinguish right from wrong, nor justice from injustice. They follow their own desires and walk in the footsteps of the most imperfect and foolish amongst them. O my Lord, have mercy upon them, shield them from all afflictions in these troubled times, and grant that all trials and hardships may be the lot of this thy servant that hath fallen into this darksome pit. Single me out for every woe, and make me a sacrifice for all thy loved ones. O Lord most high, may my soul, my life, my being, my spirit, my all be offered up for them. O God, my God, lowly, suppliant, and fallen upon my face, I beseech thee with all the ardor of my invocation to pardon whosoever hath hurt me. Forgive him that hath conspired against me and offended me, and wash away the misdeeds of them that have wrought injustice upon me. Vouchsafe unto them thy goodly gifts, give them joy, relieve them from sorrow, grant them peace and prosperity, give them thy bliss, and pour upon them thy bounty. Thou art the powerful, the gracious, the help in peril, the self-subsisting. The disciples of Christ forgot themselves in all earthly things, forsook all their cares and belongings, purged themselves of self and passion, and with absolute detachment scattered far and wide, and engaged in calling the peoples of the world to the divine guidance, till at last they made the world another world, illumined the surface of the earth, and even to their last hour proved self-sacrificing in the pathway of that beloved one of God. Finally, in various lands they suffered glorious martyrdom. Let them that are men of action follow in their footsteps. O God, my God, I call thee, thy prophets and thy messengers, thy saints and thy holy ones, to witness that I have declared conclusively thy proofs unto thy loved ones, and set forth clearly all things unto them, that they may watch over thy faith, guard thy straight path, and protect thy resplendent law. Thou art verily the all-knowing, the all-wise. With Abdu'l-Baha's passing, the time had come to establish the administrative order which has been termed the pattern and nucleus of the world order, which it is the special mission of the religion of Baha'u'llah to establish. The will and testament of Abdu'l-Baha consequently marks a turning point in Baha'i history, dividing the era of immaturity and irresponsibility from that era in which the Baha'is themselves are destined to fulfill their spirituality by enlarging its scope from the realm of personal experience to that of social unity and cooperation.